Yo Shinobi fam, welcome back to Just a Shinobi. Today, we're diving into one of the wildest what-ifs. What if Naruto Conqueror of the Shinobi world? Part 4. Check the playlist. More to come. So buckle up for some serious action and twists. If you're new here, smash that subscribe button for more mind-blowing Naruto scenarios. Check out the other videos on the channel, share them with your ninja squad, and don't forget to drop your thoughts in the comments. Your support keeps this Shinobi going strong. Team 10 was now doing their weekly exercises with Asuma. Ever since Sarutobi saw what his genin team were capable of, he decided to intensify their training a little. Ino even asked Asuma to help teach her some new katan jutsus. So far, she only knew the Phoenix Flower and Running Fire. Asuma knew that Ino's chakra reserves are fairly large for a genin, and her chakra control was now near perfect. She really wanted to learn his Burning Ash Jutsu, but he decided that she wasn't ready for such a dangerous technique yet. It was considered a B-rank jutsu for a reason, since it could potentially damage the user as well. So for now, he only taught her two new katan jutsus. 1. Flame Bullet. C-rank offensive. This technique is executed by the user gathering oil in their mouth, which is created by chakra, spitting it out, and igniting it. This technique simply shoots a flame bullet at the enemy. If the amount of oil that is prepared is kept down, the time it takes to invoke the technique is reduced. This allows the enemy to be stricken unaware, allowing the oil-containing flame bullet to burn them up completely. It is also possible to shoot out a series of flame bullets by partitioning the oil, or a continuous flamethrower. 2. Demon Lantern. C-rank offensive. This technique releases many floating fireballs around the user, which take the shape of ghosts at the final stage of the technique. After performing the required hand seal, they attack the opponent in swarms. Each fireball creates a huge flame at the moment of impact. While Asuma trained Ino with her new katan jutsus, he instructed Naruto and Shikamaru to run several laps around the training ground. He wanted Shikamaru to improve his stamina, and he wanted Naruto to help him in any way he could. While the blonde Uzumaki was running circles around the lazy Nara, Shikamaru was panting like crazy. And he was slightly annoyed when Naruto kept lapping him. As they run, Naruto would often say, "On your left," Naruto smugly said when he passed by Shikamaru. "Yeah, on my left." "Got it," Shikamaru replied lazily while rolling his eyes. After a while, Naruto eventually lapped Shikamaru again. And again. And again. And again. Shikamaru was starting to feel frustrated, probably for the first time in his life. He never once cared about his training due to his laziness. But Naruto is making it look so easy. Too easy. And it was pissing him off. When Naruto was about to pass by him again, Shikamaru started to sprint a little faster, trying to get ahead for once, but it was all in vain. "Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say. On your left. Come on!" Shikamaru yelled out as he tried to chase the blonde, but he eventually had to stop, as he could feel his legs were about to give out, and his lungs were about to explode. Nara then went to sit down against a tree as he was clenching his chest, panting like he had forgotten to breathe. He then heard Naruto approaching him, barely winded and hardly sweating. "Need a medic?" Naruto asked with a smirk. "I need a new set of lungs." "How do you do it, Naruto? You just ran 6 laps, and you barely look exhausted." Shikamaru asked as he continued to pant. "I don't know." "How do you sleep so easily after just a minute?" Naruto answered his question with his own question. "That's for me to know and for you to find out," Shikamaru said with a smirk. "Damn, I really want to know," Naruto thought as he whined. Naruto then went to sit down next to Shikamaru as they watched Ino train with Asuma. They rested in silence for several minutes until Shikamaru wanted to ask his blonde best friend a long-awaited question. "Naruto, what does Uzumaki in your name actually mean?" Shikamaru asked, suddenly looking at his friend, who frowned. For a moment, Shikamaru thought that perhaps he shouldn't have asked that question. "Not much. At least not anymore. Uzumaki clan came from Uchiha village. They were powerful allies to Konoha up until the Second Shinobi War. Kumo, Kiri, and Iwa suddenly attacked them with all their might. My people were known to be peaceful people, but they fought until the end for their own people. Despite being attacked by 3 villages, Uchiha managed to destroy over 50% of all of their forces, resulting in one of the bloodiest battles in Shinobi history. That's why it is still said that the water around Uchiha is still red with blood to this day. Some call it the Village of Blood, That day over 1,000,000 people died, and 1% of them were Uzumaki, Naruto explained with a frown, his eyes suddenly darkened. Shikamaru gulped slightly. His blonde friend always knew how to be scary when he wanted. But then he suddenly remembered something that his father had told him. Wait, wasn't the first Hokage's wife an Uzumaki? Shika asked, confused. Yes, Mito Uzumaki, one of the strongest Uzumaki and excellent in the art of blood sword, Naruto answered, a jutsu like that to make the sword a force of nature. Mito Uzumaki wasn't a SS-rank shinobi for naught. Her skill in sword fighting and eventually creating the sword of blood were known around the shinobi world. But the jutsu rivers of blood created by Mito Uzumaki was something feared by everyone. It was said that one slice, one contact with the victim's blood was enough to cause the blood to go crazy, resulting in various different horrifying deaths. That means you're royalty in a way, Shikamaru said, knowing someone like Naruto should have been raised in a more suitable place rather than the apartment he lives in. Naruto chuckled at Shika's words. He didn't consider himself that. Well, maybe, but there's no need for you to bow your head or call me Sama, Naruto japed, earning an eye roll from Shika. I see, Shikamaru simply said. Nara was truly amazed with Naruto's family history. He was never the type to take interest in other people's business since it's too troublesome, but the blonde Uzumaki has always been a mystery to him. He can be a ruthless ninja one day and a kind-hearted guy the next. But then Shikamaru remembered a small detail he had learned about the blonde. He had been keeping it to himself for a long time, but since Naruto was being honest with him, he realized he should return the favor. Naruto? Yeah? Why did you never say anything that you have the nine tails? Shikamaru asked carefully. It was a moment of intense silence between the two. Naruto's eyes widened as he looked at his Nara friend. This was the moment that he feared the most. Not many people his age knew about his burden. What's there to tell? Many people already hate me for that. You hate me too? Naruto asked hesitantly. But Shikamaru's response gave him a sense of relief. It's troublesome to hate you, Naruto. Besides, I know you're not really the Nine Tails. You're too kind and too annoying to be that giant fox, Shikamaru said with a soft smile. Ha! So, I guess you knew since the mission in Taki? Naruto asked curiously. Fo had kinda said out loud that he and she were Jinchuriki. Nope. I knew the truth before that, Shikamaru revealed, actually surprising Naruto. I've known since we were kids. You're one of my best friends, Naruto. Do you really think I wouldn't have noticed the way the adults looked at you when you, me, and Ino were walking down the village? Shikamaru stated. I guess not. But that still doesn't explain how you found out, Naruto said. People whisper, and I listen. Plus, I was snooping around until my dad caught me. When I asked him about you, he said he couldn't say anything due to a law created by Lord Third. That was when I got even more curious. It took me a while, but I managed to piece it all together. And I came to the conclusion that you are somehow connected to the Nine Tails, Shikamaru stated. I didn't realize you're quite a detective, Shikamaru. And more importantly, I'm surprised you actually invested a lot of your time into this. I figure you would think it was too troublesome, Naruto said with a smirk. It was troublesome. But when it comes to my friends, my curiosity always gets the best of me, Shikamaru said honestly. Ha! You truly are an enigma, Shikamaru Nara, Naruto said with awe for his friend. I'm not the one clouded in mystery, Naruto, Shikamaru said with a lazy smile. Naruto was glad to have Shikamaru as a friend. He may be incredibly lazy, but he is a very understanding guy who doesn't just jump to conclusions. Naruto then realized that he can trust the pineapple-haired Nara with the whole truth. He never really liked keeping secrets, especially from the people he cared about. Well, in full disclosure, Shika, I am a Jinchuriki. It means human sacrifice. When I was a baby, I was chosen to be the Nine Tails keeper. To protect the village from him, and at the same time maintain the power status of Konoha, since the Nine Tails is considered to be the village's ultimate weapon, Naruto stated. But that doesn't make any sense. If that is true, why do the villagers hate you? Shikamaru asked, feeling that Naruto should have been treated like a hero or something. Naruto never liked that particular question. He probably asked himself that 1,000 times already. He especially never likes answering it. Ignorance and fear can bring out the worst in people. Not everyone could grasp the complexity of Fuinjutsu. After the Nine Tails was sealed within me, rumors started to spread. Instead of seeing me as the Nine Tails keeper, they see me as the Nine Tails himself. Naruto said sadly. So everything you said to Inari that night? Was it all true? Shikamaru remembered that very intense night during their mission at the Land of Waves. Naruto couldn't help but let a single tear fall at this. I wasn't even human in their eyes. I was nothing more than a scapegoat, for them to take out all of their hate and anger on. Even when I was a child, they would beat me. Even when I was hungry, they would starve me. These people call me a demon, Shika. But what kind of person does that to a child? Naruto asked sadly. Now even Shikamaru couldn't help but let a single tear fall, after hearing all of that. Naruto is his best friend. How could the villagers do that to him? He didn't deserve any of that. I'm so sorry, Naruto. Shikamaru said sadly. Ha ha ha, it's not your fault, Shika. Besides, everything that has happened to me has made me who I am today. And I am proud to be the person that I have become, Naruto said with a weak smile. Naruto. You are the strongest person I know. Not only that, but you are a very good guy. You help people wherever you go, and you make them feel better. If you asked me, this village doesn't deserve you, Shikamaru said coldly. Maybe. Maybe not. But I will not let the actions of a few determine my judgment. There are still good people in this village. People like my friends, and the family that I grew to care for. Kakashi is like a brother. Asuma-sensei is like my cool uncle. Old man Tucci and Ayam-chan are my ramen-loving family. You are the closest thing I have to a brother, Naruto said with a bright smile. And you, Itachi? Naruto, Shikamaru said with admiration in his voice. Shikamaru honestly didn't know what to say. How could Naruto be so good, despite every bad thing that has happened to him? He honestly won't blame him if he decided to destroy Konoha one day. But knowing what kind of person Naruto is, that possibility was very slim. I'll always have your back, Naruto. I want you to know that, Shikamaru said to his blonde best friend. Thanks, Shika. But I hope you won't come to regret it later. 'Cause there's always going to be a target on my back. And if I decide to do something a little dramatic, there's going to be a bigger one, Naruto stated with a smirk. Sigh. I'm regretting it already, Shikamaru said with a tired sigh. The Uzumaki and Nara both shared a small laugh after that. Naruto felt like a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. His circle of trust just got a lot bigger thanks to Nara, and it felt good. Shikamaru will always be his most loyal friend. As they were resting, Shikamaru noticed Naruto's smile turn to a frown. The blonde could see something that Shikamaru couldn't. Tell me, Shikamaru, what do you think about the quote "the end justifies the means"? Naruto asked, standing up, his eyes lingering at the Hokage monuments. His eyes see visions of a destroyed village instead of the one in front of him. How far should I go? Shikamaru was caught off guard by his question, wondering where it came from, putting his hand on his chin. I'm not sure, Naruto, it depends on what cause, Shikamaru replied, seeing Naruto looking at the village almost in sadness. The future of our world. How far can you go? Naruto asked, but not looking at Shika as he talked, his voice sounding tired all of a sudden and a bit different, his eyes looking at a figure standing in front of him, a figure that Shikamaru couldn't see. How far would you go so the next generation won't know the cruelty of war? Naruto asked. The figure disappeared as if it was a ghost. Before Shikamaru could answer or ask if he was okay, they heard a voice. OJ Naruto-kun, turning around to see Ino and Asuma-sensei. Ino and Asuma joined them after her training was finally done for the day. Ino's face is completely covered in ash due to the many katan jutsus she had practiced with the Sarutobi. She then dropped down on the grassy floor and lay her head on Naruto's lap. Whiskers. Ino tired. I need kisses? Ino could feel Naruto chuckle at how childish she sounded. How about later, Ino-chan? I don't want to get ash all over my face, Naruto said, while brushing her platinum blonde hair. Please whiskers. Ino needs kisses, Ino said with her biggest puppy dog eyes. Despite her face covered in ash, she is still cute as hell. And it was very hard to resist. Oh fine. You're such a baby, Naruto said with a laugh, as he leaned his head down and kissed her lips. After he pulled away, his lip area was now covered in ash. But you're my baby, Naruto declared, as he took out a piece of cloth from his back pouch and began to clean her ash-covered face. She looked at him with a soft smile and giggled at how sweet her boyfriend was. "Tee, you guys make me want to barf," Shikamaru said, slightly grossed out at how lovey-dovey his two teammates can be, despite him being around. "Oh, come on, Shika. When you find your own blonde, you'll understand," Naruto said with a smirk. "What makes you think the girl I want to be with is blonde? The only blondes I know are you two, and you're both troublesome," Shikamaru said as a matter of fact. "Because you're a blonde magnet, Shika. Out of all people, you happen to be on the same team with the only two blondes in our class." "What does that say?" Naruto stated smugly. "I bet his future wife is going to be a blonde," Ino said with a smirk. "Doubtful," Shikamaru denied. "Alright guys, I need to talk to you all about something serious," Asuma said with his no-bullshit tone that immediately caught the three genins' attention. "What is it, Asuma-sensei?" Naruto asked. "Earlier today, all the Jonin senseis, including myself, were summoned to the Hokage Tower to discuss the upcoming Chunin exams. And I nominated all three of you to participate," Asuma said with a smirk. This immediately surprised the three genins. Are they truly ready to be Chunin? Chunin exams? We've only been a team for 5.5 months, and you're already tired of us, Asuma-sensei? Ino asked with sad anime tears. She didn't like the idea of the team being separated. "No. Nothing like that, Ino. We are still Team 10, even if you are all Chunins. It just means that I won't be your sensei anymore. So during our missions, you'll be my teammates, instead of subordinates. And on the plus side, no more D-rank missions," Asuma said with a smile at the end, trying to explain that it won't change that much. "But there is a chance we could get separated, Asuma-sensei. Chunins tend to lead their own teams, and go on missions with different teams," Naruto stated. "I am aware. But it won't always be. We are still a team. All four of us. And the majority of the missions we'll take it together. I promise," Asuma ensured. All Shikamaru could do was raise an eyebrow at this discussion. "We speak like becoming Chunins is a guarantee. I heard those exams can be brutal. Plus, we're still considered rookies, since we haven't been a team for a year," Shikamaru states with a lazy sigh. "I know, Shikamaru. But as your sensei, I am very confident in your abilities. Each of you showed great promise, and I know you'll succeed," Asuma said with a confident tone that his genin team will no doubt pass the exam. Naruto, Ino and Shikamaru were very happy that their sensei believed in them. It was a good confidence booster, despite still being a rookie. But then they remembered a certain habit about their sensei, which made all of them raise an eyebrow at him. "You bet on us, did you?" Ino asked with a monotone voice. All Asuma did was smirk at this accusation. "Hell yeah, I did. And you guys are going to make me rich," Asuma said with a laugh. Such a role model. All three genins thought sarcastically. Asuma then reached into his back pouch and took out 3 pieces of paper. He then handed them each to his genins. "Alright, here are your application forms. That being said, the nomination is not compulsory. If you guys feel that you are not ready, then you are free to decide whether to take the exam or not. But if you do sign those forms, come to room 301 at the academy by 3 p.m., 5 days from now," Asuma instructed. "You got it, sensei," all 3 said in unison. "You're all dismissed. No training for the meantime. I'll see you all in 5 days," Asuma said, as he gave half a salute and shunshin away from the training ground. Now it was only the 3 young genins that remained, wondering if they should enter the exams or not. But luckily, it was an easy decision for one of them. "I don't know about you guys, but I'm definitely going to take that exam. I bet it'll be fun," Naruto said with a soft smirk. "You're crazy, Naruto-kun. If you think I'm not going with you," Ino said with her own smirk. Sigh. Troublesome. "Well, if you guys are going, I guess I have to go too." Shikamaru with a tired sigh. "Hell yeah! Team 10 is going to dominate that exam," Ino said proudly, as she pumped her fist in the air. "Don't jinx us," Ino, Shikamaru said with a groan. "Ha ha ha, it's going to be okay, Shika. As long as the 3 of us are together, we can do anything." Naruto started with a confident smile. "Damn straight," Ino agreed. Sigh. I'll guess we'll see, Shikamaru said with some doubt in his voice, but eventually he was starting to believe in his blonde teammate's words. You guys want to get some lunch? 'Cause I'm starving, Naruto said, feeling his stomach was about to cry out. It's not going to be ramen again, is it? Shikamaru asked with a raised eyebrow. Naruto wanted to defend his precious ramen, but surprisingly someone else did it instead. What do you have against ramen, Shika? Ino asked with a defensive tone and narrowed eyes. Gasp. I made a believer. Praise the ramen gods. Naruto thought with glee. It's fine, Ino-chan. I'm actually craving for some barbecue. Let's go to Yakinikukyu. My treat. Naruto said with a bright smile. He wanted to have their lunch at the same place, where Team 10 started. Yay! Free food! Ino yelled out happily, as she wraps her arm around Naruto's, and leans her head on his shoulder. Geez, don't yell it out loud, Ino. Choji might have heard that Shikamaru said with a smirk when he saw Naruto turn slightly pale, as he looked around cautiously, feeling that his chubby friend could sense the promise of free food. Unknown location. Somewhere, deep beneath Konoha, was a large underground base. It was dark, cold, devoid of any sense of joy or light. It was filled with shinobis, all dressed in identical hooded cloaks, and wearing what seems to be NBU masks, but completely blank, just like the life in their eyes and tone of their voices. They were all kneeling before a single figure, who was currently sitting on a throne. The figure appears to be a frail, old man, who is holding a cane in his hand. He had black, shaggy hair, his right eye was bandaged, and on his chin is an X-shaped scar. He wore a white shirt, with a black or dark gray robe over the top of it covering from his feet to just over his right shoulder. The robe conceals his right arm, which was bandaged and covered with 3 large golden ones that had a strong aura of darkness around him. As he opened his only visible eye, he then addressed the young ANBU shinobi, who was currently kneeling before him. Report, the old man ordered with a cold tone. Yes, Danzo-sama. Weapon RD is almost complete. Our scientists confirmed that it will be combat ready before the year ends. The root agent answered, with a lifeless voice. Excellent. What about Project New? The now identified Danzo asked his loyal subordinate. Unfortunately, the progression of Project New has been delayed. We require more Hashirama cells since we used most of it on Weapon RD. The agent answered, once more with a lifeless voice. That is unfortunate. Project New was supposed to be my grand equalizer if Konoha should turn on me, and only Orochimaru has access to those cells. Speaking of whom, have you made contact with his spy? Danzo asked with an annoyed tone. Yes, Danzo-sama. We have received confirmation that Orochimaru plans to infiltrate the upcoming Chunin exams. The young ANBU said. For what purpose? Danzo asked. According to the spy, Orochimaru plans to attack Konoha and assassinate the false Hokage. The agent answered. I see. Anything more? Danzo asked, surprisingly taking the news of his village about to be attacked without a care in the world. Nothing further, my lord. The agent answered. Danzo then used his fingers to stroke his scarred chin. This attack could be beneficial for my goals. With Hiruzen gone, I'll finally become Hokage like I should have been, and make the Kyuubi boy my weapon. But I doubt Orochimaru doesn't have another agenda. I have a feeling he might go after Sasuke as well, Danzo said, with a sinister smirk. What are your orders, Danzo-sama? The agent asked. For now, we do nothing. But I want to place some eyes and ears on this exam. I don't want to leave anything to chance. Bring me Shin and Sai, and a third young rude agent, Danzo ordered. My lord, I'm afraid Shin is still recovering from his last mission. His current health will be a liability to this task. I respectfully volunteer myself, the loyal agent requested boldly. But this bold action made Danzo narrow his eyes at the young agent. Are you questioning me, agent? Danzo asked, with his narrowed eyes and a threatening tone. No, my lord. I simply suggest. You are not supposed to suggest anything. En route, you have no identity, no will, no past. The only thing that matters is the mission. Your purpose is to serve me, and me alone. And forfeit your lives if the village demands it. This is the way. Danzo reminded me firmly. This is the way, all the other kneeling agents repeated. This is the way. the young agent repeated as never liked when his agents questioned him. But this agent in particular was very intelligent, and Danzo knew that he was one of his most faithful loyalists. And what he brought up was not entirely wrong. Shin has been under medical care for some time now, and it's only a matter of time before he and Sai will go through the initiation test. Your suggestion, however, is noted. This is no simple reconnaissance mission after all, and the consequences of failure are unacceptable. Very well, Tanuki. You and Sai will proceed with the mission. As for your third teammate, I want you to take our newest recruit, Danzo ordered. As you command, Danzo-sama. The now identified Tanuki obediently said before he shuns him away, to find his two teammates for the he left. Danzo was now smirking with satisfaction. The village will suffer, there's no doubt about it. But it's a small price to pay for me to become Hokage. Your time in the sun is almost over, Hiruzen. Soon I will rise from the darkness, and bring forth a new era for Konoha. This is the way, Danzo thought, with the evil smirk never leaving his face. As Naruto, Ino, and Shikamaru made their way to their favorite barbecue restaurant, they noticed some odd behaviors coming from the villagers as they passed by them. The trio knew they would usually glare at the blonde Uzumaki every time he crossed their path. But not this time. Some of the villagers were actually smiling at him and looked at him with respect and admiration in their eyes. Word must have gone out about Naruto's heroics in both Land of Tea and Waves. Some of the rumors were slightly exaggerated, but the constant topic of their conversation was that Naruto was reported to be a great hero by both countries. There were some who denied this claim, of course, and declared that the demon brat was lying, so he could steal the rightful glory from the great Uchiha-sama. While the lack of hostility was a great sense of relief for the blonde Uzumaki, Ino and Shikamaru were simply disgusted by this. It was not too long ago that these people tormented Naruto, and now just because he did the village an excellent service by establishing trade partnerships with 2 other countries, they finally see him as a hero now? Bastards! Every last one of them, Ino thought with hate in her eyes. These people should consider themselves lucky that Naruto is not the vengeful type, Shikamaru thought with narrowed eyes. But apparently, Naruto can sense their negative emotions. Guys, calm down. You know I can literally feel your anger, right? Naruto asked with a calm tone. No way, Whiskers. It took you to risk your life for these people to finally acknowledge you. I recognize some of those smiling bastards. They are the same people who often call you the D-word every time they see you, Ino said, with venom in her voice. She's right, Naruto. Shikamaru agreed. I'm not disagreeing with you guys. A part of me wants to slap those fake, forced smiles off their faces, as well. But there's no point dwelling on the past. We must look to the future. And if the villagers will finally get off my back, my life will be much easier, Naruto said with a soft smile. How could you be so calm? Who's to say they won't turn on you if you make a mistake? Ino pointed out. Then I won't make a mistake, Naruto joked. I'm serious, Naruto Kun. I don't want you to go through all that hell again, Ino yelled out with great concern in her voice. What do you want me to do, Ino-chan? Call them all out for being ignorant bastards, and beat their hateful asses to a pulp? Naruto asked. Yes. And I'll help, Ino declared, with fire in her eyes. While I'm not completely on board with the whole mass ass-kicking thing, I do see what Ino is trying to say. The villagers are finally starting to see you in a new light, Naruto. And it only takes one mistake for it to disappear. Shikamaru pointed it out. Hearing things from his girlfriend and his lazy best friend was enough to make him think for a moment. I guess you're right. Then I know what I must do if I reach the final stage of the Chunin exams, Naruto said. And that will be? Shikamaru asked. Probably something dramatic. But why spoil it now, Naruto said with a smirk. Troublesome blonde, Shikamaru said with a tired sigh and a lazy smile. I still take offense to that by that way. But whatever plan you're thinking of, Naruto-kun, you know I'm always with you, Ino said with a warm smile as she held on to Naruto's hand. Thank you, Ino-chan, Naruto said with a smile before he kissed Ino on her cheek, causing her to blush a bit. She absolutely loves it when he does that. As the genin trio continued their walk, Naruto sighed in annoyance when he felt 3 small chakra signatures behind them. Am I the only one who noticed that we're being followed? Naruto asked his 2 teammates. Apparently, the trio were being followed by a square rock? Nope. That rock has been following us for almost 5 minutes now, Shikamaru said. Why didn't you say anything then? Ino whispered with a tick mark on her forehead. Too troublesome, Shikamaru answered lazily. They let the rock follow them for another minute until Ino couldn't take it anymore. Okay, that's it. That is the worst disguise ever. There's no such thing as a perfectly square rock with holes in them. It's totally obvious, Ino yelled out in annoyance. Sigh. Konohamaru, please come out of there, you look ridiculous, Naruto said as he could sense the little Sarutobi's chakra. Just what you'd expect from the boss himself, the box said with his squeaky voice. Boom! The box then suddenly exploded, releasing a lot of smoke and confetti. And when the smoke cleared, 3 children appeared, coughing their lungs out. Cough cough star. Darn it, Udon! That's too much exploding powder, Konohamaru called out to one of the other kids next to him while still coughing. The trio of kids then turned their heads upwards and saw Team 10 staring at them with confusion in their eyes. And the confusion only intensified when the kids started posing in a very dramatic fashion, as colorful backgrounds appeared behind them. I'm Moegi, the sexiest girl in class at the Kunoichi preschool. Check me out, the female of the trio declared while making her sassy pose. I love math. Call me Udon, the boy with glasses declared with a nerdy pose. I am the most brilliant ninja in the village, Konohamaru declared proudly as he made his tough guy pose. The 3 of us together are the Konohamaru Ninja Squad. Here we are, the trio said in unison and made their final team pose. Team 10 was so shocked and confused that they did not know what to say. Did that little girl say that she was sexy? Ino thought with a raised eyebrow. Did that boy say he loved math? Shikamaru thought. All Naruto could do was chuckle at the children's enthusiasm. Ha ha ha, hello again, Konohamaru-kun. Quite a flashy entrance you got there, Naruto said with a warm smile, happy to see his goofy little brother figure again. He then noticed the identical red clothes they were all wearing on their heads. Why are you guys wearing those red clothes around your heads? Naruto pointed to the red headbands they were all wearing that had the Uzumaki clan symbol at the center. Hi, because your jacket is red, and we want to be just like you. We even sewn the Uzumaki clan symbol on it. We want to make sure everyone knows how awesome you are, Konohamaru said with a proud grin, wanting to be just like a big brother figure. But this only made Ino and Shikamaru raise an eyebrow. Naruto-kun, did they just form a cult in your name? Ino asked Naruto with a deadpan look. Did you? Naruto asked the trio with a raised eyebrow. And no. We just want to show everyone how awesome you are. Besides, everyone is starting to say that you are a hero now, Konohamaru said with a childish grin. I see. Well, I'm very flattered, Naruto said with a warm smile as he rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Hearing that Naruto approves was enough to make the trio of kids smile brightly. See, I told you guys he was cool, Konohamaru said. And very handsome too, Moegi added while batting her eyelashes for the blonde Uzumaki. Thank you? Naruto responded awkwardly. So Naruto-sama, do you have some free time now? Moegi cheerfully asks Naruto as she reaches for his hand. Well, my team and I were actually going to get some lunch after a long day of training, Naruto answered. What? But you said you'd play ninja with us today. Konohamaru was disappointed. Oh? Is that right? Sorry, I actually forgot, Naruto admitted while rubbing his hair embarrassingly. Ino wanted to point out that it was kind of odd for Naruto to play ninja when he is already one. But she then realized that the trio of children just wanted to play with him because they absolutely worship him. All she could do was giggle at how cute it was. Teehee, it's kinda cute that a ninja would play ninja, Ino said with a warm smile and an adorable giggle. Haha, yeah, I guess that's the irony, Naruto said, smiling back at her. Konohamaru then noticed the pretty platinum blonde Yamanaka and wanted to ask. Who is she, boss? Konohamaru asked. Oh, this is Ino. And the guy next to her is Shikamaru. Naruto introduced his team. Hi there, Ino greeted with a pretty smile. What's up? Shikamaru greeted lazily, with his hands in his pocket. When Konohamaru looked at Naruto, and then to Ino, and then back to Naruto, and then back to Ino, all the little Sarutobi could do was smirk teasingly at the blonde Uzumaki. Oh, you've been busier than I thought, boss, Konohamaru said teasingly. Huh? Naruto didn't know what he meant. Is she your gyro friend? Konohamaru asked while holding his pinky up and grinning childishly. Yes, Ino-chan is my girlfriend. We've been together for 4 years now, Naruto said casually like it was no big deal. But what he said shocked the young trio as their eyes widened and their jaws were hanging open. You had a girlfriend? Konohamaru started. Since you were 10? Udan finished with the same disbelief tone. Yes? Naruto answered awkwardly. What happened next surprised the Genin trio, as Konohamaru and Udan dropped down to their knees and started to bow before Naruto while crying their eyes out dramatically. You are a god, Naruto Samaniazin. We are not worthy. We are not worthy. All Naruto, Ino, and Shikamaru could do was sweat dropped at the scene before them. Okay, this just got a lot weirder, Shikamaru said with a raised eyebrow. Boys, please don't do that, the floor is dirty, Ino said with concern in her voice while trying to mask her growing laughter. And she's a goddess. And she's very nice too. Konohamaru and Udan cried out in unison. Thank you, Ino accepted the compliment embarrassingly. Moegi, on the other hand, could not contain her jealousy for the blonde Yamanaka. Naruto is a handsome boy and her idol, and she has already developed a schoolgirl crush on him. And she absolutely didn't like the idea of other girls being with him. Humph, she's not that pretty. She's a little top-heavy if you asked me, Moegi said while crossing her arms and pouting. But apparently, after what she boldly said out loud, everything became dead silent, as an aura of death was radiating from Ino. The blonde Yamanaka had developed her assets quite early over the years. Her breasts are significantly bigger than most girls her age. Apparently, training her body almost every day to become a strong kunoichi has made her physique appear very athletic yet maturely feminine at the same time. What did you say, Gaki? Ino asked Moegi dangerously. Moegi was trembling in fear and sweating bullets when she saw the aura of death around Ino. Run, Moegi, run, Naruto said nervously, which made the little girl sprint in the opposite direction, but Ino was right behind her tail. As the Yamanaka chases down the jealous little girl, she is so blinded by her rage that she doesn't see where she is going and accidentally bumps into someone, sending both of them to the ground. Ow, Ino groaned while she held her head in pain. But she still hasn't realized that she was still on top of someone. As Naruto, Shikamaru, Konohamaru, and Udan had finally arrived at the scene, the 4 boys couldn't help but feel slightly aroused at the sight before them, as the person that was under Ino was a pretty young girl. Wait! Naruto thought, surprised. The girl had caramel-tanned skin, short mint-green hair, and bright orange eyes. She appears to be a ninja, as her outfit consisted of a short, sleeveless white midriff shirt with fishnet armor underneath, long white armlets, and fishnet shorts with a short white apron skirt over it. Her forehead protector was worn on her right arm. Ino-chan? Naruto said, blushing his cheeks out, and pointed to the pretty girl beneath Ino. Ino turned her head to Naruto when he called her, and was confused when she saw him blushing. And when she turned her head to where his finger was pointing at, she was surprised to see a smiling girl beneath her that she knew very well. She jumped up, leaving the smiling girl on the ground. Ino yelled out when she got back on her feet. But the girl was still smiling, as her back was still on the ground. Fuchan, Naruto called her, surprised. The pretty girl's eyes found Naruto the moment she saw him, jumping right at his arm before crushing him with a big hug, rubbing her cheek against his, much to his embarrassment. Naruto-kun! It has been so long, she said excitedly, with a cute smile across her face. Is it good to see you, Fuchan? How have you been? Naruto asked, returning the hug, much to the girl's delight. Ino rolled her eyes at them. By now, she knew her boyfriend was a girl magnet, and she couldn't really blame them. Naruto was handsome, strong, funny, charming, and knew how to use his fingers. She thought the last part with a massive flush on her face. A week ago, after a date, Ino invited Naruto to her home. Sadly, her parents were at home. Her father almost wanted to kick Naruto out for dating his little innocent princess. Thankfully, her mother calmed him down a bit. That night, Ino and Naruto had ended up in her bed, making out. The blonde Uzumaki had used a seal to block out any kind of sound to reach outside the room. That night, Naruto had given her the first orgasm, making her scream his name. They hadn't gone further because of her father charging inside to check if everything terrible was happening to Ino. The blonde girl escaped her naughty thoughts when Shikamaru nudged her shoulder. And this is Konohamaru and his friends, Udan and Moegi. Naruto then introduced the trio of children behind him. It's a pleasure to meet you, Fu said with a bright smile. I'm very sorry for running into you, Fu. It's just that Moegi here has a big mouth, Ino said while glaring daggers at the little girl behind Naruto. Humph, I stand by my statement. A kunoichi doesn't need that much baggage. It will just be a burden. Moegi pouted and turned her head away while crossing her arms. But this was enough to piss off the Yamanaka once more. No wonder her affinity is fire. Why, you little! Tell that to Lady Tsunade! Ino yelled out as she continued to chase Moegi, who resumed running for her life. Sigh. Here we go again, Shikamaru said as he, Konohamaru, and Udan went after them. Naruto wanted to stay and talk with Fu a little longer, but decided to go after Ino, so she won't accidentally kill the jealous little girl. Well, it was nice meeting you again, Fu-chan. But I gotta go now. Take care, best friend, Naruto said with a smile as he waved goodbye at her and chased after Ino. Fu then dropped her head down in disappointment, saddened that Team 10 had to go, but then she raised her head up when she remembered what Naruto had just called her. I really hope he sees me as more than just a best friend, Fu thought with a small blush. With Moegi. Moegi was still running as fast as she could from the fuming Yamanaka. But when she made a sharp turn, she accidentally crashed into another shinobi that was around the corner. And this one was not at all friendly like the last. Apparently, the person she ran into was a male shinobi from Suna. He wore a bunraku puppeteer's costume, a black, baggy, full-body suit with a red and yellow circle on the front. He also wore a black hood which covered his head completely and had cat-like ears and his forehead protector on his forehead. Bunraku puppeteers usually wear black outfits and hoods so as not to distract from their puppets. He also sported a triangular purple face paint design. Damn it, brat, that hurt, the male Suna shinobi said as he picked up Moegi by the collar, getting ready to apply some punishment on the scared little girl. And no, please, I'm sorry, Moegi apologized fearfully, but the boy that was holding her collar didn't care. Leave the kid alone, Kankuro, she apologized, said the female Suna kunoichi, who was standing next to the now identified Kankuro, with an annoyed tone. She has teal eyes and sandy blonde hair, which is gathered into 4 consecutive pigtails. Her outfit consists of a single light purple-colored, off-the-shoulders garment that extends halfway down her thighs, with a scarlet sash tied around her waist. In addition to incorporating fishnet worn over her shoulders and legs, specifically on her right calf and her left thigh, she also wore her black forehead protector around her neck. No, Temari, I've gotta teach this gaki some respect, the now named Kankuro said with a sadistic smirk. Fine, but if you get in trouble, I'm not helping, the now identified Temari said with an annoyed sigh. Naruto, Ino, and Shikamaru arrived just in time, with Konohamaru and Udan behind them. Hey! Put her down, you jerk! Ino yelled out, getting the attention of the Suna ninja duo. Ha, get lost, Blondie! Unless you want to be next, Kankuro threatens with a smirk. Naruto never likes threats, especially towards his friends or loved ones, which he would gladly kill anyone who dares to. But when he notices their headbands, he realizes it won't be wise to start an international incident between 2 allied hidden villages. He then decided to defuse the situation before it escalated any further. Miss, I advise you to put the girl down, Naruto asked calmly. What are you talking about? I'm not the one holding her, Temari asked, confused, but was lightly blushing when she saw Naruto's handsome face. I'm actually talking to her, Naruto points at Kankuro. The ugly one that is holding Moegi over there, Naruto said with a straight face to Kankuro, who was growling furiously at the blonde Uzumaki. What the hell? I'm a boy, you idiot! Kankuro yelled out, embarrassed and angered at the same time. Then why the hell are you wearing a full-body catsuit and makeup? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow, which caused Temari to giggle. Teehee, cute and funny. And the one with the pineapple hair is not bad either. It's like this village is a breeding ground for hot guys, Temari thought with a blush. It's not makeup. It's war paint, Kankuro yelled out, trying to defend his pride. Your teammates' giggles say otherwise, Shikamaru stated, which made Kankuro turn his head and saw Temari couldn't contain her giggle. Traitor, Kankuro thought. Look, I don't care about your confused sexuality. I won't judge. But please put the girl down, and no one has to get hurt, Naruto stated, his tone turning sharper by the minute. I'm teaching her some manners, asshole. And after I'm done with her, I'm going to teach you some too. Kakuro said as he made a fist and prepared to punch Moegi's face. Naruto instantly vanished in a blur of speed, reappearing behind Kankuro, with a kunai at his throat. Temari was caught off guard by the sudden burst of speed and was about to take out the large fan behind her back to defend her brother, but then she felt her body completely paralyzed. I don't think so, Shikamaru said, as his shadow was now connected to Temari's. Now, would you be so kind as to put her down? Gently? Naruto whispered into Kankuro's ear, which sent shivers down his spine as he immediately let go of Moegi. She then ran all the way to Konohamaru and hugged him. Konohamaru, take your friends and leave. Now. Naruto ordered with a serious tone. Alright, boss. Let's go, guys, Konohamaru said as he led Idan and Moegi away. Naruto then returns his attention to Kankuro. Now let me remind you that attacking a civilian from an allied village is a crime punishable by death. But I think I'll leave the punishment to your not-so-happy-looking teammate, Naruto said as his eyes were locked on the short red-headed Suna shinobi that was hanging upside down on a tree branch. Everyone heard what Naruto said, and their heads turned to the direction of the red-headed ninja. When Kankuro and Temari saw him, their eyes widened in fear and panic. The red-haired boy has fair skin, green eyes, and short, auburn messy hair. He lacks distinctive pupils or eyebrows and has tanuki-like black rings around his eyes. He even has a kanji for love on the left side of his forehead. He wears a black bodysuit with an open neck, t-shirt-like sleeves, and almost full-length leggings. With this, he wears a white cloth over his right shoulder and the left side of his hips. He has a wide leather band from his left shoulder to his right hip with which he carries his sand gourd and around which he wraps his forehead protector. He had a strong aura of death around him. Kankuro, stand down, the redhead ordered with a monotone voice. Jiagara, Kankuro said fearfully. In Naruto's mindscape. Careful, boy. That's Shikaku's Jinchuriki, Kurama warned. Another Jinchuriki? Don't get too excited. Shikaku is an asshole. Wow, did you just curse? Yeah, so what? You do it all the time. Anyway, you need to really watch your back with that one. What abilities does he have? Shikaku is the one-tailed raccoon. He has an ability called Jiten or magnet release, which enables him and his Jinchuriki to control sand. Wow, that's awesome. How come you don't have any cool powers like that? Ungrateful brat. You have more chakra than any living being in this world. Not to mention my regenerative healing and the power to sense evil and negative emotions. I guess that is cool. But is that all? For the most powerful Bija? Cheeky brat, well, there is the QB chakra mode, KCM, and the baryon mode. What's the baryon mode? That mode is not important. All you need to know is to watch out for this Gaara. I can sense that Shikaku has twisted the boy into becoming his killmongering puppet. And also, he hates me, by the way. What? Why? He didn't like the fact that I pointed out that a tailed beast's strength is measured by the number of tails, therefore viewing him as the weakest. Wow, really? Yes and no. At first, I was just fucking with him cause he's my youngest brother. But over the centuries, that theory was proven to be correct. A tail represents the amount of chakra we have. And I have 9, so that makes me the most powerful. Noted. And thanks for the history lesson. Back in the real world. Naruto was then snapped back to reality when he heard Gaara was speaking to his teammate. Sometimes even Naruto forgets that an hour-long conversation in his mind was actually 3 seconds in the real world. You're an embarrassment to our village. Have you forgotten the reason why we came all the way here to Konoha? Gaara said with a dangerous tone to his older brother and teammate. Please listen to me, Gaara. They lashed out first. Shut up. Or I'll kill you. Gaara interrupted him as he shot his killing intent towards Kankuro, which caused the war-paint-wearing boy's legs to tremble slightly. You understood, I was wrong. I am sorry, I'm really sorry. Kankuro apologized desperately. Ino and Shikamaru were shocked that he would threaten his own teammates. Gaara then turns his attention to Naruto. I apologize for my brother's actions. It won't happen again, Gaara promised. Naruto nodded and released his kunai from Kankuro's throat, which made Shikamaru release his shadow from Temari's. This guy just screams Jinchuriki. His chakra levels are off the charts. Not to mention that bloodlust in his eyes. Naruto thought. He managed to get behind Kankuro with ease. This one might be interesting. Gaara thought, amused, but then he heard Shikaku's voice in his head. Be wary of that one, my son. That goddamn fox is within him. It would please me if you bring me his blood. Shikaku warned, enraged when he senses his big brother within the blonde boy. Yes, mother, Gaara happily obliged. Gaara then sang Sunshine in front of Naruto as he wanted to get a better look at his next target. Instead of being afraid like what Kankuro and Temari expected, Naruto simply approached Gaara, staring him down without a hint of fear in his eyes. It was an intense stare down that lasted almost a minute until Naruto's face turned into a smirk, and he decided to greet his fellow Jinchuriki properly. It's nice to finally meet you. One Tail, Naruto said with a carefree tone, which caused Temari and Kankuro to turn pale, while Ino's and Shikamaru's eyes widened in realization. Likewise. Nine Tails. Mother says you are strong. I'll prove my existence by killing you, Gaara declared with a sinister smirk. Naruto wanted to joke that Shikaku is a male, but his thoughts were broken when he heard the sounds of a slow clap on his left. He and Gaara turned their heads and saw Akumo Kunoichi approaching them. A Kunoichi the blonde hadn't seen for a long time. She had long, straight, blonde hair bound with taut bandages and dark eyes, and she wore red lipstick. She wore a short-sleeved black and purple blouse and black pants, both of which had a design similar to clouds on them, purple fingerless gloves, and a chain of blue beads wound around her left hand. She also wore the standard Kumogakyo forehead protector, sandals, and a kunai holster, which was strapped to her right thigh. She also wore bandages around her arms and legs, as well as a red belt around her waist. Bravo, boys! You just proved that even allied villages can be a bunch of dicks to each other. The blonde Kumo Kunoichi jested with a smirk. Who are you? Gaara asked with narrowed eyes. Oh, where are my manners? I'm Yujito Ni. Nice to meet you, losers, the now named Yujito said with a smirk as she approached the Jinchuriki duo. Okay, seriously, is there some sort of reunion that I don't know about? Kurama asked himself with a frustrated sigh. Yeah, I remember Yujito has Matatabi. What are her abilities? Matatabi. The two-tailed cat. She is able to grant her Jinchuriki, her powerful blue fire. It burns 3 times hotter than any regular fire. So you better only use your strongest Swate Unjutsus if you face her. Your wood style might work as well, but it's debatable if wood can beat fire. Also, she enables her Jinchuriki to have cat-like traits and abilities, such as enhanced senses, flexibility, agility, and retractable claws. Yikes, is that all? No, this might not be important, but Matatabi is, how do I put this delicately, always erotically charged. Is that fancy talk for horny? Yes. Naruto was then snapped back to reality when he saw the blonde Kumo girl stare at him with wonder. He then greeted her with his bright smile. It's nice to meet you too, Yujito. Or should I call you Two Tails? Naruto said with a smirk. Yujito's eyes widened, finally recognizing the blonde in front of her. And Naruto-kun, she said before engulfing him in a tight hug, much to Naruto's embarrassment, who could feel her well-developed breasts against his chest. Good to see you, Yugi-chan, he greeted her back with a smile. Yujito pulled back, taking a good look at him. He had grown handsome, especially his whiskers that made him cute. She was about to ask how he had been the last few years, but apparently, someone was screaming in her head. By the sage of the 6 paths, Naruto has become too worthy. Claim him now, kitty! Matatabi yelled out, as her voice was filled with lust. Shut up, Matatabi! Yujito shouted back with an embarrassed blush. Her thoughts were broken when she heard Gaara speak to her. Stay out of this, Kumo ninja, Gaara ordered dangerously. Fat chance. The only other Jinchuriki I know is B, and I rather talk to one that doesn't rap every time he talks, Yujito said as she firmly stood her ground. It was now an intense stare-down between the 3 Jinchurikis. They could literally feel the overwhelming power that was radiating from each other. But the tension was broken when Fu suddenly appeared in the stare-down, standing next to Naruto, with her wide eyes glued to his face. Ahhh Naruto and Yujito yelled out in surprise at the mint-haired girl's sudden appearance, while Gaara simply glared at her. Naruto was in disbelief that he didn't even sense her presence. For someone who has Biju-level chakra reserves like her, she was able to slip past his sensory ability without him noticing. Fu? Where did you come from? Naruto asked, but Fu interrupted him when she leaned her head closer to his face. I have been training with Chome to master some secret abilities she has, Fu explained with a cute smile. Ha ha ha, look at this, 4 out of 9 already. Oh, and she's 7 tails, by the way. Naruto introduced Fu to a confused Yujito and an annoyed Gaara. It's a pleasure to meet you, Fu said with a bright smile. Sure. So. 1. Yujito points at Gaara. 7. She points at Fu. And 9. She points at Naruto last, trying to get some clarity of which Jinchurikis the other two were. And the 9 is hot, Matatabi added in. Quiet you! Yujito yelled out in her thoughts with an embarrassed blush. Are these people your friends too, Naruto? Fu asked her first ever friend. Yujito-chan is an old friend, but I don't really know Gaara, Naruto stated. How wonderful! Then they can be our friends too, Fu said as she approached Yujito. You are a girl. We can be girlfriends. We can paint our nails, try clothes, and talk about cute boys, Fu says to Yujito as she happily spins around and stops when she looks at Gaara. She then turns her attention back to Yujito. I found a boy. Shall we talk about how gloomy he looks? Fu asked with a smile. This immediately made Yujito's sweat drop, while Kankuro and Temari were having their jaws dropped out. Is she really the 7 tails? Yujito asked Naruto. Yes, Naruto confirmed. But Gaara had enough of this nonsense. Silence, silly girl. Before I kill you too, Gaara threatened Fu. But Fu was oblivious to such threats. Thank you for your honesty, I will make sure to remember that, Fu said happily, with a smile never leaving her face. Is this really happening? Kankuro and Temari thought in disbelief that the 3 foreign shinobis in front of them were not even afraid of Gaara. I assume you are all here to participate in the Chunin exams, Naruto stated, hoping that these foreign ninjas are here for a good reason. That's right. I am combat ready, Fu said with a childish salute. Really? You don't really strike me as ready, Yujito pointed out. But Fu simply smirks at this. Appearances can be deceiving. After all, a shinobi's greatest weapon is deception, Fu said with a smile that sent shivers down Yujito's spine. Gaara then turns his attention to Naruto. The silly girl said that your name is Naruto, correct? Gaara asked. Yes, Naruto Uzumaki. And you are Gaara, right? Naruto asked back. Yes. I am Gaara of the desert. I look forward to meeting you 3 in the exams. I'll enjoy spilling your blood. Especially yours, silly girl, Gaara said to Fu with a sadistic smirk. How exciting. I look forward to spilling your blood as well, Gaara-kun, Fu said excitedly. She did not just say that, Kankuro thought with wide eyes. Does she have a death wish or something? Temari asked herself in disbelief. Humph, Gaara said as he turned his head away from the 3 Jinchurikis. Let's go, Gaara said to his siblings' teammates, as he led them away from the scene. Well, it was a pleasure meeting you again, Naruto-kun. But I have to go now too. See you around, Yujito said with a flirtatious tone as she shuns him away to find her teammates. Aren't you going to go too, Fu-chan? Naruto asked the mint-haired girl. Yes, I have to go as well. My teammates won't be worried if I'm gone, but I always enjoy disappointing them. Goodbye, Naruto-kun, Fu said with a smile as she happily shuns away. Ino and Shikamaru then approached behind Naruto as they watched Fu shuns away. This exam just got a whole lot more interesting, Naruto stated with a smirk. So you meet Naruto? B questioned the team but mostly Yujito. 2 Kumo teams had just arrived on Konoha, Team 11 and Team 1, where Yujito, Mabi, and Atsu their sensei was Darui, the Dark Panther, known for his dark lightning ability, which was said to be on par with Raikage's lightning armor, one of the strongest to exist. The second team, Team 11, belonged to B, the Jinchuriki of 8 tails, an S-rank shinobi of Kumo. His team consisted of Samui, Karui, and Omoi. B was known around the shinobi world as the second perfect Jinchuriki to exist. The first was the fourth Mizukage, Yugura Karatachi. He is known to be one of the strongest shinobis of Kumo, being beaten only by the Reikage, Kushina Uzumaki, the Red Death, and Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash. When they arrived at Konoha, it didn't take long for the Kumo teams to get suspicious eyes from the majority of civilians, and even some shinobi Kumo teams didn't bother to acknowledge their presence, and didn't bother to counter their insults when some of them started calling them kidnappers, rapists, and any other name. None of them reacted, well except Karui and Atsui. They almost attacked if it wasn't for B and Darui holding them back from their ears like little kids. Kumo knew the reason was because of what happened between Kumo and Hyuga clan. Since she knew that the Chunin exams would be held in Konoha for a while, Yujito had secretly hoped that the Reikage would allow them to participate. Kumo still needed to show their strength in front of the elemental nations, and what better way to do this than beat Konoha on their own home? Since she met Naruto, the blonde Jinchuriki had quite been looking forward to meeting him again and perhaps becoming something more, but that didn't mean she would allow herself to lose if it came to fighting. If that were the case, she would give it all she had, especially with someone like Naruto. You called for us, Reikage-sama? Mabui questioned the Reikage team. One had been training when an Umbu arrived, informing them that the Reikage wanted them in the office. Darui had been confused since he had informed the Reikage that he would spend the whole month training his team, especially Yujito, since she still needed to fight on her semi-bijou mode without the risk of hurting or even killing her opponent. What do you think the Reikage wants? Mabui had questioned her sensei with a calculating look. Atsui just groaned since he was having a good time looking at the beautiful sight from the top of the mountains they were training on. Yujito simply waited for her sensei to answer. Darui had shrugged his shoulders, already having a feeling about why he wanted them there. Let's see what he wants. I hope it is not dull, he spoke. Arriving at the office, Yujito raised an eyebrow when she saw Samui, Karui, and Omo in the office as well, especially her least favorite person in Kumo. OJ, big brother, what is that you wanted from the two best teams in Kumo history? B asked, but more like rapping. Seriously, when is he going to understand that his voice is horrible? Yujito questioned herself with clear annoyance on her face. His eyebrows twitched before slamming his fist on his head, sending him crashing against the wall. Be quiet, B, this is an important matter, shouted at his little brother, who was trying to get out of the wall with the help of his students, except Samui, who rolled her eyes at his uncool behavior. Wanting to get over this dull meeting, Darui stepped forward before clearing his throat. What's the matter, Reikage-sama? Releasing a deep sigh from his throat, Ace sat back on his chair, his back leaning against the back of the chair. The Chunin exams are approaching this time. Konoha is holding them usually. I wouldn't send any team to Konoha due to our rivalry, but I have exchanged words with the third Hokage. I'm sending 2 teams there. Darui and B, your teams are going to Konoha. Are you ready for the exams? He questioned them with a rough voice. Yujito found herself smiling before she even realized. For a very long time, she had wanted to visit Konoha. Naruto was there. She couldn't wait to meet her friend. Friend, you say? I remember he was one heck of a man even 5 years ago, knowing Kurama and Naruto. He will probably be quite muscular, handsome, and just imagine his quite you, Yujito hissed mentally, but the effect of her friend's words were already affecting her head with naughty images of Naruto, his hands cupping her plump-ass cheeks, his lips and tongue devouring her pussy, Samui nearby with her massive. Damn it, Matatabi, I blame you for this, Yujito thought with both anger and arousal, rubbing her thighs together, trying to calm herself, her face red like a tomato. Thankfully, everyone's attention was at the Reikage, except Samui, who caught a small glimpse of Yujito, a smirk on her face. Reikage-sama, are you sure it is safe? We shouldn't forget what happened. I know what happened, Darui, no need for you to remind me, and there's no need for any of you to worry. I have prepared everything myself now. Are your teams ready for this? Reikage questioned yet again with a more booming voice, eyeing every genin. They all straightened up instinctively. Yes, my team is ready, Darui confirmed, and so did B despite his horrible attempt to start rapping again. Very well, but before you go, I want you to keep an eye on someone, Reikage informed them before pulling a photo from a drawer of his desk, sliding the photo to their side of the desk. Darui looked at it. His name is Naruto Uzumaki. He will be part of the exam. I want you to watch out for him. My spies have informed me that he's the best genin of Konoha, and not to mention he was the one that killed the Jonin several years ago, A informed them, taking all of them by surprise, except B and Yujito who already knew about it. The others were surprised to hear that a 6-year-old boy was able to beat a Jonin. Samui glanced at the photo that Darui was holding. She knew he must be Naruto, whom Yujito had mentioned several times. Not bad, he's quite good looking, especially his muscular body. Cool, the busted blonde thought, licking her pink lips slightly, feeling a spark on her stomach. She wondered how it would be to see him in person. Yujito was quite surprised by how Naruto looked now. He looked taller, muscular, and most importantly, adorable, especially his whisker marks. What she thought of him could be summarized with a single word. Yummy yummy, both thought at the same time. Meh, he doesn't look much, Carrie commented, grabbing the photo and inspecting it closer. That's why you're still a genin, A said before his eyes settled on Darui. I want you to estimate his power during the exam, and before any of you ask, he's not an enemy. I simply want to know how strong he is, so there is no need to be hostile towards him, A explained, much to the surprise of everyone except B, who knew why his big brother was saying that. It had been a month since the first scroll had arrived, so it wasn't a surprise that A wanted to know more. Why Reikage-sama? Wouldn't it make more sense to try and eliminate him during the exam? Karui questioned with a hint of annoyance in her voice, not noticing the glare from Yujito. That is not important to you, Genin. If I wanted him dead, I could have easily said so myself, A spoke firmly with a pointed look that made Karui shiver, looking down to avoid the Reikage's piercing eyes. Yujito needed to suppress a triumph smile on her face. She didn't dislike Karui, but sometimes she could really get on her nerves. Your mission is to know how strong he is and win the exams, A ordered, but Yujito could tell something was amiss here, especially his voice. It sounded as if winning the exam wasn't their priority. You noticed it too, Kitty. I don't know why, but I'm pretty sure it has something to do with your boyfriend, Matatabi spoke in her head with a half-teasing and half-serious voice. Yujito simply nodded mentally, not bothering to deny that the thought of Naruto being her boyfriend was quite tempting. Now, Yujito had just returned from meeting Naruto, and it didn't disappoint. Quite the opposite, his looks far exceeded her best imagination. Yujito had long, straight, blonde hair bound with top bandages, dark eyes, and she wore red lipstick. She wore a short-sleeved black and purple blouse and black pants, both of which had a design similar to clouds on them, purple fingerless gloves, and a chain of blue beads wound around her left hand. She also wore the standard Kumogakyo forehead protector, sandals, and a kunai holster, which was strapped to her right thigh. She also wore bandages around her arms and legs, as well as a red belt around her waist. Samui is a tall, fair-skinned young woman with a curvaceous figure who generally wears a stoic, aloof expression on her face. She has blue eyes and straight shoulder-length blonde hair, cut in an asymmetrical bob style. She wears a very low-cut outfit, with mesh armor underneath, a short skirt and red hand guards, and high boots. She also carries a tanto strapped horizontally to her lower back. Atsui has neck-length blonde hair, worn in an asymmetrical bowl-cut style, and green eyes. His typical attire consists of a sleeveless version of the standard Kumogakyo uniform. He also has bandages on his forearms, shin guards, and the kanji for heat tattooed on his left shoulder. Mabui was a dark-skinned young woman with green eyes. She wore a standard kunoichi uniform, along with a pair of long earrings and sandals. She wore her light gray hair pulled back into a bun with 2 bangs that fell on either side of her face. Yes, I also happened to meet Jinchuriki of 7 tails and 1 tail, Yujito informed him with a serious tone. She really didn't like the way that Garagai looked, especially the dark circles around his eyes. Matatabi warned her after leaving Naruto that Shikaka wasn't exactly the best one when it came to talking. He would rather fight than talk, and could easily get angry. After seeing Gaara, Yujito knew her friend wasn't exaggerating when it came to the foot girl from Taki. She didn't know what to say. She barely knew her but figured she could know her better later since she seemed to be a friend of Naruto. Yujito explained to be her encounter with Naruto and the other Jinchuriki. After hearing everything, Darui cleared his throat. Very well, I want all of you to watch out for this Gaara. We don't know how strong he is, but he's a Jinchuriki, so don't underestimate him, he explained to both teams, not allowing B to talk since he would most likely start rapping. Now everyone, you can explore the village, but I want no problems. Me and B need to inform the Hokage of our arrival, Darui explained soon. He left the room with B, who was walking and dancing at the same time. After the door closed, the two Kumo teams were mostly silent until Yujito had a good idea. So, who wants to go and eat sushi? Yujito suggested with dreamy eyes. The thought of eating fish always made her drool a little. She blamed Matatabi for this. Sure, it could be cool, Samly agreed along with the others. Yujito. Walking around a big village like Konoha was a new experience. She had been once in Suna 2 months ago, but only for a day, and that was because of some business between the Reikage and the Kazekage. Now, walking through the village, the streets were clean, without anything dirty around the stone roads, and people were walking around and minding their own business. Yujito looked up to see the faces of the past Kages carved in the mountain. One could see them from any point in the village. It was quite something to look at. It felt as if they were still protecting the village even after their deaths, watching over them like guardians. A Kage's duty ends only after their death, Yujito thought. Do you think this village has any good shops? Atsui questioned, looking around for shops selling clothes. So far only decorating shops, weapon shops, scroll shops, and photo shops. Calm down, don't be uncool, Samly said sometimes. Her brother could really annoy her. Atsui snorted while Karui was looking around all the time as if someone would jump on them at any moment. You know, Karui, you might as well wear a big sign that says, "What are you all looking at?" Omoe commented with an eye roll. The redhead got annoyed at him. Hey, we are in enemy territory. These are enemy shops. We should be in the hotel, not here, Karui explained, pointing at the various shops around them. Several civilians stopped to look at them before walking away. Calm down, little girl, nothing is going to happen, Yujito said with a deadpan look on her face. Her friend didn't seem convinced, but she just decided to ignore her. Soon they reached a restaurant that had quite a lot of people inside. Walking inside, they soon noticed the majority of them were actually shinobi. They took 2 tables on the far left side of the restaurant. Looking at the menu, Yujito quickly found the price of sushi before doing a double take. What the hell are these prices? Atsui commented, gripping the menu tightly as if wanting to tear it apart. As the Chunin exams is a golden opportunity to earn money, knowing how many more people will come for the exams is no surprise they raised the prices, perhaps double them, Omo commented, looking at the prices in the menu with a thoughtful look. Yujito nodded in agreement, leaving it to Omoe to know about the economy. Even a year ago, when the discussion of the Hyuga clan was brought up, Omo mentioned how such an act could easily ruin the economy of any village. After all, no businessman, or any person who pays money wants shinobi from a village known to kidnap little girls. Thankfully the Hokage didn't spread out the information, and shaming Kumo in front of everyone. A bartender soon walked up to them, asking what they wanted to eat. After he left, Yujito relaxed a bit, her head leaning against the window. She wondered if they could later go to see the Hokage faces from up close. What is that guy's problem? Omo suddenly asked, his voice low and calm, pointing to their left with his eyes. From the corner of her eyes, she could see a team of Konoha shinobi without their jonin. The one who was glaring at them had white eyes like milk. Hyuga, they all thought at the same time. Yujito clicked her tongue in annoyance. Out of all the people in Konoha, a Hyuga was here. Yujito told her teammates to simply ignore him, eat their food and be on their merry way. Karui suggested breaking his teeth and shoving them down his ass. Just ignore him, for fuck's sake, he can't kill us by just looking, Samly ended their discussion with a loud tone. The others agreed, but it seemed fate had other plans, as the said Hyuga suddenly stood up, making his way towards them. Shit, Yujito thought. Karui's hand moved to the handle of her sword. Omoe didn't seem even to acknowledge the Hyuga as he was busy looking at the girl with kunai in her hands. Can we help you with something? Samly asked calmly, standing up and looking at the Hyuga, who narrowed his eyes dangerously, leaking a bit of ki. Yujito knew this one was strong just by his ki. The Jinchuriki girls saw as everyone's attention was directed to them. It seemed their presence had caused quite a scene. The Hyuga's hands were closing and opening as if trying to decide whether to attack or not. After a moment of silence, the Hyuga decided to speak with a cold tone. Yes. You can help me by disappearing from this world, the Hyuga spoke, his Byakugan suddenly active, making everyone in the restaurant stand up. Yujito prepared to fight when a voice spoke just above them. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Hyuga. This comes from someone who knows your problem quite personally. The voice cut through the tension like a knife. They looked up to see Naruto, his feet on the ceiling, his eyes narrowed at the Hyuga. This is not your problem. That's where you are wrong, Hyuga. The moment they walk inside, they are under the protection of the Hokage and the rights of Chunin exams. Unless you're in the exam, you or anyone else have no right to attack unless it is self-defense or protection towards the village or its citizens. If you want to spend your life in the prison, or maybe looking over the forest with a good sharp stick up your neck, then, by all means, do it. Naruto spoke coldly, his eyes like ice. The temperature of the restaurant itself was near freezing. The water on several glasses started freezing slowly, and the breathing suddenly became visible. Yujito saw the Hyuga's face turn red with anger, but a hand on his shoulder finally stopped him. Niji, enough. Who she assumed was the Jonin of the Hyuga spoke. I'm sorry, everyone, he added quickly to everyone before looking at the Kumo shinobis. Please, I'm sorry for what my student did. I will personally make sure he doesn't do it again. Before any of them could say anything, the Jonin and who they knew was called Niji disappeared, leaving leaves behind. Feeling that everything had turned back to normal, Yujito finally looked up to see Naruto jump down in front of their table. Good to meet again, Naruto-kun. Thank you for your help, Yujito said, smiling, finally relaxing. The others took a good look at the blonde. With a first look, he seemed pretty normal, except for his whiskers and a katana tightened to his waist. No problem, Yugi-chan. I hope you're having fun in our boring village, Naruto japed, earning a chuckle from Samui. It is fun now. How about you show us around the village? It can be quite uncool without a guide, her hand making slight contact with his hand, something Yujito wasn't sure if she was okay with it or not. Of course, as a Konoha shinobi, I can show you the whole village, Naruto accepted, much to the delight of three girls and the annoyance of one. You make my blood run hot. I can't wait for you to show us everything, Atsui suddenly exclaimed with a raised fist up in the air, causing Naruto to take a step back. I don't swing that way. I like girls, Naruto said with his hands raised as if backing away from him. This caused Atsui's blood to run cold. Cool, Samui whispered, her eyes basically undressing him, especially his chest. This village might be cool after all, she thought with a smirk. That day, Naruto spent the entire rest of the day showing them the village. All kinds of shops, restaurants, and other good public views. Samui and Yujito didn't try to hide their affection towards him, especially the short blonde-haired girl who would occasionally put his arm on the valley of her large breasts, causing the blonde to blush every time Naruto had to admit they were larger than Anko's. Shit. I'm in danger, Naruto thought. Naruto tomorrow. After showing them the village, Naruto told them he needed to leave to prepare for the upcoming Chunin exams. Everyone told him good night except the red-haired girl. Sealing, he said, his hand slammed on a scroll. Various ninja items disappeared in a puff of smoke. Sealed inside the scroll, the blonde had prepared several scrolls just in case he needed them, everything from sleeping pills, soldier pills, stamina pills, and even painkillers, though he preferred not to use the latter. Since yesterday, he knew something was off with this exam, especially when he met Gaara while sending the Jinchuriki to a foreign country for the Chunin exams wasn't an unknown practice. They usually send Jinchuriki who had some control over their bijou, yet Gaara's seal was so fragile that could very easily break at any moment. One wrong emotion at the wrong time would be enough to set Shikaka free. How Hiruzen allowed an unstable Jinchuriki in the village was beyond him. Naruto didn't blame Gaara, but the blonde knew the serious danger of bringing someone like him into a village without supervision. Naruto just hoped that Hiruzen had told Jiraiya the Sannin to return back to the village. While those days he was mainly useful for writing porn, Naruto knew he was outstanding, and sealing someone like him could easily deal with someone like Gaara if he went berserk. But if Gaara went berserk and Jiraiya wasn't around, Naruto would deal with him. Seeing Yujito, the blonde knew the Raikage had probably accepted his scroll now. Whether or not they would actually make an alliance remains to be seen. Sealing everything, Naruto made a double check to see if everything was ready. Since Anko had no job until 10 minutes before the first part of the exam ended, she was lazily sleeping in his bed, the sheet covering her naked glory from the waist down, since she apparently enjoyed sleeping without sheets, saying it was most uncomfortable, even in the middle of winter. Her naked breasts looked very inviting, especially her pink nipples, just waiting to be kissed and sucked, but the blonde restrained himself since he didn't want to get late. Not to mention he had her screaming his name the whole night, passing out after the 5th orgasm. Standing up, he prepared to leave when a hand grabbed his wrist, stopping him from leaving, looking back to see Anko looking at him with lust and love. "Good morning, Anko-chan," Naruto greeted her. His snake mistress didn't reply, instead used her other hand to massage his cock through his pants. He felt himself getting very hard as she slipped his pants down, and his cock almost slapped her face. Not that she would have minded, instead she licked her lips slowly and seductively. "Hey Anko, the exams start within an hour. I need SHHHH. Once the Chunin exams start, I can't have you for a whole month due to my work," she said, lying on her back, her head hanging upside down just a bit away from bed's frame. Opening her mouth wide, she took his length slowly, her tongue working to bring Naruto pleasure, as he groaned. Her mouth was always amazing. But looking at her naked breasts, he slammed his hands on them, causing a loud snap sound, squeezing the smooth flesh, causing Anko to moan in pleasure before fucking Anko's mouth like a pussy. "You're so good at this, Anko," Naruto moaned as he slammed his cock over and over again in her mouth. Anko moaned in ecstasy as Naruto used his right hand to finger her dripping pussy. "It's so delicious," she thought with tears in her eyes as she almost gagged on his cock. She loved sucking his cock. She moaned louder as his fingers were playing with her nipples. Later, Naruto reached Shikamaru and Ino just in front of the academy. The place was boozing with people, genin, parents, and jonin. Genins who were excited to become chunin and have more responsibility, parents who were afraid that this could be the last time they saw them since it was known that genins died in chunin exams. Jonins who simply walked their respective teams inside, encouraging them and giving some last-minute advice. "What took you so long?" Ino asked, first seeing her boyfriend land in front of them. Shikamaru simply yawned. He still didn't understand why he agreed to participate in this troublesome exam right now. He could have been in his bed, looking at the clouds. Instead, he was here with his teammates, and one of them looked relieved in a strange way, in a way he had seen before. Putting two and two together, he figured must be because of Anko Mitarashi. "This is so troublesome," Shikamaru thought. "I'm sorry, Ino-chan, Aha just needed to deal with a snake," the blonde boy answered, getting a confused look from Ino before quickly realizing what he meant with a blush on her face. "Let's just get this over," Ino shouted, avoiding the eyes of her teammates. Shika and Naruto shared a look that said, "Did I do something?" Walking forward, the blonde Uzumaki was in the front with a smirk. "This is it, Team 10. This is our moment of glory. We are entering as genins and will come out as chunin," Naruto stated passionately. "Or come out dead," Shikamaru added with a little voice before getting a slap at the back of his head from the platinum-haired girl. "Be more optimistic," she shouted, in a way that, much to his horror, reminded him of his mother minus the fraying pan. "Woman," he thought with a deadpan look on his face. A nudge on his shoulder made him escape his thoughts, turning his head to see Naruto. "Don't worry, Shika, I will protect my teammates with my life if I have to," he promised, a hand on their shoulders, both of them not knowing that he put a Hiroshin seal on both of them. "Naruto's right, with him, we can do everything," Ino said before kissing him on the lips. Shika snorted before looking away, pulling away a string of saliva connecting their lips. "Wow, I didn't know you could be so forward. Perhaps later, I could show you a good time," Naruto whispered the last part, making Ino blush furiously, remembering when Naruto used his fingers to make her have the first orgasm in her life. "Can we please move along?" Shikamaru asked with annoyance, his eyebrows twitching, kind of like his mother when she was angry. "I'm sorry, Shika," Naruto apologized, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. Team 10 walked inside the courtyard of the academy. The blonde briefly glanced at the swing. It was still there. He briefly remembered himself alone and crying, but he shut those memories immediately. Entering the academy, Team 10 knew the danger awaiting them. "Let's end this." Team 10 walked inside the academy. The place was buzzing with people. The team pushed through the crowd of shinobi from all over the world, except Kiri. Since the civil war was still going on there, the blonde made a mental note to avoid the shinobi from IWA for now, not that he was afraid of them. Still, he needed to avoid conflict. He knew he was a copy of his father, and everyone from Iowa would probably see the fourth Hokage on him. How Konoha citizens still hadn't figured it out yet baffled him. Walking to the second floor, they knew they needed to reach room 301. Once they reached the second floor, they were confused to see a crowd of shinobi waiting there, trying to reach a door, with 2 guards standing at the door blocking the entrance. Naruto recognized them as the eternal guards of the gate. "Do they not know how to count?" Shikamaru asked no one in particular. He noticed that room 201 had the number 301, probably a weak genjutsu to fool those that were stupid enough not to figure it out. They are probably too excited for the upcoming exams that they are not noticing they are only on the second floor. Ino figured she knew from her lessons from her father how certain emotions can impact any person, and a Yamanaka like her needed to know everything when it comes to emotions due to her family jutsu. Let's just leave then, we shouldn't waste our time, Shikamaru said with a bored look. Team 10 was about to walk upstairs when they heard a loud voice. Hey, drop this genjutsu, this is only the second floor, a voice boasted, a voice Team 10 knew a bit too well. That stupid son of a. His words trailed off, turning around to see none other but Team 7, Sasuke in the front, Sakura beside him with hearts in her eyes, Choji just eating chips. Hearing what the Uchiha just said, every genin around them was confused before looking at the number on the door changing from 301 to 201. So you saw through our genjutsu, the first guard said, unimpressed, a grimace on his face. Sasuke chooses that moment to smirk arrogantly, according to Sakura, making him look even more dangerous and handsome. Sasuke is so cool, Sakura thought, drooling from her mouth. Meanwhile, Choji let out a tired sigh. What he wouldn't give to be on the same team as Shikamaru. Hey baby dick, what the hell do you think you're doing? Naruto questioned him coldly, his presence alone making many genins step back. The Eternal Guards smiled in satisfaction when they saw their favorite blonde. Sasuke turned around to see Naruto with his team walking up to him. The Uchiha was about to say something when Naruto cut him off. That genjutsu was specifically put there to remove those that aren't ready yet, those who couldn't see through a simple genjutsu, making it easier for the rest until you decide to stroke your ego. Naruto spoke, unimpressed by the whole thing. Some of them could quickly die in this exam. Sasuke frowned with clenched teeth, realizing his mistake, but not stating out loud that it would be the last thing he wanted. OJ, Choji, how are you doing? Shikamaru greeted his friend with a handshake. Choji smiled, seeing Shika, Naruto, and even Ino again. Good to see you guys, he greeted them back and even offered chips to them. Only Shikamaru accepted since Ino was busy paying attention to a certain genin who was glaring at her boyfriend. That changes nothing, they are all weaklings, I will defeat them in no time, Sasuke countered dismissively with a wave of his hand. It didn't matter, after all, one more weakling, 100 more would change nothing. He was strong enough, since he unlocked his Sharingan. Kakashi-sensei had been paying extra attention to him since he was the only one who could train him on how to use it. Naruto thought of perhaps saying something but decided to ignore the fool. If he wanted to play ninja and not take things seriously, then let him do that. So you are here too, a voice that made both teams turn their heads, seeing two Konoha shinobi walking up to them. The blonde recognized the first one as the angry Hyuga shinobi from the restaurant. He didn't recognize the second one. The second one has dark brown hair and eyes and wears her hair in two Chinese-style buns on her head with short fringe bangs framing her face. She wears a pink sleeveless qipao-style blouse with red sleeve trimmings and yellow fastening buttons and dark green pants. A pouch is adjusted to her thigh, and her forehead protector and sandals are both blue. What do you want, Hyuga, or are you still sour about what happened in the restaurant? Naruto taunted him. His words confused Team 7, while his teammates knew what he was talking about since Naruto told them what happened back at the restaurant with the Hyuga and Kumo shinobis. Niji frowned, his knuckles turning, getting a worried look from Tenten, who knew Niji usually kept his emotions in check. Why did you defend those Kumo scums? After they tried to kidnap one of us, personally Niji cared little about Hinata to him. She was just a scared little girl who had no business being a shinobi, someone who gets frightened by her own shadow. They're not responsible for what their Kage did, and I know what they did is just as good as you, or do you not know? Naruto said, his eyes turning ice cold. He wouldn't allow someone like him to insult Yujito and B-sensei. They were friends and fellow Jinchuriki just like him. Niji frowned, his eyes narrowing, his ki making the atmosphere cold. He thought of perhaps doing something. Still, he knew who Naruto was. His muscles relaxed. The blonde had expected for the Hyuga to try and strike, but instead, his ki almost faded away. Niji looked at the blonde, wondering whenever to teach him a lesson, but eventually, to not do anything. It doesn't matter, fate has chosen me as the winner, he can't do anything to change that, he concluded with resolve. He didn't want to waste his time bickering with little kids. Whatever you say, I will have my turn with them during the exams. Fate has chosen me, Winner, Niji said dismissively before turning to Tenten. Where's Le Dash? Before he could finish, a sudden kick was directed right at the blonde Uzumaki, who blocked the kick with his arms, causing a gust of wind to spread around, and the concrete under his feet cracked slightly. Quiet the strength. Who's this guy? Naruto thought, impressed. Pushing the leg away, everyone else could see the newcomer, horrifying all of them with his ridiculous clothes. Standing in front of Team 10 and Team 7 was what could be described as a nightmare, especially to Ino and Sakura. Shikamaru simply raised an eyebrow, confused more than anything. Choji was busy eating chips, and Sasuke, whose eyes narrowed, he could tell that kick was strong, despite Naruto being the one who blocked it. He was wearing a green spandex suit that covered from toe to neck, a pair of thickest eyebrows they had ever seen, with the strangest hairstyle they had ever seen. What the hell are you? Naruto questioned what everyone was thinking, even Sasuke wondering if the genin in front of them was someone who escaped from a mental hospital. My name is Rock Lee of the Hidden Leaf, he introduced himself, giving them a thumbs up with a broad smile, his teeth sparkling for a bit like a star in the night. Are those things alive? Naruto seriously questioned, pointing at his thick eyebrows. Instead of answering, Lee ignored his question before pointing his index finger toward Naruto. I want to challenge you, he announced before moving his finger to the girl standing behind the blonde. For your girlfriend, Lee challenged while pointing at a horrifying Sakura. The blonde rolled his eyes. A girl like Sakura didn't have anything to make her seem attractive. Dude, she's not my girlfriend. I'm not interested in a flat board with the personality of a corpse, Naruto said with a deadpan look before putting his arm around Ino's waist, bringing her close to him, making the message clear to Lee, who nodded in understanding. What do you mean flat board? Sakura screeched with sharp teeth, trying to look menacing to the blonde, but he simply ignored her. I see, but I still want to fight you, Lee said, looking at the blonde before turning to the pink-haired beauty, who quickly realized the strange creature was looking at her. She ran behind Choji. Lee sent her a wink that made her scream in horror. Guys, we are leaving. Good luck with your boyfriend Sakura, Ino said teasingly at Sakura, who glared at her former friend. Sasuke decided to follow them, soon followed by Sakura and Choji. Later, they were walking through a balcony that looked down on a wide room, big enough to fight. Shikamaru was having a conversation with Choji about how he was doing, if he liked the team, if he had trained for the exams, that kind of stuff, when they were interrupted by the weird-looking creature. Stop right there, Lee shouted, landing right in front of Naruto, who put his hands behind his head, eyeing Lee up and down. Naruto, Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Choji looked confused, as Ino simply looked indifferent, while Sakura was gasping in shock at the weird-looking boy who offered to be her boyfriend earlier. What do you want? Naruto asked. I want to fight. Right here, right now, Lee said as he jumped down from the balcony and set himself in his fighting stance. Why do you want to fight me? I have heard about your combat skills. Everyone mentions your name around the village. I want to know how good you are, Lee said, showing he didn't want to back down. We really should be going. The exam is about to start soon, Naruto informed calmly. This will only take a minute. Unless you are too scared. Lee was trying to bait the blonde but was failing miserably due to his maturity. What do I look like, 5 to you? Naruto asked with a deadpan look. Is alright, I will fight him, Sasuke suddenly said confidently, making everyone look at him, Sakura with concern. But Sasuke-kun, the exam is about to start. Sakura tried to make him change his mind but failed miserably. Like he said, this will only take a minute. Besides, I'm curious to see what he can do, Sasuke said with a confident smirk. An uchiha, this is the second best bet I will get, Lee said as he prepared himself for battle. Excellent. He may not be Naruto-san, but Sasuke-san is also a rookie of the year. A matchup against him can still prove my point. I will draw him out and get him to reveal his technique. And I will prove myself to you, Guy-sensei. Lee thought. Sigh. I'll give you 5 minutes. Any longer, and I'll stop the fight, Naruto informed with a serious tone. Humph, I'll only need 1, Sasuke said, as he then charged toward Lee. Here he comes. Forgive me, Guy-sensei. I know it is forbidden, but I may have to break the rules and use that jutsu, Lee thought. Lee disappeared in a blur and reappeared above Sasuke. Leaf Hurricane! Lee yelled out as he performed a powerful spin kick. Sasuke manages to dodge, but Lee continues his relentless assault. Shit! I'm not moving fast enough. I gotta block him. Sasuke thought as he used his arm to block the incoming kick to his face, but suddenly, Lee managed to get past his defense and land a strong kick on the Uchiha's cheek, sending him flying. Sasuke-kun! Sakura yelled out worriedly. Sasuke then landed roughly on the ground. He immediately stood back up and wiped the blood from his mouth as he gritted his teeth in frustration. What the hell was that? Sasuke thought, confused since he knew he should have blocked that kick. Nonetheless, this might be an excellent opportunity to test my Sharingan again, Sasuke thought as he stood back up and activated his Two-Tomo Sharingan. So that is the Sharingan. I must make sure not to look into his eyes, Lee thought to himself. Genjutsu or ninjutsu, whatever jutsu he's using. I'll see it now, Sasuke thought as he focused his Sharingan on Lee's movements and charged forward. As he was about a foot away from the boy in green, to everyone's surprise, Sasuke was suddenly kicked in the jaw by Lee, sending him up high in the air. Holy shit! Shikamaru thought in surprise since that kick came out of nowhere. Sasuke managed to land on his feet, but was now holding his jaw in pain. You see, my technique is not ninjutsu or genjutsu, Lee said, as he then charged forward in an incredible display of speed. Lee and Sasuke are now locked in fast-paced hand-to-hand combat. Even with the power to see through and predict his enemy's attacks, Lee's movements are still too fast against Sasuke's reaction time. You get it now? I am only using taijutsu. That means there are no tricks for you to copy, Sasuke-san, Lee said, as he then disappeared and reappeared behind Sasuke. It is just straight-up martial arts, nothing more, Lee informed. Why you? Sasuke angrily said, as he tried to swing a backhand at the boy in green, but he immediately jumped away. I know your technique. So forget it. It will not work, not on me. I know you can see through your opponent's jutsu. That Sharingan gives you the ability to read their chakra and decipher their hand seals and movements. You can guess what your opponent is going to do, almost before they know themselves, Lee said, causing Sasuke to narrow his eyes. But the problem is, taijutsu is a little bit different, Lee informed. Right. So what's your point? Sasuke asked. I do not try to hide or disguise my moves. I do not have to. Even if you can read them, you still cannot stop them. You are too slow, Lee mocked. Sasuke growls at the comment. Your eyes may be quick enough to stay one step ahead of me, but if your body cannot keep up, what good does it do you? Lee continues to mock. This made Sasuke growl again. You know what? Here is what I believe. There are two different kinds of ninja, those like you who are born with talent and do not have to work at it. That was the tipping point for the Uchiha. People always assume that he never had to work hard his entire life just because he was slightly talented. But he has been training his ass off so that he can be as good as Itachi and Naruto. You son of bitch! Sasuke shouted as he charged forward, trying to land a strong punch on the ignorant boy in green. And those like me, the ones who have to train every day of our lives. Lee finished, which made Sasuke grit his teeth even more. Shut up! Sasuke yelled as he tried to land a strong punch, but fatally missed. Fact is, your Sharingan is the worst match for my extreme taijutsu. And here is what I mean! Lee yelled out as he was practically focusing his chakra into his leg. Shit! Sasuke thought. Lee then kicked Sasuke in the jaw once more, sending him up high in the air. Lee then proceeded to crouch down on all fours and disappear in a blur of speed, and later reappearing behind Sasuke, midair. Dancing leaf shadow, Sasuke said as he recognized one of Konoha's greatest taijutsu techniques. Good eye, now I will prove my point, Lee said as he undid the bandages on his arms. That hard work beats natural talent, Lee said with a serious tone. Damn it, what's he gonna do? Sasuke thought, slightly worried. You're finished, Lee declared. As Lee was about to use his ultimate technique on the Uchiha, his eyes widened when he felt something metallic wrapping around his waist. It was some sort of chain, but it was made of chakra? He looked down and saw that the chakra chain was coming from Naruto's sleeve. Your 5 minutes are up, Naruto coldly said as he forcefully pulled Lee down by the chakra chain and slammed him into the ground, making a small crater. And you talk too much, Naruto finished, as he recalled the chakra chain back into his sleeve. Sakura managed to catch Sasuke before he hit the ground. Ino was truly surprised to see the chakra chain that manifested from her boyfriend's wrist. She remembered that Naruto once mentioned them to her when he was reading the scrolls that he got from the Uzumaki clan's mask storage temple. Suddenly, from a burst of smoke, a large red turtle appeared. "All right. That's enough. Lee?" the turtle yelled out. Why yes, Sir Lee got up from the crater and was now kneeling before the turtle. Everyone was a little surprised to see a talking turtle and was even more surprised to see the turtle scolding the boy in green. "Who is that turtle?" Ino asked, with a raised eyebrow. "I'll do you one better." "What is that turtle?" Shikamaru added in. "I'll do you one better." "Why is that turtle?" Choji added in. Ino and Shikamaru simply stare at Choji with a deadpan look after he asks that dumb question. With Rock Lee and the weird turtle. Lee was now bowing his head in shame before the grumpy turtle. You were watching us the whole time?" Lee asked hesitantly. "Of course. That last technique is forbidden. You know that." The turtle continues to scold the bushy-browed boy. I am so sorry. I did not mean to," Lee said as his gaze was still on the floor, but when he looked up, he saw the turtle giving him a death glare, which terrified the bushy-browed boy. I was not planning to use a forbidden jutsu. It is just, I was in the middle of a fight, and I mean. You understand." "You are a disgrace," the turtle yelled, causing Lee to groan. "You think you'll get away with a bunch of lame excuses like that? A shinobi never reveals his technique unless it's absolutely necessary. It's such a basic rule, you should know it by now," the turtle scolded. "Forgive me, sir," Lee apologized. Naruto. "Well, like someone I recently met once told me, appearances can be deceiving," Naruto said as he recalled what Fu said to him. "Even the smallest cub has the biggest bite." "Are you prepared to take the punishment for your actions?" the turtle asked. "Yes, sir," Lee answered hesitantly. "All right then. Come out, Guy-sensei," the turtle called. And from a burst of smoke, standing on top of the turtle's shell is practically an older version of Lee. The difference was that he was wearing an open jonin vest, no bandages on his arms, and hell, he has bushier eyebrows. "Lee, are you ready for your punishment?" the jonin exclaimed, pointing his index finger at his student. What the hell is going on? Shikamaru wondered out loud. This isn't how he thought a jonin should look. If he didn't know any better, he would believe both of them were part of a circus. "Yes, Guy-sensei," Lee exclaimed passionately, anime tears streaming down his cheeks like waterfalls. Ino briefly wondered where all the water was going. "You will have to climb the Hokage mountain 100 times with your bare hands, holding 200 kilograms in your legs, without resting," Guy ordered, pointing an index finger at Lee. The others were baffled and somehow felt bad for the genin. That kind of punishment was insane, even more than wearing a green spandex suit. "Yes, Guy-sensei." "Lee." "Guy-sensei." "Lee." Hugging each other while crying, there was suddenly a perfect beach behind them, with waves, sand, and everything. "Ayaha, what is going on?" Ino screamed in horror, trying to break the cursed genjutsu. But nothing was working. Shikamaru simply closed his eyes. Sasuke regretted having his Sharingan on. He prayed to God he didn't copy their craziness. Sakura screamed in horror before hiding behind Choji, the latter looking at her confused, not understanding the problem. "Kurama, what the hell is this?" Naruto mentally screamed, trying to break the genjutsu but to no avail. "Close your eyes before we are both dead," Kurama screamed at the horror they were witnessing. Thank the gods, the S-rank genjutsu quickly ended before any of them suffered any permanent brain damage. Sighing in relief, the others felt relaxed. "Who are you?" Ino asked, now that the situation has calmed down. Guy turned to the two genin teams, a grin on his face, before making a strange pose, his thumb pointed at his face. "My name is Guy, the jonin of Team 9 of Konoha," he introduced himself, and just like Lee, a sudden spark on his white shining teeth like stars. "You must be Kakashi and Asuma's team?" Guy asked, but more like a statement, his eyes finding the blonde one, knowing from Asuma's words that he was his strongest genin. "You know our sensei?" Shikamaru asked, somehow confused. Asuma never told them he knew an overdosed jonin like him. "Yup, both of them, Especially Kakashi, me and him are rivals from way back. Right now, I'm winning. Our result is 5,049 wins for me. Guy explained. Team 7 didn't really think he was telling the truth except Naruto and Shikamaru, who could tell the Jonin was extremely strong. And Asuma and I know each other through our jobs, Guy suddenly added. Standing behind the two genin teams, everyone except Naruto was taken aback. He's fast, even faster than Naruto, Shikamaru thought, surprised, only now turning around to face him again. Naruto felt a sudden shiver in his body. It had been some time since he was in the presence of someone so strong. You know you could use your Susanoo if you fight him, Kurama suddenly spoke in his head, not getting why Naruto thought that Jonin guy was too powerful. Don't underestimate him. He knows how to open all the inner gates. He is very dangerous with just 7 gates. If he opened the 8th one, he would wipe the floor with me, Naruto warned him. The blonde knew the amount of power the 8 gates granted the person who used them in exchange for their own life. If someone like Guy opened them, he could easily defeat all 9-tailed beasts combined without much trouble. Really, he never said anything about you? Ino asked with skepticism after getting over the fact that this ridiculous-looking man was more powerful than Asuma-sensei. Haha, usually these days he's busier with a dark-haired beauty. Telling you about me is the last thing he's worried about, Guy replied before turning to Lee. What are you still doing here, Lee? I told you to climb the Hokage mountain 100 times, he exclaimed, making Lee straighten up. The green boy was about to rush outside just as Guy ordered him when. The Chunin exams start within 10 minutes. He will be late, Shikamaru said with a deadpan look, stopping the overdosed kid dead in his tracks. Right. Lee, you're free for now, but after the exam, I expect 1,000 to climb up and climb down, Guy exclaimed, with Lee letting out a yes sir. Ino, Shika, Naruto suddenly called his friends, who followed the blonde to room 301. Seeing them walk away, Guy smiled in anticipation. It seemed the Chunin exams were full of youthful energy this year. Team 10. Asuma-sensei? Ino called him, confused, seeing him standing in front of the door, his hands in his pockets, a cigarette in his mouth. Inhaling on it, he picked it with 2 fingers before addressing his team with an authoritative tone. It seems all of you made it, good. I thought I would need to escort you outside in case Shikamaru was still sleeping. Wait. You mean we wouldn't be able to enter if any of us weren't here? Ino asked. From what she understood, that was what he was implying. Indeed, I would have personally kicked you outside through the main door, Asuma explained with a grin before his face turned into a more serious one. Once you enter this door, there's no going back. I know you will succeed. I'm not here to ask you to walk away. All I can say is. He inhaled deeply, his genin waiting in anticipation, wondering what he would say. Win the Chunin exam because I have bet all of my savings on your success, Asuma exclaimed with $signs in his eyes. His team had huge sweat drops on their foreheads with deadpan looks on their faces, and Ino could have sworn she heard a crow flying around and calling them stupid. What a model to follow, Shikamaru murmured under his breath, earning a chuckle from his teammates. Anyway, good luck, Asami said before disappearing into a puff of smoke. Team 10 said nothing but walked up to the door, his hand on the handle. The blonde looked back at his friends, who nodded at him with confidence. Time to kick ass, he exclaimed before opening the door. His team walked inside the room, and they were immediately blasted by multi-killing intent. Every genin there releasing their Ki, trying to look intimidating. Ino and Shika weren't strangers to powerful Ki, especially after being in the same place as someone like Haiden and Kakuzu. Shikamaru yawned, bored already but felt a slight weight around his body. While Naruto just looked bored, a smirk slowly made his way to his face, and he took a step forward. How about we give these people a taste of their own medicine? Naruto asked Kurama, who smirked slyly. Let's see how many won't pass out, Kurama replied menacingly. After saying that, Naruto released a full blast of Ki, causing the concrete and every desk in the room to start creaking, small cracks forming on the surface. You call this killing intent? My grandma can do better than this, Naruto stated loudly to everyone and released half of his Ki, taking almost everyone by surprise. From the added Ki, many started feeling dizzy before falling unconscious immediately. Their eyes almost popped out from their eye sockets, and their faces turned pale, but Naruto noticed a few groups that didn't look affected or less than the others. His senses spread and found the Shikaku Jinchuriki glaring at him, but keeping his ki in check. His siblings looked pale and were shaking, but Naruto wasn't sure if it was because of him or Gaara. The way his fellow Jinchuriki was eyeing him, he knew he was already on his hit list. His senses found the Kyumo teams. Amongst them was Matatabi Jinchuriki. Yujito had her eyes on him, a light blush on her cheeks, her tongue licking her red strawberry lips, wetting them. Her legs were slightly crossed, and her eyes almost looked like Matatabi's eyes. Samui glanced briefly at him but mainly kept a stern look in her eyes. It seemed she knew when to act professional. She kind of reminded Naruto of Anko when she was working, and by working means torture. Naruto's senses found Fu's team. She and her teammates. Fu's eyes found his, her eyes brightening up like a fire. But then Naruto focused on the IWA team across the room, who looked almost wanting to blend in the background and not be noticed. The blonde saw a girl with pink eyes and short dark hair from the whole team. She looked like the only competent one. Her eyes were scanning everyone in the room. The blonde noticed she would pause briefly whenever she found someone interesting, and one of them was Naruto. His eyes found a group of sound shinobi from the new village. None of them looked impressive, except they had strange devices attached to their arms and palms. Naruto wondered where that village came from. He had never heard of it. He figured someone was making some kind of play in the background. He soon decided to figure out as soon as possible whether or not Konoha was the target. His senses found a group from Rain Village. One of the girls was holding an angel-like figure made out of paper, which Naruto found a bit odd. But Naruto's eyes widened when he checked another group from Grass Village. Two of them had an enormous amount of chakra, especially one of them, and his malice was beyond what Naruto had ever felt before. Even a psychopath like Haiden didn't have that level of malice. His chakra level was easily S-rank level, and the one next to him had much fewer malice tendencies, but his chakra level was elite Jonin level, or maybe even low S-rank. The blonde knew the Akatsuki were after him, but he doubted they would risk being seen, not to mention that his big brother would have informed him if they would try to infiltrate the Chunin exams. So we have two threats. One of them is strong, and the other is weaker. I wonder if I should just kill them during the exam. The girl with pink eyes is an IWA shinobi, and her chakra level is low Jonin. Should I kill her? Or maybe find a way to make some kind of alliance with them? IWA might hate my guts, but perhaps there's a different way rather than just forcing them to comply, he thought, deciding to deal with IWA later. When the time came, they would either comply and accept him as the ruler, or he would stomp on them like ants. Naruto's senses detected two teams of emotionless shinobi standing at the far left corner of the room. They had no emotions in their body. Naruto wondered what Danzo wanted, perhaps trying to capture him or anyone from other villages or eliminate them. But Naruto detected that one of them had no chakra at that moment. The blonde felt a slight shiver in his body. This guy could hide his chakra even from him, and he hid his emotions, making it useless to try and detect him through emotions. Kurama, how is this possible? Naruto mentally asked, since even the likes of Jiraiya couldn't hide from him unless this shinobi used a different type of chakra he couldn't detect. I don't know, Naruto. Your Uzumaki senses are already too good, and me enhancing them should have made it almost impossible for anyone to hide, Kurama replied, just as irritated and confused. The demon fox, of course, knew a couple of shinobi throughout history that would be able to hide even from Naruto's senses, like Hashirama Senju, Roku Uzumaki, Arthur Uzumaki, Kenji the Fire Breather Uzumaki, Anaruki Haimai, and his own father, Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Naruto's attention then went to the second group from Sound Village. He could feel another Uzumaki, making him pause immediately. His eyes widened, and a smile erupted on his face. His eyes glanced to the far right side of the room, a girl with red hair wearing glasses standing a bit away from her teammates, but her eyes were glancing at him every now and then. Naruto wondered if he could talk to her later. Having a pure-blood Uzumaki like her could be quite beneficial. If Uzumaki clan hadn't been all about peace, they could have easily conquered the whole world a long time ago. They were the only clan that could use Fujitsu of level X or above. Their Kenjutsu was an entirely new level, able to cut down mountains with a single swing of their swords. Just as Naruto started formulating a plan to talk to her during the Forest of Death. Naruto-kun, her arms around his neck from behind, her blonde hair covering his right shoulder, as she rubbed her cheek against his face. Naruto couldn't help but blush at the feeling of her soft breasts against his back. And a sensation was growing on his pants. Ino-chan, what are you doing? Naruto questioned awkwardly, knowing many in the room were looking at them. Usually, he wouldn't mind having her this close, but they were in a room full of people. "Hi, Naruto, how have you been?" Kiba asked, walking towards them, followed by Shino and Hinata, who were looking down, playing with her fingers. "Shino, how are you doing?" Naruto questioned the stoic-looking guy, completely ignoring Kiba, much to his annoyance. Shino just shrugged his shoulders, not really that focused on the exams, while Kiba had grown a dangerous tick on his forehead. "We are kind of ready if you asked me. We should have waited until the following year. I have no doubt you will succeed, Naruto," Shino replied, adjusting his glasses. "What about us, Shino?" Kiba questioned, pointing at himself and Hinata, who was looking at Ino, still holding Naruto close. Shino gave him a brief glance. "As I said, I have no doubts that Naruto will succeed," he repeated with his no bullshit kind of tone. Kiba growled in annoyance. Why couldn't Shino be more positive with him? Ignoring his teammate, Kiba turned to Naruto, a smirk growing on his face. "We will soon have our rematch. Naruto better be ready," Kiba said with a slightly high voice, trying to challenge the blonde, but Naruto thought he sounded ridiculous. "Naruto-kun," Hinata nervously said as she played with her finger, her face as red as a tomato. She saw Ino rubbing herself on Naruto's back like a rabbit in heat, her eyes slightly twitching at the bold blonde, despite knowing she was his girlfriend and had every right to act like that. Naruto sighed quietly that Hinata still hadn't moved on from her crush. He hoped she at least had trained in taijutsu or maybe ninjutsu. His attention turned back to Kiba. "No offense, dog breath, but you won't be much of a challenge," Naruto stated with a sly grin on his face. Kiba's face turned red from anger. "Why is that sunflower?" Kiba demanded with clenched teeth, taking a step closer, completely ignoring the barks of Akamaru, telling him not to mess with Naruto and get them in trouble before the exams even started. "Because Naruto is the strongest one of us, and you, Kiba, stand absolutely no chance," Shino stated with his usual nothing but spitting facts kind of tone. Kiba turned to Shino, growling like a dog. "Hey, you're taking his side now," he barked angrily before their discussion could escalate further. "How are you doing, Naruto-kun?" Everyone turned to see Fu arriving, her teammates not following her, her usual cute smile on her face. "Fu-chan, is good to see you again," Naruto said warmly, something that Hinata noticed. The Hyuga heiress couldn't help but notice the warm and soft tone Naruto used when he talked with the new girl. She wondered who she was. Ino grunted in annoyance, another cute girl that had fallen head over heels, but she couldn't deny that Fu was cute and pretty, and her smell was quite pleasant. "Damn you, Anko-chan!" Ino cried anime tears. She blamed the incredibly sexy Busta Snake mistress for this, especially how she had make out with her. Sasuke noticed Fu and wondered how strong she was. If she were anything like Naruto, he wouldn't be surprised if she was a much better kunoichi than a certain pink-haired girl. "Good to see you, Fu-san," Shikamaru greeted the young Jinchuriki, who smiled in appreciation. "Good to see you again, friend Shikamaru," she greeted him before saying hello to Ino, who, despite feeling slightly jealous, said hello to her. "Ready for the exams, Fu-chan?" "Yup, except my teammates. I'm afraid you made them wet their pants when you walked in," she explained, pointing at her teammates who looked down in shame, same for many around the room. "Wow, who's the cute girl?" Kiba asked, leaning a bit closer, eyeing her up and down. Fu didn't return the affection. A butterfly flew on her hand, something that was noticed by Shino, who actually raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Name's Fu, every friend of Naruto is my friend," she introduced herself, patting the butterfly softly so as not to crush her accidentally. In another corner, Team Guy was looking at the exchange between Naruto and the strange girl from Taki. Lee had to admit that Naruto had quite a good taste for women, while Niji narrowed his eyes. Just the thought of her angered him, let alone seeing her here. But in the end, it wouldn't matter, the fate had chosen him the winner. "What are you doing here, Hinata? If you're here to shame yourself, then you're doing quite a good job at it," Niji thought, disgusted at the way Hinata was standing. Instead of showing power, she was standing in the background as if she was mere decorations and not the heiress of the Hyuga clan, the strongest clan of Konoha. While this was happening, a certain red-haired girl couldn't keep her eyes away from the Konoha teams talking together. She knew her senses weren't lying to her, but she still couldn't believe that there were more Uzumaki in the world. Her eyes instinctively glanced in the direction of her master but immediately moved her eyes away. A cold shiver spread in her entire body, crawling in her skin like an army of ants, and her throat felt as dry as the deserts of Suna. Despite seeing them, she couldn't believe it, but Orochimaru-sama said there were no other Uzumaki. She reminded herself, did her master lie? She quickly shook her head in denial. No, Orochimaru-sama would never do this, she told herself repeatedly. Her hand touched the cursed mark on her left shoulder, close to her neck. The cursed mark looked like chains coming together, forming a whirlpool-looking symbol. Karen turned to look at the Uzumaki again, and wondered if she could just go over there and introduce herself as a member of the Uzumaki clan. Hello, my name is Karen Uzumaki. What's yours? She shook her head at the ridiculous idea. No, I can't just walk over there like that, she thought with a frown, knowing her master had put his trust in her not to fail. Karen's mood worsened when she remembered her mother, her pale face, her beautiful red hair slowly losing its color as if they were dying when she remembered the bite marks on her mother's arms, her red eyes, her hollow cheeks, and now the same thing was happening to her. But Orochimaru-sama saved me. I owe it to him, she told herself, unsure who she was trying to convince. In a corner, a certain Iwa shinobi was looking at Naruto. Kuratsuchi looked at the Uzumaki with narrowed eyes. She had noticed his blonde hair almost immediately. While having that shade of hair wasn't uncommon, his face was way too similar to Minato Namikaze. She had seen many pictures of the man. Her own grandpa had described the man to her as a little demon who would do everything to protect the people he loved. You're way too similar to him. If you are who I think that you are, I will personally get revenge for what your father did to us, for the countless families he destroyed, she thought with clenched teeth, allowing a bit of ki to leak from her, causing her teammates to step back from her in fear. Naruto saw the guy with glasses slowly walking towards them. Much to his surprise, he had a Konoha emblem on his forehead. You should try to be quiet, you are drawing too much attention to yourselves, the guy announced, smirking at them. The others saw that everyone was indeed looking at them, except Naruto and Fu, who could feel them. And you are? Sasuke asked with a hint of annoyance, not liking the smirk on his face. My name is Kabuto Yakushi. As you have noticed, there are quite a few outstanding teams this year and even better candidates, he stated, raising his arms. That took the attention of everyone in the room. Almost everyone leaned closer to listen. Kabuto, you say? I don't think I have ever seen you before, Naruto said suspiciously. Well, you see, I don't really like that much to be in the spotlight, he replied, rubbing his neck nervously. Then why are you talking with us? Right now, you're in the center of the spotlight, Naruto retorted, taking a step closer, causing Kabuto to pale slightly. You just remind me of my old team, and since you're so young, I thought a few hints on how to complete the exams were needed, Kabuto quickly answered, feeling as if Naruto was interrogating him, and it didn't help that Naruto was leaking a bit of his ki. Why? How many times have you taken the Chunin exams? Sakura asked since, from his words, it must mean that he had been in Chunin exams before. This is my 7th time, actually. This caught almost everyone by surprise. Sakura felt even more insecure, but she quickly remembered that Sasuke was on her team. He would easily defeat everyone. Hinata slightly lowered her head. What will father do if I fail? She asked herself, knowing her father wasn't really proud of her, many times comparing her to Hanabi. Hanabi is 5 years younger than you, but she's twice the shinobi that you are. Hanabi is already using gentle fist. It took you until you reached 12 years old to be able to do it. Her father's words ringed in her ears like bells, piercing her heart like a knife. Why can't I be more like Hanabi? She questioned herself, feeling more insecure with each passing second. If I had only been more like her. Suddenly she felt a hand on her shoulder, making her escape her thoughts, turning to see Shino. Don't worry, Hinata, you're stronger than you think, he said as if he somehow knew what Hinata was thinking and was trying to encourage her to keep moving forward. Hinata smiled in appreciation and turned to look at Kabuto with resolve in her eyes. Shino's right, I should be more determined, she thought with a little smile. Wow, you must really suck, Kiba mocked him, pointing his index finger at him. Or the exams are just that hard, Naruto retorted but couldn't help but feel the malice coming from him. His chakra level was high jonin, and he smelled of snakes. The blonde knew only one person that sometimes smelled like that. You said you could help us, how would you do that? Ino asked with a skeptical look, hoping for any advantage. And you're asking the guy who lost 6 times for help, Shikamaru said sarcastically, earning a glare from Ino. Kabuto ignored the pineapple head and pulled out cards from his pocket. The cards were blank, showing them to the Konoha teams. With these? What are these? Sasuke asked, looking interested. Perhaps this guy wasn't a complete waste of oxygen and time. These are ninja info cards. If I had chakra, it will reveal to me every information I have gathered throughout the years and about the teams participating this year. Making the card on his finger shows a bunch of hidden village symbols with numbers near them. What is this list? Sakura asked. This shows how many teams are from each village. There are 9 Konoha teams, 1 Suna team, 2 Sound teams, 1 IWA team, 3 Rain village teams, 2 Kumo teams, and several teams from minor villages, Kabuto said. That's quite a lot of information you have, Naruto said with a hidden meaning that Kabuto quickly noticed. What can the other cards do? Shikamaru was finding this whole thing troublesome and suspicious. In basic terms, they're cards with information burnt into them using my chakra. I've gathered information on this exam for the past 4 years. Meaning I have got a lot of information on many different people and places, stated Kabuto, then explaining what the Chunin exam was all about. Once Kabuto had finished explaining what the exam was about, Sasuke decided to ask a question. You say that you've information on a lot of different people. Does that mean you've information on the combatants in this exam? Yes, I do. Is there someone you're interested in? Asked the boy, with a ghost of a smirk. Sasuke just nodded. Now tell me what you can about these people you're interested in, and I look them up for you, said Kabuto slyly. Gaara of Hidden Sand, Rock Lee of Hidden Leaf, and Naruto Uzumaki of Hidden Leaf, said Sasuke. On hearing this, Naruto looked at Sasuke with a bit of surprise since he could understand why he was interested in Gaara, given Kakashi had warned him about him, as well as Lee. This caused Yujito and her team to walk closer. She approached and stood close to Naruto, who noticed her well-developed body, especially. Hello Yugi-chan, couldn't help yourself, Naruto said, smiling deviously with a warm tone. You know I'm quite curious for my own sake, she replied with a lick of her lips and swaying her hips slightly, something Kiba immediately noticed. What is your name, beautiful chick? How about you spend time with an alpha instead of this pathetic loser? Kiba walked closer, his arms spread out and his chest high. This caused Naruto to snicker slightly when Kiba turned to Naruto, looking at him with narrowed eyes. Any problems, Sunflower? Kiba asked, trying to sound intimidating. Nothing, dog breath, but I remember you got knocked out with a single hit by this loser, Naruto replied shyly. Yujito giggled slightly from the red face of Kiba, who was clenching his teeth and glaring at Naruto. Do you have any information? Sasuke suddenly demanded, looking at Kabuto. You know their names, then this will be easy, replied Kabuto, where he took out 4 cards from his deck and then channeled chakra into it. After which, a small puff of smoke came from the card, where a profile and picture of Lee appeared on the card. Let's start with Rock Lee, said Kabuto. Now he is 1 year older than you. He has done 20 D-rank missions and 11 C-rank missions. He's Team Sensei and Mato guy. He has extremely high hand-to-hand combat skills, but all his other skills are terrible. Last year, he gained much attention as a highly skilled rookie genin but didn't take the Chunin exam. Like you, this is his first time taking the exam. His teammates are last year's top Kunoichi Tenten and last year's Rookie of the Year Hyuga Niji, who is rumored to be a highly gifted prodigy like yourself. At the mention of Niji's name, a worried look appeared on Hinata's face, although no one noticed it except Shino. Next, Sabaku no Gaara, Gaara of the Sand, said Kabuto, and he got another card and channeled chakra into it. Now he is the same age as you and has done 8 C-rank missions and... This is amazing, he has done a B-rank mission as a genin, said a surprised Kabuto. This caught quite a few by surprise. Except for Yujito, Fu, Naruto, and Samui, who knew never to underestimate a Jinchuriki. But it is said that he never received as much of a scratch from any of his mission's teammates are Kankuro and Temari. Kabuto finished, taking everyone by surprise. Naruto had to give it to Gaara. That must be Shikaka's ultimate defense that Kurama had told him about. Kabuto pulled the fourth letter. Now, Naruto Uzumaki has completed 53 D rank missions, 6 C missions, 1 A rank mission, and 1 South rank mission, he said, earning gasps from everyone. Samui looked at Naruto with interest. It seemed their Reikage had an excellent reason to be interested in him. What are you hiding, and who are you? She thought with a finger on her chin, knowing several ways to extract information from Naruto, and it helped that the blonde was very hot. Naruto figured that when he executed Mizuki, that counted as S rank. His specialty is Fuinjutsu, Kenjutsu, Taijutsu, and Ninjutsu. He only sucks at Genjutsu. Naruto narrowed his eyes dangerously. Does he know? The blonde asked himself. He's good at wind-style jutsus, and he also knows a few fire jutsus. His teammates are Shikamaru Naro and Ino Yamanaka. Kabuto finished. Naruto stopped his ki when he understood that Kabuto didn't know about his Hirishin. That's quite useful information you have there, Kabuto. If I didn't know any better, I would say you're an excellent spy, Naruto said suddenly in front of Kabuto, with his hand on his shoulder. Kabuto was caught off guard by his speed. When did he get to me? He thought, and saw that everyone was looking at him with suspicion. Would you mind giving me information? Naruto asked with a calm but threatening tone. Releasing his ki, his grip on his shoulder tightened. Kabuto suppressed a wince of pain. As sure. With the way the Uzumaki was looking at him, almost as if he already knew who he was, and was prepared to cut his head off at any moment. I want information. In a red hair with glasses and is from Hidden Sound Village, Naruto demanded. Kabuto felt like a prisoner right now. He felt his whole body sweat. Why is he so strong? He grabbed the 8th card. Karen Uzumaki, she has completed 9 D missions, 2 C missions, and 1 B mission. Her specialty is healing, and that's it, he said, releasing a sigh of relief when the blonde let go of his shoulder. Naruto's eyes went to Karen, and he wondered why she was suddenly looking away from him. Before anyone could say anything else, a large explosion happened in front of the class, revealing a man standing almost 2 meters tall. All right, worthless maggots, playtime is over. Everyone went quiet for a moment, then suddenly rushed to take a seat. Naruto sat in a chair and just waited for the exam to start. Taking his seat, he saw that the person who took the seat at his table was none other than Yujito. 5 minutes later, all of the genins had been seated in their pre-designated seats, completely separating the members of each team. He was stealing glances around him to try and map the seating system of the room. He noted many Konoha Chunin all around the room, sitting in chairs and intently watching every genin. At that moment, Ibiki Marino, their examiner, coughed, gaining attention from every participant. Listen closely. There are many important rules for this first test. I'll write them on the board while explaining them. However, questions are not allowed. He looked over the nervous genin and grinned mercilessly. The first rule, all participants start with 10 points, corresponding with 10 questions in the test. This test uses a subtraction system, meaning if you answer all questions correctly, you'll end up with 10 points. For any failed question, you lose 1 point. The second rule, this is a team test. Your passing is based on the combined score of your teammates. The third rule, anyone caught cheating during the exam will have 2 points subtracted for every offense. For that purpose, we have testing officers spread all around the room. If you lose all your points for cheating, you'll be asked to leave. Ibiki explained, his hand with the chalk moving up and down the board. Naruto was listening closely to the speech with a frown. You have to realize that the ones who are pathetic enough to get caught cheating will be destroying themselves. As shinobi trying to achieve the level of Chunin, be proud ninjas. Oh, and the final rule, those that lose all their points, either by getting caught cheating or failing to answer, will be failed along with their teammates. The last rule caused the whole room to break out in sweat and murmurs, Sakura furiously banging her head on the desk and even Sasuke widening his eyes in surprise. Naruto recalled one piece of information he had heard from Anko before concerning Ibiki Marino, his current examiner. Ibiki Marino, the best and, at the same time, worst interrogator of the Konoha torture and interrogation force. What the hell is this kind of person doing here? The exam will last 1 hour. You can turn the tests around and begin. Naruto hastily glanced at the test and read the first question. You are in a situation where the enemy used Wind Release, Great Sika Weasel Jutsu against you, and the only jutsu in your arsenal is Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Will you be able to win? Explain. The hell? What kind of question is that? It's too hard for a genin. Of course, the fire element is stronger against the wind. However, you have to take the level of the technique into account. If the wind jutsu is a higher rank, then you can win, but only then. The Great Fireball is a C rank but can be stronger the more influential the user who uses it. But still, the problem doesn't specify how strong the user is, so the answer is the fire jutsu. Second question. You are standing on the ground, you see several opponents surrounding you. The only jutsu at disposal in your arsenal is Shadow Clone, Wind-style Great Breakthrough, and Fire-style Fireball. Naruto stopped reading and massaged his temples. He reread the question, and he understood it. First, use a Shadow Clone and make another clone. With that done, make the clone use Wind-style, while you use Fireball to burn down the area along with any enemy left around. These can't be questions for a genin. Even Shikamaru would have trouble with this, and he's loads smarter than I am. There has to be something. He glanced up at the examiner and the testing officers around the room. Now that I think about it, it doesn't make sense that they would let us cheat 4 times before sacking us out. Why wouldn't they sack us immediately? Why? Briefly gazing over the rest of the questions, Naruto swallowed hard. Hearing the testing officer on his far right scribbling something, he mentally cursed. I'm missing something. I'm missing something. Again. The examiner is a sadistic interrogator, and we have enough chances to cheat. What does that tell me? And what was with those final words? The ones who are pathetic enough to get caught cheating will be destroying themselves. As shinobi trying to achieve the level of chunin, be proud ninjas. Yeah, of course, we would be destroying ourselves. Kakashi's face told him something showed itself in Naruto's mind, and he widened his eyes. Of course. A ninja should look underneath the underneath. If they tell us cheating would cost us everything. It's the same when on a dangerous mission where you either gather information or die. This is not a test of intelligence but one of the ability to gather information with our skills. It makes sense. Naruto thought with a slight grin, but then it faltered. Shikamaru has his wits, and Ino can use her possession jutsu to learn the answers. The minutes passed quickly, and many genin got caught and expelled from the exams. Some of them tried to resist, but every single one of them was mercilessly kicked out. Naruto ignored it all, and after successfully answering the questions, he saw he didn't answer 2 of the questions. With that done, his hand touched the desk underneath in front of him, leaving a seal. The words slowly moved away, and the seal reached the guy closest to him. The seal stopped shifting once it reached his chest and spread, creating branches. Yujito had to give Naruto credit. He looked pretty intelligent. Especially his move under the table. Yujito didn't see why he did it but figured there was a reason for it. She turned her head, and her eyes turned to Matatabi's eyes. From the corner of her eyes she could see the words of a student below their level. Despite being very far away, she could see and read the words as if he was just in front of her. Matatabi's eyes allowed her to see very far, even see the details of a coin from a mile away. Yujito smiled as she started writing for the test. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, copying the student's movement in front of his table. Karen did nothing but write the symbol of Uzumaki and wrote a seal around it. The seal was completed, and her red eyes glanced at everyone in the room, and her eyes noticed Naruto Uzumaki. Karen remembered that was his name, and a chakra chain came from underneath her foot, reaching the blonde. The seal in her paper disappeared, and soon the answers were written in her paper. She quickly moved her chakra chains away but wondered whether or not had Naruto noticed her and just let her copy the answers, or he didn't notice her. That would be pretty disappointing for an Uzumaki. Fu just smiled at the answers. Her insects spread around the room and returned, giving her the needed information. She even hacked one of Shino's insects. Samui created a small mirror water jutsu in front of her right palm with her left palm. She made another small mirror around the pink-haired girl. Samui noticed she did not once look distressed, so she figured she must know the answers. The mirror around Sakura showed the view in the mirror to her palm. Seeing that she had already answered every question, she started writing her answers. Gaara put his hand on his left eye. An eye made of sand appeared around the shoulder of a student, and he started writing the answers. Shikamaru was in a deep sleep, but he had already answered every single question. The sound ninja Dosi used the sound wave around him to read the answers from the shinobis around him. Niji quickly used his Byakugan, and so did Hinata, who got her answers copied from Shino. While Akamaru was above Kiba's head, his eyes looked at the answers and barked at Kiba, answering him. Ino used her clan's technique and took over Sakura's body and started answering one by one later. She would help Choji since she knew that Shika had already answered all the questions, despite not being in the same team. Kankuro had gone to the toilet during all this, and when he returned with a confident smile, Ibiki turned to him with a frown. "I hope you find your trip enlightening, Princess," Ibiki commented. This caused many to hold their laughter, and the Suna shinobi growled. "I'm a boy, sir, and it's just war paint," Kankuro corrected, running out of patience that everyone was mistaking him for a girl. "Could have fooled me. Boys usually don't wear makeup and don't play with dolls," Ibiki answered, clearly indicating that he knew what he did, and his right hand had 2 fingers raised. Showing that 2 more missteps and he's out along with his team, the Suna shinobi felt like someone just threw a bucket of cold water in his face, knowing he could have easily ruined their plans with his little trick. Kankuro walked back to his seat. Temari could hardly contain her laughter. Kankuro murmured traitor under his breath. Naruto finished his final question. He had noticed the chakra chain from Karen and even felt the guilt, but it was a good sign. He was happy to know she knew Fuinjitsu, and Uzumaki who didn't know Fuinjitsu wouldn't make sense. Kakashi. Meanwhile, in the lounge, Kakashi, Guy, Kurenai, and Asuma were all relaxing as their students took the exam. Might Guy was beside Kakashi, Kurenai and Asuma sat near each other, across from Kakashi. Asuma took a long drag off his cigarette before looking at the copy ninja. "Ish, you really screwed that one up, Kakashi," Asuma said with a slightly amused expression after Kakashi explained precisely what happened during the wave mission. "Putting a team of green genin through a mess like that without even calling for backup? I bet the old man tore you a new one." Kakashi chuckled sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head. "Well, we all make mistakes, right? And everything turned out fine in the end." "I noticed you didn't answer my question," Asuma pointed out with a grin. "Things are going to be boring for the next month. We can't even carry out missions while our students take the exam," Kakashi complained, the usual lazy expression he tended to wear holding a hint of boredom. "Now you know how I feel. I can't wait for this damn probationary period to be over," Guy said to the copy ninja, grumbling at the end. "But I have to agree this is dull. At least before I had something to do." Asuma chuckled. Don't worry. Those kids might be back sooner than you think." "HM? Do you know something we don't, Asuma?" Kakashi asked. Asuma shrugged. "Just that word is the examiner for the first stage, which happens to be Ibiki." Guy sat up and frowned. "Ibiki? Ibiki Marino?" "The very same," Asuma replied. Kakashi's usual, aloof expression gained a hint of concern. "They put them with that sadist from the start?" Kurenai's brow furrowed, not liking the sound of that, and slightly worried about her team. "Sadist?" Guy raised a brow. "You've never heard of him?" "She's a new, and unlike you, she never met him before." "Not surprising, she never heard of him," Asuma pointed out with a grin. Kurenai rolled her eyes at the slight dig on her status as a newbie. "So, who is he?" "An expert," Asuma began, taking another puff of his stick before turning and looking at the sole kunoichi in the room. "Of torture and interrogation. The special, Ibiki Marino of Konoha's T&I department. Don't worry, there won't be anything physical. That's not where his skills lie. His area of expertise is mental torture." Kakashi wasn't worried for his team, but he wondered why he just had a bad feeling like everything would soon come crashing down on top of him like a boulder. "Naruto." He glanced at the 10th and final question and grimaced. It was almost time. "Okay. All of you must have noticed the 10th question. It's time for it." His head finally leaving the test form, Naruto realized that the number of genin had drastically lowered, and barely half of them were still present. That was one thing he liked, but the thing he certainly didn't like was the examiner's sadistic grin. "For this 10th question, I'll have to add a few additional rules. I call them rules of desperation. First rule, you must decide whether you will or will not take it." "What?" Sakura couldn't hold her emotions anymore and yelled in anger. "It's quite simple. Either you choose to take the question, but if you fail, not only will you lose the exam, but you will be forbidden ever to take the exam ever again, or you can choose not to take it, and in that case, your points will be reduced to 0, and you will fail, along with the rest of your team. The silence that followed after that was more than loud. The absence of any sound was so loud the beads broke it of sweat dripping from the contestants' foreheads. What kind of stupid rule is that? Something like that has never been on the exams before. Some genin angrily asked. The rest of them gulped when the examiner started to chuckle darkly. Heh. Too bad for you, brats. You were simply unlucky. This year, I'm the examiner. However, as I told you, you have a way out. Just forfeit and try again next year. Yujito felt uncomfortable and intense. She knew she would most likely know the answer, but what about Karui and Omo? They would never forgive her if they failed because of her. Her hands started shaking, and her eyes checked Omoy and Karui, who were both pale and trembling. She then noticed that Naruto looked as bored as a person could get, his hands behind his neck, his head resting on the head of the chair. Ibiki saw many were calculating in their minds if they should surrender or try. He grinned evilly, but then his eyes found the blonde without a hint of fear in his entire body. Blonde, you're not afraid? Ibiki challenged him. He thought the kid was either a moron or intelligent, or a bit of both. Why would I be afraid? If words are all you can give us, go ahead, give me your stupid question. You think I'm afraid to end up a genin my whole life? Well, you should know I never give up. What kind of shinobi I would be if I surrender at the first blockade in front of me, and I don't need the title Chunin to achieve my dream. I will be known as the strongest genin ever, Naruto exclaimed and slammed his open hand on the table. This caught mixed reactions from everyone. Yujito smiled and took the courage back. Sasuke had to give it to Naruto. He definitely knew how to talk. Ino smiled and was really glad to have Naruto on the same team. Shikamaru smirked. Leave it to Naruto to literally convince everyone into everything. Well said, Naruto, Shikamaru murmured with a smile. Ibiki saw the mood had been broken and saw one by one getting their courage back. Interesting kid, he thought, and saw that no one would surrender anymore. Is this your final answer? Ibiki shouted and saw many gulps in fear but still stood their ground. Then, everyone who is still here has officially passed the test, he declared. For a moment, no one said anything, not even a whimper, when suddenly the shouts exploded. Temari stood up. What do you mean we passed? Does that mean everything we did so far was? Bullshit, Shikamaru agreed immediately. You haven't understood it, have you? Ibiki said and started explaining the real meaning of the test. Yujito glanced at Naruto beside her, and a smile erupted on her face. She owed him for passing the test. Ibiki explained that the first part was to see how they would get information, and the second part was to see how much they would risk passing a blockade on their road. Suddenly, something broke through the glass window. It looked like a black ball at first, until a young woman appeared out of it and threw two on the ceiling, revealing a large banner behind her. The banner was titled "The Proctor of the Second Test, the Super Sexy, Anko Mitarashi." Heads up, boys and girls. This is no time to be celebrating. I'll be your next proctor, Anko Mitarashi. Are you ready for the second test? Good. Then let's go. Follow me, Anko said enthusiastically as she pumped her fist in the air. Everyone's eyes were widened at the sudden appearance of the special Jonin. Everyone except Naruto, of course, who was able to sense that she was coming. The boys in the room, however, were blushing heavily at the mere sight of the sexy and busted purple-haired girl, which did not go unnoticed by Naruto. Simps, Naruto whispered under his breath. Ibiki, who was standing behind the large banner, sneaked his head out to the side and glared a deadpan look at the snake mistress. You're early again, Ibiki said. Anko blushed embarrassingly at her untimely appearance, as her fist was still in the air. Great. A screaming nutcase. God damn. She's a total babe, Kiba thought, with hearts in his eyes and drooled in his mouth. You know, on some level, Anko kinda reminds me of Naruto-kun, Ino thought. Anko looked around the classroom and was surprised that there were still so many candidates left. How many are there? Anko turned to Ibiki. Ibiki, you seriously let all these guys pass? Your test was too easy. You must be getting soft, Anko said with a smirk. You can blame that on your gaki. Or, it could be a stronger crop of candidates this year, Ibiki stated. My gaki? You mean? Enko then turned her head and saw her favorite blonde, who was giving her a bright smile. She then shunned Shin in front of his desk and grabbed his head with both her hands and pulled his face towards her chest, smothering him between her voluptuous breasts. GKI. I see you passed. You made your Enko-chan so proud. And so much money, teehee. Enko says happily as she continues to smother Naruto. And quo, I see Quan Beebweth, Naruto said out of breath, as his face was turning vermilion red, and he only managed to mumble his words between her breasts. Everyone was shocked. All the male candidates' nose was hosing down blood, while the females were gasping with shock. Samui and Yujito were glaring at Enko with pure jealousy, wishing that they could be in her place instead. Hinata, Karen, and Fu were blushing, their cheeks red. Kiba's face showed nothing but complete defeat. Naruto is literally a man-god, and hot women will always be drawn to him like a magnet. He just needs to accept that as his norm now. The strange older Kusa Kunoichi, however, was simply licking her lips with her unusually large tongue, as her dark eyes were saying she had just found a brand new prey to hunt. Enko then released Naruto from her juicy milkmakers and was giggling when she saw the blonde's extremely red face. She then walked back to the front of the class with a shameless smirk. She then turns to Ibiki. Well, my money is still on my gaki and his team, but the rest? Meh. They sure don't look like it. Trust me, before I'm done with them, more than half will be eliminated, Enko said with a sadistic smirk. Huh? And more than half? Really? Sakura asked fearfully. Hi, this is going to be fun, Enko said with a smirk, never leaving her face. Alright, you maggots have it easy so far, but things are going to be different starting first thing in the morning. I'll let your squad leaders know where you're to meet me. Dismissed, Enko announced. And just like that, everyone left the classroom, heading home to rest and possibly celebrating their passing of the first test. Once the classroom was completely emptied, Ibiki went to collect the candidates' papers until he came across Naruto's. He smirked when he saw that the blonde Uzumaki was one of the few to get a perfect score. But what caught his curiosity, however, was the hidden note written on the back of the paper that was intended for him. Ibiki then read the note, but his eyes immediately narrowed when he was done. Dear Ibiki-san, I just want to inform you that the candidate, Kabuto Yakushi, is a person of great interest. I strongly believe that he is an enemy spy. He somehow managed to attain very detailed and incredibly sensitive information on the other candidates, both foreign and domestic, including myself. Whom he is spying for, I do not know yet. But the fact that a mere genin can gather this level of info is quite suspicious. Please take this information directly to the Hokage. Naruto Uzumaki. Ibiki grasped the paper tightly, and immediately sunshined to Hiruzen's office. The next day, training ground 44. All the genin candidates were now staring at the massive forest behind Enko. The mere sight of the large trees, the rusted fences, and the growing shadows was enough to intimidate the bravest of souls. All except Naruto and his fellow Jinchurikis, of course. What is this place? Hinata asked. This, little Hyuga, is the location for the exam's second phase. It's the 44th Battle Training Zone. But we call it the Forest of Death, Enko said with a sadistic grin. Naruto went to see Hiruzen a few hours before the second test was about to start. He wanted to discuss with the old Kage regarding the note he gave to Ibiki yesterday regarding a certain silver-haired boy. Ibiki told me about your message, Naruto-kun. I find it quite troubling, Hiruzen said. Hokage-sama, I've known you all my life. Even if we didn't always have the best friendships, I respect you. But how could you, the fuck-freaking Hokage, not know that a boy with Nono Yakushi's name has been in your village for 4 years? Naruto asked, slightly angry. I honestly don't know what to tell you, Naruto-kun. I have personally registered every single Konoha shinobi and kunoichi for the past 14 years, ever since I retook the position of Hokage. And even in my old age, I can still remember every single name. But I never registered a Kabuto Yakushi before, Hiruzen said honestly. Naruto was still angry, but he knew he needed to calm down. Sigh. Okay, I believe you, Hokage-sama. It's just, if he is here for that long, There's a chance that he might know certain things about. Naruto couldn't bring himself to finish that sentence. I know, Naruto-kun. I'm so sorry. Naruto was clearly upset. Is there anyone else that has the power to register shinobis in the village beside you? Naruto asked with a serious tone. Aside from me, only the elders. But why would they? Hiruzen's eyes widened, as did Naruto's, as they came to the same conclusion. Danzo, Hiruzen and Naruto said in unison, with venom in their voices. That goddamn warhawk. But the real question is why, though? Do you think Kabuto is in league with Root? Hiruzen asked his apprentice. Maybe. There's a high chance he could be a spy for Root, but my gut is telling me something else. Danzo and his agents always work in the shadows, but Kabuto was showing off like a damn peacock when I first met him. I don't know why he wanted to help us by revealing very confidential info, but I have a feeling he was trying to win someone over. Naruto summarized. I assume he wanted to play on your naivety to gain your trust since you are all rookies. You told me his chakra reserves are around high Jonin level and that he knows medical ninjutsu. That's a really rare skill to have nowadays. And with how he was able to acquire extensive info from every single candidate in the exam, including you, shows that he is a very capable spy. As for this mysterious Kusa Kunoichi you speak of, her name is Shiror. Not much I can tell you about her, except a couple of D ranks and C ranks in her record. She's practically an ordinary genin if you asked me. But I trust your abilities to identify threats, Naruto-kun. But given that Shiror is a Chunin exam candidate from Kusa, we can't really do anything about her unless she broke our laws within the village. But I can bring Kabuto in for questioning, Hiruzen suggested. No. If we capture him now, whoever he works for will be alerted to our awareness. And whatever they're planning, it will just become worse. We need to preserve the illusion that he is still in control and find out what he's up to, so we can come up with a counter-strategy, Naruto said. I see your friendship with young Shikamaru has made you sharper, Naruto-kun. I'm impressed. I hope you have a plan, my boy, Hiruzen said. I've already placed my path seal on Kabuto. Wherever he goes, I can follow. I'll keep my distance and find out what he's up to in the second test. Have your A and BU stationed around the perimeter in case anything happens. I'll notify Anko-chan later after she makes her announcement. I don't want to give Kabuto a reason to be suspicious if she suddenly acts differently around him. Naruto practically ordered the old Kage. Hiruzen couldn't help but feel nostalgic, as he felt he was being ordered by Minato. Very well, Naruto-kun. I hope you will find what we are looking for. Otherwise, we will never know what we're truly up against. Hiruzen stood up from his chair as he looked out the window. This exam might be the start of something terrible. I just hope we can stop it in time, Hiruzen said. Don't worry, Hokage-sama. We will. I promise, Naruto said with a bright smile as he left Shunshin out of the office. Now. All the genin teams arrived at Training Ground 44, where the second part of the exams would be held. Naruto was standing with his teammates, observing everything around him. There were a total of around 23 teams that were going to be taking part in this round. He was also waiting for further information on what they were going to do in this round. He could see some and Jounin level shinobi standing there. But what got his attention were the Umbu officers that were present. One thing he realized was that this round was not going to be easy like the last one. He had heard quite a lot about this particular training ground. At that moment, Anko decided to announce the rules and couldn't wait to see just how many would die. Welcome to Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. My name is Anko Mitarashi, and I will be your proctor for the second round. Before we begin this test, I have something to hand out to you all. She took out forms from her jacket and continued, these are just standard consent forms. Before the test, you all have to read over this form and sign it. Yujito asked in confusion, but why do we have to sign it? Anko smirked, and her tongue licked her lips slowly, making many male shinobi blush, and not to mention her arms were crossed under her bust, making them look bigger. There's a very high chance of death involved in this. Some of you may not come back, and by signing it, you agree that you will be taking part in this round at your own risk. Neither I nor the Leaf Village will take responsibility if anything happens to any of you in the forest, she said while grinning evilly. Most of the genins gulped after hearing her say that, and some of them hesitated to continue the exams. Anko noticed that Naruto wasn't paying any attention to her while she would bet all her life savings that Naruto would reach the final. That didn't mean that the brat shouldn't pay her attention. Her hand reached a kunai. She knew Naruto would probably see her doing this. He was trained by Kakashi for years, after all, but where was the harm in having some fun? She threw the kunai towards his left cheek with an evil smirk, but Naruto suddenly put two of his fingers and caught it in midair. Many genins around gasped at seeing him catching a kunai with that speed. Sasuke narrowed his eyes slightly. He hadn't seen the kunai coming, while Sakura looked horrified, her eyes searching for whoever threw the kunai. Ino smiled, despite thinking that her boyfriend was showing off. Shika rolled his eyes, finding the whole situation troublesome. Anko suddenly appeared behind Naruto, her impressive bust pressed against his back. Naruto couldn't help but blush slightly from the close contact with his lover. I see you weren't paying attention, little brat. Those that don't usually pay attention are the first to die. Slowly she whispered in his ear and dragged the words slowly. Naruto chuckled at her words. You don't need to worry, Anko-chan. After all, big bro Kakashi did train me, Naruto replied, feeling malice coming from behind them. Naruto's muscles tensed immediately, something Anko noticed and moved away. Her eyes saw Naruto glaring at someone behind her. Her eyes glanced behind to see a woman. At first glance, she looked normal, but Anko couldn't help but feel uneasy at her presence. She also noticed someone standing close to her, a male with what she thought were white hair since he was wearing a round hat covering his head, with little snake figures hanging at the edge of the cap. The hat was made of straw, with a thin white rope around the top. Anko walked back to her old position. Most of the students hadn't noticed her or Naruto eyeing the grass shinobi team, except a few who had glanced in their direction and seeing nothing amiss except a certain IWA shinobi. Interesting, but I wonder what are the likes of him doing here. If he's here, that means Orochimaru is taking this invasion plan seriously. I wonder what the old man would say, Kuratsuchi thought with a small smile. Perhaps this Chunin exams could become the perfect opportunity to take revenge. Well, if you please hurry so that I can explain what you're going to do in the forest, the proctor spoke once again. Naruto had no hesitation on his face. He was not going to back down from it. He was fully confident in himself. He also had complete confidence in both his teammates, and that they were capable of handling anything. Are you guys ready? Yeah, they both said to him with grins. They took their forms and signed them without reading them. Shikamaru cracked his knuckles. He felt ready to complete this second challenge, and unlike the first one, this one will test his powers, but he had no doubt Naruto would protect them. As Naruto and Ino had finished signing their consent forms, Ino noticed that Naruto was deep in thought. Whiskers? Ino asked. Yeah? Naruto responded. You okay? You seem a little distracted. Ino asked. Yeah, it's just. Naruto started but stopped midway. Is it about your meeting with Lord Third earlier? Ino finished for him. Sigh. Unfortunately, we learned something that is 100% troublesome. I can't tell you all the details yet, but I can tell you what I need to do during the test, aside from finding the scrolls. Naruto said. What is it? Ino asked. I'll tell you in 3, 2, 1. Hey guys, Anko appeared on the tree branch above them with a goofy grin. Anko? Ino and Shikamaru said in unison when they saw the snake mistress. What are you doing here? Ino asked curiously. Well, during my little fun with the gaki, he slipped a piece of note in my hand. Tell me to meet you guys later. So what's up, Naruto? Anko asked as she jumped down and sat next to Naruto. We shouldn't talk about this out loud. Ino-chan, would you be so kind? Naruto asked. Ino nodded and created a mind link for all four of them. Everyone online? Ino asked. Yup, Naruto said. Yeah, Shikamaru said. So, I just talk in my mind, and you all can hear me? Anko asked. Yup. That's how the mind transmission jutsu works. Ino confirmed. Wow, talk about mindfucked, am I right? I wonder if I can do an echo here? Anko asked herself with a mischievous smirk. Oh no, please don't. Ino didn't get to finish. Be gently. Anko yelled out, but there was no echo whatsoever. Team 10 looked at her like they just had a major migraine. It doesn't echo in here, Anko. Ino pointed out in annoyance. Be gentle? Shikamaru asked with a raised eyebrow. It's my safe word. Mama likes it rough, Anko said proudly, with a smirk. Can we please stay on topic? Naruto, what is it you need to talk about? Shikamaru asked. Yeah, Gaki, hurry up. I need to get back to work, Anko said. Naruto then explained to them about his recent meeting with Hiruzen and his side mission to spy on Kabuto Yakushi. He also informed them about his suspicion on Shiror and the fact that Hiruzen's ANBUs will soon be securing the area once the exam starts. So you're saying glasses-wearing creep and long-tongued weirdo are major suspects of espionage against Konoha? Anko asked to clarify. Yes, and my senses are practically screaming at me, warning me of danger every time I get near one of them, Naruto said. Kakashi did mention that you can sense the presence of hostility somehow, and Lord Third even confirms this. So I guess I just have to trust your hunch. What do you need me to do? Anko asked. For now, act natural. Be on alert for anything, Naruto said. You got it. So are we done here? Because I miss talking out loud. It's one of my best qualities, Anko said with a grin. I hope so. I would rather not use most of my chakra before the exam even starts, Ino added. Yeah, we're done here, Naruto said. Ino immediately deactivates the mind link and was slightly panting from using a good portion of her chakra. Naruto notices this and raises his hand as it starts to radiate gold-colored chakra. He then gently places it on top of Ino's head. A few moments later, a Chunin representative at the registering booth announced that they were ready to hand out their scrolls. Team 10 and everyone else who was sitting were now back on their feet, as one by one, each team went through the tent to receive their scroll. After all the genins had signed their forms, Anko started again. Alright, listen carefully, everyone. I'll explain what you'll be doing in this test. This will test everyone's survival skills. Each team will be assigned a different entrance gate to enter the forest. In the forest center, there's a lock tower located 10 kilometers from each gate. It will be a race to reach the tower. But to enter the tower, your team needs to have both these heaven and earth scrolls. She showed them the scrolls in his hand. Half of you will receive the heaven scrolls, and the rest will receive the earth scrolls. So you have to fight to get both the scrolls. That means half of us will fail this test, Shikamaru mentioned. I said it will be a race. We can't allow a large number of squads to pass this test for the next round. And if any of you poor genins die, your whole team will fail along with you. Not that will be your concern once you become food, Anko mentioned, shocking the genins. What? Were the cries of many genins present there. You can't do that. That's totally unfair. Rules are rules. One more thing, the test has a time limit. You will get 5 days to finish this test, and the most important thing you should know is that you must not open the scroll before reaching the tower. If you open it, then your team will be disqualified immediately from the exams, Anko Proctor informed the genins. What? What will we do about food? Choji cried out with anime tears on his face. There's plenty of animals and plants in the wilderness, of course. Try to eat any poisonous plant like Momoku, eat that, and you can say goodbye to your eyes, and of course try to hunt animals. But you can always end up their food, Anko said, grinning from the pale looks of many genins around, except a few teams that didn't look intimidated. Alright, please take your form over there. She pointed behind her. And exchange it for the scroll, and after that, each team will be assigned a gate to be let inside. After finishing the process and getting a debrief, all the genin teams stood at their assigned gates and waited for the signal to enter the forest. Naruto was also behind the gates with his teammates. He was deep in his thoughts. This test was very tricky and had a very high chance of failure. This exam was crucial for him, not only because it was the Chunin selection exam. It was essential for him, too, because he wanted to test out his limits, and there was no other way better than this. He wanted to dominate these exams. So, how are we going to do this? Ino spoke, clearly seeing that Naruto was thinking. Naruto grabbed their earth scroll. He puffed a scroll from his wrist seal and opened it. He put the earth scroll nearby and started writing a seal. Ino looked curiously at what he was doing. Shikamaru minded his own business. What are you doing, Naruto? Ino asked curiously. Seeing the word written in Naruto's scroll, he then drew a circle around. He kept on drawing weird symbols and lines she couldn't understand. But then he saw him write another word close to the other one. She noticed he wrote almost the same lines and symbols around the other word, but she wondered what he was doing. Naruto took the earth scroll, and he wrote the word on the scroll, but the next thing she knew, the ink in the earth scroll disappeared, almost as if it was never there to begin with. Very well, now we are ready, and I will be the one keeping the scroll. Got it? Naruto ordered with a much different tone. His usual carefree and kind tone changed to a commanding one, and his eyes looked colder, almost ice. Both Ino and Shikamaru nodded their heads in agreement. Team 7. 5 days without food. Choji mumbled in fright as he opened a bag and started checking how much food he had. Will you shut up already? Sakura hissed. Is food all you can really think about? Choji, you don't have to be worried about the food. Because there will be plenty of animals and plants that we can eat in the forest, we will not starve, Sakura added. Sasuke was quiet and not really caring about Choji's food problem. MPH, Akimichi frowned. I know. So stop moping and help us think about how we are getting another scroll, Sakura stated. Choji kept looking as he counted how many bags of chips, homemade cakes, and not to mention sandwiches with meat he had. Sakura looked baffled at the amount of food Choji had in his bag, while Sasuke was scratching his head and thinking if his teammate was trying to lose weight since it seemed he hadn't brought as much as he used to. Team 8. Alright guys, let me lead. This is my specialty, Kiba informed his teammates. Akamaru barked in agreement. I'm fine with that. You use your nose and lead us to another team. My insects will find anyone nearby, then we ambush them and take their scroll, Shino said. It's a simple plan, but it should work. Right. Hinata agreed. She saw the logic and agreed with it. She also knew that Kiba was not weak. After the mission in Letta Town, we can handle anything. This exam will be a piece of cake, Inuzuka proclaimed confidently with a grin. Hinata, you activate your Byakugan the moment the doors open. We need your vision, Kiba said. Hi, Hinata agreed. I think we should also think about the teams we should try to avoid. Why, you ask? Well, the teams from Kumo, the team from IWA, and especially Naruto's team are not to be underestimated, Shino stated. Hinata nodded in agreement immediately, and she didn't want to fight Naruto. None of them is as strong as us, and I'm actually praying that we encounter Naruto, Kiba exclaimed with a big smile on his face. Akamaru shook his head in disapproval. Team 9. I will hold the scroll. You, Lee, will stay close to me. Tenten stays a bit further away for a surprise attack, Niji organized, looking at his teammates. Neither Lee nor Tenten held any objections. Niji, what should we do if we encounter any Konoha team? Lee asked, hoping they would avoid any encounter with any Konoha team. He would instead get the second scroll from a team from a foreign country. We take it, of course, even if it isn't the one we need. Fewer teams, the better, Niji stated. Lee didn't like the idea but didn't say anything, but then he remembered something. What about the two Kumo teams? Lee asked with a hint of dread. At the mention of the Kumo team, Niji's eyes looked covered in shadows. If we encounter them, I will make them curse the day of their leader. Niji stopped making his point clear where he stood with the problem of the Kumo team. Tenten said nothing, but she didn't want to do this. Revenge wouldn't help, and not to mention, the Genins held no responsibility for what their leader tried to do. Suna team. Stay out of my way. I'll handle this exam, Gaara ordered his teammates. Alright. Of course, Gaara, Kankuro replied nervously. Just the thought of spending so much time alone with the likes of him frightened him. He could only hope that the other teams would take the end of his rage. Temari said nothing. She only sighed in annoyance and boredom. There was no reason for her to do anything. Gaara could take on every genin in this forest. This was too easy and boring for her. She knew the risk the blonde genin possessed, but Gaara was much stronger than him. Team Kumo. Very well, I'm in the front. Atsu, you stand behind me. Same for you, Samly. If we encounter any enemies, you can deal with the other two. I will deal with whoever is the strongest, Yujito said to his friends. Atsui just shrugged his shoulders while Samui looked deep in thought. Yujito, what should we do if we encounter the Taki team or Naruto's team? Karui asked since both teams had their own Jinchuriki and, therefore, not to be underestimated. Yujito licked her lips slightly at the mention of Naruto. Don't worry about Naruto-kun. We will get along just fine. IWA team. Are you sure about this, Kuratsuchi? That Sachikage specifically told us not to cause problems? One questioned her. Keeping his distance from her, she narrowed her eyes in annoyance for questioning her logic. Grabbing him from his collar, she brought his face close to her face. Her eyes narrowed. You know what Konoha did to us? That boy is too similar to be an accident, she claimed, her voice spitting venom, her eyes briefly glancing at the blonde in question. You know having blonde hair is not that uncommon, right? You want to kill some Konoha genins, go ahead, but if the trouble arises, you will be alone. And don't forget, if they find out that you're not an actual genin, we will be in problems. The third member of the team spoke, his tone blank. She grunted at his response before letting go of the teammate. Stomping on the ground, she walked away to be alone with her thoughts, her mind going back to her mother. The last time she had seen her. Once we return, we will celebrate your birthday. You never return, Kuratsuchi thought, her heart burning as she swallowed a huge breath, stopping the feelings from getting the better of her. Later. The 101st Chunin exams of Konoha starts now, a voice shouted. The gates around the Forest of Death opened. The teams entered the forest. Team 10 ran forward in the triangle formation. They had prepared themselves for everything, and somehow Naruto knew this time wouldn't be so easy. Team 8. A Konoha team was rushing through the trees when one of them tripped over a wire before they could process what was happening. A big chain wire fell over them. The ropes were supported by connecting with the trees, and multiple lice fell from the trees around their bodies as they started drinking their blood. You should have been careful. Insects can be quite frightening, Shino spoke, adjusting his glasses. Their scream of agony was heard throughout the whole forest. At the gates, Anko smirked from the screams. Only 3 minutes, that's a new record, Anko said with a devious smile. Team 9. They kept jumping from tree to tree when several shurikens flew towards them. Niji and Lee jumped away to a clearing of the forest, trees all around them. He activated his Byakugan much to his disappointment. The shinobis were from a small village, therefore worthless and weak. How about you give us your scroll? The one who Niji thought was the leader spoke with a cocky attitude. The Hyuga instead smirked, knowing they had the scroll they needed. Lee, they have it, Niji simply said. Lee nodded his head and jumped towards the third guy. His speed caught him off guard. A good kick in the chin broke his jaw, and his body was sent flying, crashing against a tree, his back broken from the force. He screamed in agony, his mouth full of blood, desperately trying to speak. AKA the girl screamed in horror, turning to run towards him when Niji showed up behind her. You should never let your guard down, he said with a grin. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. Before he could finish, the leader tried to slice him with a small sword when an arrow pierced his leg, followed by 2 more around his left and right arm. Niji saw Tenten wink at him from afar. Holding a bow in her hand, he turned his eyes to the girl, but she was on the ground, crawling away like an insect. Niji checked the bags and found the scroll, and they walked away, leaving the other team defeated. We have both scrolls. What now, Niji? Tenten asked with a little shrug. It seemed this was far easier than she had thought. Let's find another team, a Kumo team this time, Niji stated with a dark look. Remembering the 2 Kumo teams, if he could find one of them, he would be happy enough. Naruto. This is troublesome. What should we do? Shikamaru asked. We go after the other 2 teams that were nearby. The ones that are closing in together, Naruto answered. Then I suggest we observe them before engaging. We shouldn't waste time if they don't have a heaven scroll. If one of them does have it, we could wait them out and learn their abilities during their battle against the other team and attack when they are weak and exhausted, Shikamaru suggested. Solid plan, Shika. Guess it's a better plan than any. If time is of the essence, We could always just jump in and finish the battle ourselves, Ino said confidently as she turned to Naruto. Can you identify who they are, Naruto-kun? Ino asked. One of the team is from Konoha, but there is something strange about them, Naruto pondered. Strange how? Ino asked with a raised eyebrow. Well, first of all, one of them has an aura of deep malice, while the other two are complete blanks. I can hardly sense any emotion coming from those two. The other team, however, is from Kusa. One of them is. Oh no, Naruto said in panic. What's wrong? Shikamaru asked. We have to go. Now, Naruto said as he ran forward, while Ino and Shikamaru followed behind him. Naruto-kun, what's wrong? Ino asked in worry. I know one of the Kusa ninjas. She's in danger. And if my hunch about the Konoha team is right, she and her teammates have no chance against them, Naruto said as he led Ino and Shikamaru away. I wonder if she will be able to handle them after all. She's a pure Uzumaki, Naruto thought. With Team Karen and Team Root. Karen and her team were immediately ambushed, not 10 minutes after the exam started. Whoever the attackers were, they were highly skilled in stealth, as they could conceal their presence almost flawlessly. But luckily, Karen was a sensor, as she was able to detect them when they were close by and alerted her teammates before they could attack. But instead of thanking her, her teammates simply grabbed her arm and proceeded to bite down on it as they consumed some of her chakra to gain a power boost. She absolutely hated them for this, especially when she didn't even give her consent first. But she realizes this wasn't the time for her to be angry at them yet, as she learns that their incoming enemies were no ordinary genin. And she was right. At first, they tried to trap her in some genjutsu, but thankfully Karen was able to detect it immediately. The genjutsu was surprisingly powerful and difficult to break, but she eventually dispelled it. But when she came back to reality, the first thing she saw completely terrified her to the core. Both her teammates were killed by a giant bear, made of ink. It ripped their flesh apart with its large teeth and razor claws, leaving their corpses almost beyond recognition. Karen was trembling in fear when the large bear started approaching her, until it suddenly exploded in her face like a balloon of ink, terrifying her even further as she screamed out in fear. She then saw 3 figures in black clothing, each wielding a tanto, standing before her. One was a girl with long brown hair, and she was wearing a porcelain mask to conceal her face. The other was an extremely pale boy with an emotionless expression. And lastly, their leader, who had an aura of darkness around him. PP please. Jay, just take my scroll. You don't have to kill me, Karen begged as she slowly backed away from them. Oh, don't worry, sweetheart, we don't plan to. We're actually here to capture you, one said with a sadistic smirk. See, capture me? Why? What do you want from me? Karen asked fearfully. Because our Lord demands it. And I must say, I'm a little disappointed. Given that you're an Uzumaki and all, I thought you put up more of a fight. You brought nothing but shame to your warrior ancestors. He mocked the redhead, but what he said just now made Karen even more fearful. How do you know I'm an Uzumaki? I didn't even use my full name to register for this exam. Who are you people? Karen demanded to know since it is optional to not give your last name in the exam for clan safety purposes. As smart as that was, your red hair is a dead giveaway. And our sources are always reliable. Now stand still while we put you to sleep, he said as he motioned the girl to put Karen into another genjutsu. The girl, Yakumo, doesn't need to do hand seals to use her clan's genjutsu power. She simply has to focus on her target, or the environment around her, as the genjutsu she creates is so powerful that it is hard to tell reality and illusion apart. As she tries to put Karen to sleep, Yakumo doesn't realize how strong Karen's will is, as the redhead refuses to be captured before she can even achieve her own goal. Don't mess with me, Databeo, Karen shouted out in anger as 4 chakra chains emerged from her back and were sent to attack the root ninjas. Caught completely off guard by the fast-moving attack, Yakumo was knocked away by one of the chains while the other wrapped around Sai in a tight grip. Karen then turned her attention to Tanuki, whose face looked unamused and bored. Angered by this, she sends 2 chakra chains directly at him, intending to impale him with the sharp blades at the front, but Tanuki simply stands his ground without a care in the world. As the chakra chains got closer, Tanuki then raised his left hand, revealing a mark on his palm in the shape of two circles, one overlapping the other. Shade style, inhaling maw. Karen was shocked when her chains were being absorbed into the top square mark like it was being sucked into a vacuum. Tanuki continued to absorb her chakra until the adamantine chains were completely gone, leaving her defenseless as she dropped to her knees, panting. How did you do that? Karen asked as she felt completely drained. While you have your chains, I have my Meiton, Dark Release, also known as Shade Style. It has given me the power to absorb, manipulate, and release chakra. And I must say, your performance was not disappointing at all. Danzo-sama will be pleased to have a weapon like you, Karen Uzumaki, Tanuki said with his sadistic smirk. Damn it, it felt like he just took more than half my reserves. I can't use my adamantine attack chains at this point, Karen thought in worry. While Sai and Yakumo got back up on their feet, Tanuki then went to approach the downed Karen as he aimed his left hand at her. Now hold still while I drain the rest of your chakra, Tanuki said with an evil grin. Somebody. Please. Help me, Karen whispered under her breath as she let out a few tears fall from her eyes, hoping that someone would come and save her. And surprisingly, someone did. Fire style, flame bullet. Wind style, great breakthrough. Naruto and Ino came out of nowhere and unleashed their collaboration jutsu onto Tanuki, creating a large, powerful inferno. Tanuki was able to jump away in time, but the massive fire was getting closer to his face. He could feel the intense heat. Feeling slightly worried, Tanuki raised his left hand once more. Shade style, inhaling maw. Tanuki went to absorb the chakra, saving himself and his team in the process, as the inferno was completely sucked into the mark on his palm. As the smoke cleared, Team Root was now face to face with Team 10, with Karen kneeling behind them. When she saw her would-be saviors, she was surprised that one of them was the same blonde boy she saw in the first test. And Naruto? Karen asked, hoping it wasn't a genjutsu she had heard his name multiple times spoken during the writing exam. Naruto then turned his head to her and smiled. Hey, you must be Karen. Good to meet you. Naruto greeted her. Tanuki narrowed his eyes the second he saw the Ninetales Jinchuriki. He absolutely hated that Danzo had not yet tamed the powerful beast and put it under his direct control. That is Danzo-sama's weapon, not Hiruzen's, Tanuki thought. And he vowed to make sure it will. Well. Look at what we have here. The nine-tailed demon fox himself, Tanuki said with a smirk. Ino immediately glared at Tanuki when he called her boyfriend a demon. No one calls her Whiskers and gets away with it. You know, it's forbidden to call him that. You just earned yourself a penalty of death, you jackass, Ino said angrily. Ha, I don't give a shit about some stupid law created by that senile old Hokage of yours. I don't recognize his authority, and I never will, Tanuki scoffed. So you say. Rude, Naruto said to Tanuki, and his eyes widened. Sai then went to approach Tanuki. It seems our mission has been compromised, Tanuki-san. Shall we withdraw? Sai asked. Fuck that. I say we take both the Uzumaki girl and the QB brat. Danzo-sama would be pleased to have Konoha's greatest weapon and the last two Uzumakis under his control, Tanuki said with a sadistic smirk. The last part immediately caught Karen's ear. Two Uzumaki? Who? Karen asked as she was desperate to know. That would be Naruto-kun, Ino answered. Karen then turns her attention to Naruto as she looks at him with hope in her eyes. And Naruto. Are you really? Karen asked, but Naruto didn't answer her, as he was completely focused on Tanuki after what he had just said. That's bold coming from you, Tanuki Shigaraki, Naruto threatened as he glared furiously towards the rude ninja. Tanuki wanted to retort, but when Naruto said his last name, his eyes immediately widened once more. No one, except Danzo, knows his full name, and that greatly disturbs him. How do you know who I am, demon? Tanuki demanded. Naruto merely smirked at the question. Your master is not the only one who's been spying, Tanuki team. The Hokage is not as dumb as you claim to be. We have eyes everywhere. Even in the shadows. Naruto said with a smirk, never leaving his face. Not wanting to reveal the information provided by Itachi. Tanuki then gritted his teeth in anger at the blonde Jinchuriki. If this goes on, Danzo en route will be compromised. He needs to neutralize the threat immediately. It seems capturing you, and the Uzumaki girl is no longer a secondary objective. You know too much, and so do your teammates. For that, they must die, Tanuki said as he aimed his left hand at Team 10 and Karen. Shade style, judgment. Tanuki then expelled an enormous torrent of purple fire from the lower square mark on his palm, as they were shot directly toward Team 10 and Karen, more specifically Ino and Shikamaru. The purple fire was all the stored and converted chakra Tanuki had absorbed earlier, and judging from the size and magnitude of the blast, it was a lot. Thinking fast, Shikamaru quickly slammed his hand on the ground. Earth style, mobile core. The earthly ground starts to crack around them, in a square shape, as the surface beneath Team 10's feet is lowered, saving them from the wide range of Tanuki's purple fire attack. Okay, that's new. I've never seen a Kekkei Genkai like that before, Naruto thought, mentally smirking. Perhaps this exam would become even more fruitful than it already was. When the blast was over, Tanuki, Sai, and Yakumo immediately jumped into the square hole created by Shikamaru, but that was a fatal mistake on their part, as two shadow clones of Naruto suddenly appeared above them and took a deep breath. Wind style, great breakthrough. The two clones blew a powerful gust of wind that was aimed at the backs of Team Root, and since Tanuki could not absorb them in time, he and his team were being blown downwards. Shika, now! Naruto ordered. Shikamaru then slammed his hand on the ground once more. Earth style, mobile core. Shikamaru then raised the ground beneath them as Team Root was slammed hard into the rising ground, as the momentum of their descent made a large crater when they crashed. Sai was the first to recover as he took out his brush and scroll and began to draw several lions. He then made a single hand seal. Ninja art, Super Beast scroll. The 9 large lions he drew immediately came to life as they rushed toward Team 10. Ino then jumped above and made several hand seals. Fire style, Phoenix flower jutsu. Her fireballs were on point, as they managed to destroy all of the ink lions before they could get near her and her team. Some of the fireballs managed to land a few feet from Sai, causing an explosion as it knocked him back down on the ground. You're good. For an ugly girl, Sai said to Ino with a fake smile. Ino's eye immediately twitched at his comment. What the fuck did you just call me? Ino yelled out in rage. While this was happening, Tanuki and Naruto were engaged in a fast-paced taijutsu fight. Naruto realizes that using ninjutsu against Tanuki is pointless, so fighting him hand-to-hand is his only valuable option. Naruto used his wing fist to counter all Tanuki's punches and kicks and swiftly countered them with several jabs and chops to his stomach and chest. When Tanuki took out his kunai and attempted to stab Naruto with it, the blonde Senju managed to catch his wrist and did an over-the-shoulder takedown on Tanuki, and Naruto followed up by firmly kneeling on Tanuki's chest, with both fists aimed at his head. Wing fist art, chain of jabs. Naruto unleashed multiple fast jabs on Tanuki's face, practically burying his head in the ground. But suddenly, Tanuki burst into water, indicating that he substitutes himself with a water clone. Tanuki appeared behind Naruto and aimed his kunai at him like a gun. Water style, Swiria. Tanuki then shoots several water bullets toward Naruto as the blonde does several backflips to gracefully avoid them. Naruto then threw a single kunai toward Tanuki. He did several hand seals to perform another jutsu. Ninja art, Shuriken shadow clone jutsu. That one kunai multiplied into hundreds as they were heading toward Tanuki. Whether it was created by chakra or not, Tanuki could not absorb a clone jutsu. So instead, he tried to find cover, but some of them managed to hit his right shoulder and left leg, causing him to yell out in pain. This isn't good. He's much more powerful than I thought, and he's not even using Kyuubi's power. I can't let him escape since I have revealed too much to them, but I can't let them capture me or Yakumo. Damn it! Tanuki thought in panic as he turned his head and saw Yakumo fighting against Shikamaru. Yakumo was armed with her standard root tanto, while Shikamaru had his kunai at hand. While the Nara wasn't the best when it came to close-quarter combat, Yakumo was far worse since she mainly relied on her genjutsu, which she couldn't perform if she couldn't focus. When he saw an opening, Shikamaru quickly landed a strong punch on Yakumo's head, knocking the porcelain mask off her face. This worries Tanuki more, as Nara was able to get a good look at her face, which was supposed to remain hidden no matter what. Tanuki finally had enough, as he called out to Sai, who was currently fighting against Ino. Sai! Get your ass out of here! Tanuki ordered. But you said? Sai didn't finish his sentence. Shut the fuck up, and do as I say! Tanuki ordered once again, but with more rage in his voice. Sai then managed to get away from Ino and jumped next to Tanuki, as he took out his brush and scroll once more and drew a picture of a bird. Ninja Art, Super Beast Scroll. The bird drawing came to life as Sai and Tanuki jumped on top of it. The large ink bird began to hover above the ground and flew towards Yakumo, grabbing her in its talon as it flew out of the forest at an incredible speed. The ink bird couldn't grab Karen since Naruto was close to her, leaving Team Root's mission a complete failure. Naruto narrowed his eyes when Tanuki and his team had finally left his line of sight. Tanuki was more skilled than he thought, and he had an extremely rare and dangerous Kekkei Genkai. That Sai guy had a unique jutsu to bring his drawings to life, while the girl in the mask was a complete mystery to him. She didn't say a word, but Naruto could tell she specialized in genjutsu. Her chakra levels were Chunin level, and like Sai, he couldn't sense any emotion coming from her. But he did feel a glimpse of sadness and despair in her heart. Like she was in constant pain. Naruto will need to investigate her identity later, but until then, there is still one person who he can help now. Naruto and Shikamaru went to approach Karen, who Ino was treating for any wounds. Naruto then knelt down to her eye level. Karen, are you alright? Naruto asked. Yeah, just a little shaken up, that's all, Karen reassured with a sad smile. Well, let's not linger here any longer. Our fight with Tanuki and his team was not really subtle. Let's get back to that tree earlier. It seemed like the safest place at the moment, Shikamaru suggested. Yeah, you're right, Naruto agreed, but then he noticed Karen was still weak from the chakra drain, so he then gently grabbed her and held her bridal style. Eep. And Naruto? What are you doing? Karen asked, with a huge blush on her face. But Naruto ignored her question, as he was the first to jump onto the tree branches and quickly head towards the large tree where they had been earlier, thinking it was the safest place to be at the moment. As they jumped, Karen couldn't help but gaze upon Naruto's face, as her blush deepened at how calm and handsome he looked. And the fact that being in his arms made her feel safe and warm gave her butterflies in her stomach. Ino could only pout at the romantic scene before her as she and Shikamaru ran alongside Naruto. Her control over her jealousy has improved lately, but this is just ridiculous. How could anyone not be jealous of this? When they arrived at the tree, Naruto gently placed Karen on the ground. After confirming the area was secured at the moment, Shikamaru decided to lay back and relax while Naruto, Ino, and Karen were eating their lunch. They were currently enjoying some homemade rice balls made by Ino's mom. Karen, however, was having trouble eating, as she couldn't stop thinking about her dead teammates. Naruto noticed this and decided to console her. I'm sorry about your teammates, Karen, Naruto said. Karen was quiet at first until she finally spoke. They may be boneheaded and unconsidered assholes, but they were still my teammates. And they didn't deserve to die the way they did. And it was all because of me. Those guys came after us because of me, Karen said as she started to cry out tears of guilt. This is not your fault, Karen, Ino said reassuringly as she patted the redhead's back to console her. Exactly. You didn't do anything wrong. This was all Tanuki and Root, Naruto said with venom in his voice. Who are these people? What do they want from me? Karen asked. Tanuki is an agent of Root. It's a subdivision of our village's ANBU organization. But the thing is, they don't take orders from the Hokage. Instead, they only serve one man, Danzo Shimura, Naruto explained, as he literally spat when he said the old war hawk's name. Isn't he one of Konoha's village elders? Karen said as she recalled her studies in Konoha. That's the one. But unlike Sarutobi-sensei, Danzo doesn't see shinobis as humans. Instead, he only sees them as disposable weapons. He even forcefully educates his agents with this philosophy by wiping out any trace of human emotion in them, making them a perfect tool, Naruto said. Karen felt a cold chill crawling up her spine when she realized what could have happened to her if she had been captured. So you're saying if they had taken me? Karen started. You would have been brainwashed into becoming a root agent, whose mind, body, and soul will solely live to obey Danzo's every command, Naruto finished. Karen was beyond shocked. How could someone so evil live freely in Konoha and not be arrested or, better yet, executed? Why doesn't the Hokage do anything about this? What this Danzo is doing is inhumane, and he has to be stopped. Karen demanded to know. Naruto wanted to say that the Hokage they had wasn't exactly the best, but he held his tongue for now, knowing his teammates were there. His actual thoughts would be better to be hidden for now. Without solid evidence, Sarutobi-sensei can't prove that Root is still active when on paper, it is disbanded. Besides, it's not like we haven't tried. Every time we capture or kill a Root agent, their bodies would just burst into flames until only ash remains. Whatever Fuinjutsu Danzo used, he made sure never to leave a trace. That bastard also has the backing of the other two elders and the fucking civilian council. Naruto said frustratingly, but then an interesting thought came to his mind. But I think we finally got him this time, Naruto said, with his eyes widened. What do you mean? Ino asked. That dumb son of a bitch, Tanuki, just admitted out loud that he was acting under the orders of Danzo. And we all heard it. Naruto explained excitedly. But that's still not really solid evidence, Databale. It's just your word against his, Karen pointed out. Ino was also skeptical until she finally realized what Naruto was trying to say. Unless I heard it, Ino said in shock at the revelation. Bingo. Ino-chan is a Yamanaka. They are blessed with superhuman mental strength and resistance. Her memories can't be tampered with or altered, making her the perfect witness. And once her father, the head of Konoha's TNI department, sees her memories of this encounter, that old warhawk is dead in the water. Naruto explained his near-flawless plan. Shikamaru, who was listening to their conversation, had to admit, whether it was a long shot or not, Naruto's idea could possibly work against the near-impossible scenario of taking down Root once and for all. That could actually work, Naruto. Holy shit, even for me, that's pretty smart. Shikamaru admitted. Well, for now, let's not bet all our money on this. We still don't know where Root's secret headquarters is. But right now, I'll settle for Danzo being removed from any position of power in Konoha. That will, at least, be a start, Naruto said as Ino and Shikamaru nodded in agreement. Karen was happy that her new friends were able to find some hope in her grave misfortune. It gave her comfort that her teammate's death meant something in the long run. So, what now? Karen asked the trio. Well, we actually came looking for a heaven scroll until Naruto sensed you were in danger. So I guess we just pick up where we left off, Shikamaru explained. This made Karen blush once more. You came just to help me, Naruto? Karen asked with a blush on her face. Yup. I knew those guys were bad news, and I didn't want anything to happen to you. But I'm really sorry that we were too late to save your teammates, Karen. Naruto apologized. It's okay, Naruto. I'm still very grateful that you saved me. And, as a show of gratitude here, Karen reached into her pouch and pulled out a heaven scroll. A heaven scroll? That's exactly what we need, Ino said excitedly as she took the scroll out of Karen's hand. Yeah, I don't really need that anymore now. I guess I'm disqualified from the exam since I lost both my teammates, Karen said sadly. I'm sorry, Karen. Naruto couldn't help but apologize once more. Teehee, stop apologizing, Databale. The only reason I want to become a Chunin in the first place is so I can have more options when it comes to missions outside of Kusa. And hopefully, find other Uzumakis like me, Karen said as she locked her eyes with Naruto's. And yet you found me, Naruto said smoothly as he looked into her red orbs. And yet I found you, Karen repeated as she continued to look into his blue orbs. Damn it! Ino pouted in her mind as another cute girl had been added to her boyfriend's life. Karen, can I ask you something? Naruto asked out of the blue. Sure, anything, Karen answered. Are you happy? In Kusagakure? Naruto asked, which surprised her by his bold question, but she decided to answer him honestly. Honestly, no. My parents managed to escape when Iwa, Kumo, and Kiri destroyed Yuzushiogakure, hid in Edi village. My dad passed away a few years later from an incurable disease, leaving my mother and I to fend for ourselves. We were allowed to take refuge in Kusagakure, but only on the condition that she healed the village's wounded. Karen explained her past. So your mother is a medical ninja? Ino asked. Not exactly. As Uzumaki, we are blessed with immense longevity and tremendous reserves of chakra and vitality. My mother and I, however, were special, as we had inherited a much stronger life force that also grants powerful healing capabilities, allowing me to mend wounds and regenerate quickly. Even more, by biting myself and consuming some of my chakra. But we can also heal others. By letting them bite us. Karen explained. So, they just bite her? Shikamaru asked. Bite us, Karen corrected as she showed the many bite marks on her right arm. By the Sage of the Six Paths, Ino was beyond shocked when she saw them. But what happens to your mom? Naruto asked. Karen immediately tensed at the question, remembering it as the worst day of her life. One day, the village suffered many casualties following a surprise attack. My mother upheld her duties and healed the wounded at the Kusagakure hospital. But she died after transferring too much chakra to the wounded. Immediately afterward, the duty was passed down onto me, Karen said sadly. How old were you then? Naruto asked. I was only 8. She just bought me my new glasses the day before. And when I saw her body, I only had a few seconds to mourn her before they dragged me away to heal the wounded. I still remember the first time they bit me. I didn't even get a say as they sank their teeth into my skin and sucked out my chakra. It was even worse when I had to do it with so many wounded at the same time. That was the day I felt so empty. I just want. Karen couldn't finish her sentence as she let out a few tears. Naruto then instinctively pulled her into a warm hug. I'm so sorry, Karen. You and your mother didn't deserve to be treated that way, Naruto whispered in her ear. I'm still treated that way, Naruto. I called my teammates assholes because they treated me just like everyone else in the village. An outsider. A tool. A fucking piece of meat whose only value is being bite on so that they could feel better and stronger. So no. I'm not happy in Kusagakure, Karen said as she wiped away the tears in her eyes. Naruto then pulled away from the hug and looked at her in a serious manner. What if I say I can offer you a place in my home? Naruto asked with a smile. You have a home? Karen asked, slightly surprised. Like you, Karen, I've been trying to find other Uzumaki survivors. And hopefully, with their consent, bring them to my home, so they can be safe from those who wish to exploit us. And since you're not happy in Kusagakure, how do you like to make my home your new home? Naruto asked. I don't know if it's even possible, Naruto. I'm still a registered genin of Kusa and a highly valuable asset to them. If I leave, I'll be branded a missing nin. I'll be hunted my entire life, Karen said sadly. Not unless they think you died in the second test, Naruto said with a smirk. D died? Karen asked fearfully. Yup. If I recall correctly, it seems that your late teammates looked like they had been mauled by a large vicious animal, and their bodies are now barely recognizable. Naruto started. And it is possible that said animal was carnivorous and managed to consume you whole. Ino continued. And the only thing that remains of you is your headband. Proof that you had died alongside your teammates. Shikamaru finished. While Team 10 were smirking at each other for a job well done, Karen felt slightly disturbed. Do you guys fake people's deaths often? Karen asked. Naruto, Ino, and Shikamaru looked at each other awkwardly as they realized their very quick, out-of-the-box idea made their character look slightly shady. Anyway, Naruto decided not to answer. The point is that this is your best way out. So, what do you say? Naruto asked with hope in his eyes, which Karen was able to notice. No one has ever done something so genuinely kind for her, ever since her mother passed away, except her master. She had always felt alone and unwanted. and seeing how much her fellow Uzumaki hoped she could live with him immediately made her heart skip a beat. She then instantly hugs Naruto in a tight embrace. Are you kidding? Of course, Databeo. But there's still one problem. If I go to the tower with you guys, they will register my name, and my fake death plan goes out the window, Karen pointed out. Not a problem, Naruto said as he made a cross-sign seal with his fingers. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A single clone appeared next to Naruto. My clone will teleport you to the home. For your safety, you'll need to stay home until the exams are over. And don't worry, there's plenty of food and supplies in the pantry. I'm sorry you couldn't bring any of your belongings from Kusa, though, Naruto said. Actually, I have them all right here, Karen said as she pulled a storage scroll from her back pouch. You packed all of your stuff in a sealing scroll, already? Ino asked. Well, I don't really have any friends or anyone I trust in Kusagakure. Also, in case I manage to make it to the survival stage of the exam, which I did and got myself killed somehow, I would rather not have my precious belongings ransacked by those Kusa parasites. They've stolen enough from me already, Karen explained. Then I guess you don't have to worry about leaving anything behind then, Naruto said. Except for my mum's grave, but I'm sure she'll understand. I hope, Karen said. As long as you're safe and happy, your mother will rest in peace in the pure world. And as long as you remember her in your heart and mind, she will always be with you, Naruto said with a smile, which made Karen smile as well. Feeling a great sense of comfort from his words, Karen happily hugged Naruto once more. Thank you so much, Naruto, Karen said. Hey, we Uzumaki's gotta stick together, right? And don't worry about Root. The house is protected by powerful security seals. Only those I allow may enter. Which reminds me, Naruto said as he grabbed Karen's hand and placed the entry seal on her palm. Think of this as a key only you can use, Naruto explained. Karen nodded in understanding and walked towards Naruto's clone. Are you ready? The clone asked. When he said that, Karen immediately took off her Kusa headband and threw it away. I am now, Karen answered the clone with a smile and then turned to Naruto. I'll see you in 5 days, Naruto-kun. Good luck in the exam, Databeo, Karen said happily as she and the clone teleported away. And just like that, another cute girl is now on your list, Ino said, slightly annoyed. Not at the fact that Naruto had offered Karen a new home, but now said home has 2 pretty girls who like him. One of them was Anko, one of the most beautiful women in Konoha. So what should we do now? Do we have the scrolls? Naruto questioned his teammates, ignoring Ino's comment. Better than staying here any longer, Shikamaru added. Yeah, let's. Naruto didn't get to finish his sentence, as he felt one of his clones just dispelled and relayed a very disturbing message. Son of a bitch! Naruto cursed. Naruto, what's wrong now? Shikamaru asked. And what Naruto said next made both Ino and Shikamaru extremely worried. Team 7 was attacked by Orochimaru. As one of the most stressful days for the Hokage has come, meaning the Chunin exams, Hiruzen was surprisingly sitting on his couch, relaxing, with a cup of tea in his hand. As he relaxed, he couldn't help but smirk at his 4 shadow clones, who were currently slaving away the piles of paperwork on his desk. They even gave him a few glares every time he chuckled at their pain. I can't believe I haven't thought of this before. You should be the next professor, Naruto-kun. I wonder if Tobirama-sensei also had the same idea when he created this jutsu. If so, shame on you, sensei, for not telling me. My back has been killing me for sitting on that damn chair all day. Hiruzen said to himself as he took a sip of his tea and laid back with an overdue relaxation. But his moment of peace was halted when he heard a firm knock coming from the door. Come in, Hiruzen called out as he sat up a little straighter. But the person who walked in immediately made the old Hokage lean back down on his seat and narrow his eyes. What do you want, Danzo? I'm very busy, Hiruzen said as he turned away from his old friend and took another sip of his tea. Danzo then saw the 4 shadow clones of Hiruzen and could only smirk with amusement. I see you made ingenious use of Lord Tobirama's jutsu. Very impressive. But I didn't take you're the type to slack off on your duties, Hiruzen, Danzo said. Did you come here to tell me something or criticize me? If it's the latter, you know where the door is, Hiruzen said with annoyance. Neither. I am merely here to ask a question, Danzo stated. And what question is that? Hiruzen asked with narrowed eyes. Why did you invite Kumogakure and IWA to the Chunin exams? Danzo asked. Are you asking me, as one of the village elders or an old friend? Hiruzen asked back. I was hoping. Trick question, Shimura. You will always ask me as a village elder because that is what you only are. And you'll address me as Lord Hokage. Do I make myself clear? Hiruzen stated firmly. Danzo said nothing as he simply glared at Hiruzen. That wasn't a rhetorical question, answer me. Hiruzen pushed, much to Danzo's annoyance. Yes, Lord Hokage, Danzo said bitterly. Good. And to answer your previous question, for years now, I have been in talks with the Fourth Raikage. We were discussing the possibility of an alliance between our hidden villages. But given our history, it was obviously not an easy process. So far, we only agreed on a non-aggression pact, but we both know that will not last forever nor benefit our village's growth. So as a show of good faith, and the spirit of moving forward, I sincerely invited Kumo to participate and guarantee their shinobi's safety before and after the duration of the exams. Hiruzen explained. Permission to speak, Lord Hokage? Danzo asked, with a slight venom in his voice. You may, Danzo, Hiruzen answered. While I understand your diplomatic reason, do you really believe it is wise to ally ourselves with a hidden village that has harmed ours as much as Iwagakure? The kidnapping attempt of Kushina Uzumaki and the Hyuga heiress has not been forgotten. Nor the sacrifice of Lord Tobarama, who gave his life for ours during the First Great Shinobi World War. There are some in the council who will not stand for their presence here, Danzo informed me. And by some you mean yourself, Koharu, and Hamura? Hiruzen asked with a bit of sarcasm. And Hayashi Hyuga, Danzo finished with a smirk. Hearing this was enough for Hiruzen to let out a deep sigh as he rubbed his temples soothingly from all the stress. He knew the Hyugas held a deep grudge against Kumo, and would likely spark a great level of hostility between them. Something that this village does not need right now. I will speak with Hayashi-san by the end of the day. He needs to know that I am doing something for the good of Konoha's future, Hiruzen stated. Danzo simply scoffed at the last sentence from the old Hokage. The good of Konoha's future, huh? Do you know what the future of Konoha really is? Danzo asked, which made Hiruzen narrow his eyes as he continued. It's the river of blood of our enemies. A story that we agreed to tell each other over and over. Until we eventually realized it was too late. The soft ideals of the Senju will only lead to a weakened Konoha, Danzo stated. And what do we have left once we abandon those ideals? Chaos. A gaping pit waiting to swallow us all while the fires of war drown out the screams of the innocent, all because we betrayed what made this village strong and united, Hiruzen stated firmly. This merely made the old warhawk chuckle with amusement. Chaos isn't a pit. Chaos is a ladder. Many tried to climb but failed. And never get to try again. Because the fall breaks them, and some were given a chance to climb, but they refuse. Instead, they cling to their blissful, purposeless lives. But it is all an illusion. In the end, only the ladder is real. And war is what makes us true shinobi, Danzo stated. If we are done discussing different philosophies, you may leave now, Hiruzen said angrily. Very well, Lord Hokage, Danzo said. Earlier with Naruto clone. While Team 10 was busy fighting against Team Samui and Team Root, one of Naruto's clones, Clone 7, was running through the woods in his camouflage form. He, along with the other clones, were assigned to locate any enemy teams nearby and intercept them if they could. As he was jumping from tree branch to tree branch, he stopped midway when he felt a giant animal nearby. Usually, he would just ignore it, but he felt something was wrong. Something was inside it. Something familiar. He ran towards its direction and was surprised when he saw a giant sleeping snake. Clone 7 still wondered why a mere giant snake felt so familiar to him, so he increased the range of his sensory perception, and his eyes widened when he felt one of his friend's chakra signatures was inside the snake's belly. Choji! Clone 7 yelled out as he charged toward the giant snake in an incredible display of speed. He then used his blood blade, and stabbed the blade into the top of the snake's skull. The giant snake was immediately awakened when it felt the painful sting on the top of its head as it violently thrashed its long, slithering body and let out a loud and terrifying screech of pain and anger. Clone 7 was holding on to the sword handle for dear life as the snake continued to rampage throughout the forest, breaking several trees and branches. When Clone 7 saw the giant snake was approaching a sharp, broken tree branch, he smirked confidently when he figured that it was his best chance of killing the oversized reptile, once and for all. When the snake was near the broken branch, Clone 7 immediately jumped forward from the snake's head, disregarding his sword, and unleashed his chakra chains from his wrist, wrapping them around the snake's neck. Clone 7 then gracefully landed on his feet, on another tree branch, with the broken sharp branch standing between him and the giant snake. Channeling more chakra into his arms and legs, Clone 7 used his newfound super strength to pull the snake's head directly onto the sharp tree branch. The snake tried to pull back in a tug-of-war, fearing for its life, but with one final pull from the blonde, the snake's head was impaled into the tree branch, making it screech out in pain even louder before it finally died. Clone 7 recalled his chakra chains into his wrist as he approached the now-dead snake's head and pulled his blade out from its skull. He then went to the snake's belly and stopped when he sensed where Choji was located exactly. Clone 7 then used his blade to cut a hole in the snake's belly, making its guts spill out, along with the chubby Akimichi, who was screaming in fear as he was covered in entrails and blood. "Oh! Oh!" Choji yelled out. "Choji! It's okay, it's me," Clone 7 said as he slowly approached the scared-looking Akimichi. "And Naruto? How did you wait? How do I know that you're really Naruto and not some imposter?" Choji said, putting his guard up, as he was told not to trust appearances since enemy ninjas could use the transformation jutsu to fool him. "Seriously? I just saved you from being snake shit. Why would an imposter do that?" Clone 7 asked with a deadpan look. "I don't know. I can't think straight right now. I just got eaten, for crying out loud. Just tell me something that only Naruto would know," Choji demanded. Okay, just calm down. Let's see. Oh, I know. When we were in the academy, I once challenged you to a ramen eating contest. I remember you vomited your guts out when you were reaching your 50th bowl. When it was over, you told me I was the first person to ever beat you in an eating contest besides your dad and vowed to out-eat ramen more than me one day. Yeah, right? Clone 7 explained with a scoff at the end. Realizing that the clone was telling the truth, Choji sighed in relief as he approached Clone 7 and hugged him tightly, grateful for his help. "Oh, Naruto, thank God it's really you. Thank you so much," Choji said as he let out some tears of joy. But the Akimichi was still covered in snake innards, so the hug was making Clone 7 uncomfortable. "Oh, that's okay, buddy, no problem," Clone 7 said as he gently broke the hug so that he could ask the Akimichi a serious question. "Choji, what happened? Where's Sasuke and Sakura?" "I don't know. It happened so fast. Sasuke told us we were being chased by someone dangerous. We tried to outrun them, but they just kept chasing us. It's like no matter where we go they will still be on our tail. We didn't want to exhaust ourselves any longer, so we decided to take a stand." Choji then explained to Clone 7 about how he and his team tried to set up a trap for their pursuer. They had everything covered, all from net snares and falling logs as they waited for the pursuer to arrive. But to their shock, the pursuers suddenly vanished before they could get close to one. Suddenly, there was an extremely powerful gust of wind, possibly a futon wind-style attack. It blew them all away and deeper into the forest, separating Choji from Sasuke and Sakura. Choji was unconscious for several minutes, but when he woke up, he was immediately attacked and eaten by the giant snake. I was so scared. I knew I was close to being digested until I felt the snake suddenly move again. The next thing I knew, I saw a blade near my face, which literally cut me free. "I owe you my life, Naruto," Choji said, thanking the blonde clone. "It's okay, buddy. I'm just glad you're safe," Clone 7 said with a smile. But then Choji realized something. "By the way, Naruto, where's Shika and Ino? Did you guys get separated too?" Choji asked, wondering where the rest of his friends were. "Oh, sorry, I forgot to tell you. I'm not really Naruto. I'm actually a shadow clone. Ino-chan and Shika are with the boss right now," Clone 7 explained. "I see. Well, can you help me find Sakura and Sasuke?" I can't tell which direction I was blown from, and I need to help them as soon as possible if they're in danger, Choji asked. Sure, hang on, Clone 7 said as he knelt down and placed his index finger on the ground. He then closed his eyes and activated his sensory perception. He focused on his surroundings until he finally detected the Uchiha, and they were fighting someone with monstrous dark chakra. He immediately snapped his open when he recognized whom they were fighting. It was Kunoichi Shiror. But the way Choji told him about how their pursuer kept chasing them, it almost sounded like a cunning predator stalking its prey. Clone 7 then realized that Shiror intentionally targeted them from the beginning. But the question is why? Is it because she knew that they were rookies? Or is it something else? Not willing to wait around and find out, Clone 7 stood back up and looked at his chubby friend with a serious gaze. I found them. But we need to hurry. This ninja that has been stalking you is no ordinary Kunoichi, Clone 7 informed his chubby friend as he and Clone 7 ran towards their friend's direction. With Sasuke and Sakura. After they were blown away from the powerful wind-style attack, Sasuke and Sakura managed to stick together, but they lost track of their food-loving teammate. But when Choji suddenly appeared, Sasuke instantly knew that the person standing before him was not the real Choji, as he threw his at him to ensure that he didn't get any closer. His suspicion was proven true when the so-called Choji was able to dodge every attack with an unnatural level of flexibility and agility that an Akimichi is known not to have. Kukukuku, I guess I can't fool the eyes of an Uchiha, fake Choji said with a sinister smirk as he let out his unnaturally long tongue and licked his lips. His transformation was then dropped, revealing his true form. It was the same Kunoichi that creeped everyone out with her elongated tongue. She tried to bait them with her earth scroll, but what she did next shocked the Dojutsu duo to the core. Shiror wrapped her scroll with her elongated tongue and swallowed it whole, daring them to get it from her corpse. Sasuke and Sakura knew that Shiror was too dangerous to fight since her presence alone was enough to scare them. As they were about to retreat, Shiror unleashed her killing intent, completely paralyzing the Dojutsu duo with an intense level of fear. She showed them terrifying visions of their very violent deaths, as it was enough to bring both of them to their knees and vomit their guts out. They tried to get up, but their bodies felt numb and heavy. Sasuke was able to make his way past his fear to stand on his feet, but he could barely take a step. Shiror felt disappointed that her prey failed to entertain her, so she took out two and threw them both directly at the duo's heads. Sasuke took out his kunai and stabbed deeply into his thigh. The immense pain he felt immediately freed him from his fear-induced paralysis as he grabbed Sakura and jumped away, saving them both from being killed. Shiror smirked with satisfaction as her hunt for the Uchiha continued. Sasuke and Sakura were taking cover on top of a tall tree branch as the Uchiha pulled the kunai out of his thigh. Sakura managed to pull herself together, and she quickly went to bandage his leg before he suffered any more blood loss. Sakura then took 3 deep breaths to calm her nerves, but her eyes immediately widened when she saw a giant snake behind them. Sasuke Kyuin! Behind us! Sakura yelled out. Sasuke turned his head and saw the snake charging toward them. They both managed to jump away, but the snake continued to go after the Uchiha, as it let out a loud and terrifying screech. Panicked in his eyes, Sasuke took out several shurikens and threw them all toward the snake's head, hitting all of its vital spots and killing it instantly. But when the duo thought they could finally have a moment to catch their breaths, Shiror suddenly burst out from the snake's scaly skin, like it was made of paper. When Shiror charges towards Sasuke in her snake-like elongated form, the Uchiha begins to panic in fear. Grabbing her quickly, they both jumped away just in time. The snake destroyed the tree they were standing on, landing on a tree branch. Sakura turned to Sasuke, who was still trying to calm his nerves. Sasuke-kun, please snap out of it. I know she is terrifying, but we can't give in to our fears. Escaping is no longer possible, so we must face her here and now, Sakura boldly said. But Sasuke was still petrified, as Shior's killing intent affected him more than the girl, and the haunting images still linger in his mind. We don't stand a chance, Sakura. We can't beat her. We need to run before it's too late, Sasuke yelled shamefully. Sakura was heartbroken when she heard the fear and worried in Sasuke's voice, as she knew that her crush was losing his will to fight. Sasuke had always taken pride in his abilities, but to hear him admit out loud that he couldn't beat an opponent without even trying was painful to witness, especially to her. So Sakura did the only thing she could. Slap, Sasuke touched his now red cheek as he looked in shock at the girl before him, giving him a sad look. If you don't fight, we die. But if you do, we might live. But I can't do it alone. I need your help. Please. Get up and fight, Sakura said desperately, with pure conviction in her voice, as she refused to let them both die. As Sakura, Sasuke could only say. He kept hearing her words over and over until he heard Itachi's final words to him before he fled the village. Foolish little brother. If you want to kill me, resent me, hate me, and continue to live your worthless life, flee. Flee and cling to your life like the coward you are. Those cruel words always managed to break his spirit, but then he remembered why he had trained and fought for so long, why he dedicated every hour of the day to training, to one day kill him. Fight. 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 Sasuke thought in anger as he activated his Sharingan, as his fears instantly disappeared from his mind. As Sasuke stood side by side with Sakura, Shiror finally reappeared and was now standing in front of the duo with a giant grin on her face. Kukukuku, the fabled Sharingan, Shiror said as she licked her lips excitedly with her long tongue. Let's see what those beautiful eyes can do, Shiror said. It was now a moment of pure silence. All three shinobi stood firmly, waiting for the right moment to strike. As a falling stray leaf landed on the branch before them, Sasuke and Sakura immediately rushed forward and engaged Shiror in a taijutsu fight. Sasuke threw several towards Shiror, but the Kusa Kunoichi managed to dodge them effortlessly. Shiror then demonstrates her unnatural speed as she knocks Sakura away and continues to zoom around Sasuke in an effort to catch him off guard. But Sasuke has a Sharingan and was able to see her attacks coming and jumped away. He then made several hand seals. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke blew out a stream of fire from his mouth toward Shiror. She was caught in the fire stream but managed to go underground before suffering from any real damage. She crawled her way towards Sasuke, but he managed to jump away in time before she could grab him. Sasuke instantly readied himself as he was now standing beside Sakura. Shiror then unleashed a powerful wind-style attack, but Sasuke and Sakura managed to jump away and avoid it, as the wind attack literally cut the tree behind them in half. Sakura managed to land safely on a tree branch. Still, Sasuke decided to press on, as he jumped from branch to branch, landing on one that was on top of Shiror, and proceeded to jump down towards her and grabbed her body, completely catching her off guard as he pulled her downwards towards the ground, in a pile-driving position. Uchiha style, Falcon drop. As they continued to fall from the extremely long drop, Shior's skull finally made an impact on the earthly ground, creating a small crack. Sasuke jumped away from her body and thought the worst was over, but suddenly Shior's body turned into mud, indicating that she had to substitute herself with a mud clone. The real Shiror, who was on top of one of the branches above Sasuke, threw several toward the Uchiha, but luckily he was able to evade them and find cover. As Shiror was about to attack Sasuke from behind when Sakura attacked her. When Sakura managed to land a strike on Shior's chest area, Kusa Kunoichi was angered by this, as she kicked Sakura's head with a swift roundhouse, sending the girl crashing down, unconscious. Rage filled Sasuke's body as he blindly attacked Kusa Kunoichi, but Shiror managed to use his anger against him, as she landed several punches on his face and knocked him down. What a disappointment you turn out to be. Your ancestor weeps in shame. I guess the Uchiha clan should thank me for killing you. Silly little worm, Shiror said with a smirk. But she didn't realize Sasuke had managed to attach several small explosives to her clothes. As she was done talking, Sasuke instantly activated them, causing them to explode on her back and dropping her to her knees in pain. Sasuke immediately got himself up and jumped away, throwing several shurikens with ninja wires attached to them as they circled around the Kusa Kunoichi. As Shiror was distracted by her awe of Uchiha's legendary shuriken technique, the ninja wire began to surround her, wrapping around her body and tying the Kusa Kunoichi up against the tree behind her. Sasuke then pulled the ninja wires firmly in his hands, giving the Kusa Kunoichi absolutely no chance of moving a single muscle. As Shiror began to squirm, she noticed Sasuke quickly made several signs. Fire style, giant fireball. The ball of fire is big enough that it engulfs the whole place, turning everything around the area to ash. Sasuke released a sigh of relief. It was over. His eyes widened when he heard a sinister chuckle. Shiror was still burned by the flames, but she managed to break free from the ninja wire. She held back her pain of still being burned alive by the dangerous fire, and willed herself away from the fire pit. But then she dropped down on her belly. Sasuke didn't let his guard down this time as he waited for something to happen. And something did happen. Something completely disgusting. Shiror opened her mouth and began to regurgitate another Shiror, like a snake shedding its skin. But this time, she looked completely different. While she attains her long black hair, her skin is now completely pale, her eyes are golden with slitted pupils and purple markings around her eyes, and she appears to have fawn-like teeth. Her voice changed as well, almost sounding like a male chronic smoker. He stood at his feet and smirked at the young uchiha. His saliva-covered body looked completely undamaged, as his old skin was still burning away into nothingness. Kukukukuku, to think that you have reached this level already. You are truly a member of the Uchiha clan. Yes, I wanted you then, but now I want you more. You will be mine, the snake man said with a sadistic smirk. Sasuke tried to get himself up, but he had used too much of his chakra earlier, leaving him completely defenseless. You're definitely his brother. If anything, your eyes might be more powerful than Itachi's, the snake man said, and Sasuke's eyes immediately widened when he mentioned his big brother's name. Who the fuck are you? What do you want? Sasuke yelled out in anger. Kukukuku, my name is Orochimaru. But as to what I want, that will have to wait until we meet again. Which won't happen if you don't finish this test with the best score of all. First, you will have to defeat the Odo ninjas that serve me, the now identified Orochimaru said with a snake-like smirk. I don't know what you're talking about, and I don't care. You better kill me because I swear to God I'm going to kill you, Sasuke threatened. Kukukuku, oh no, Sasuke-kun. You are far too valuable to kill, especially with those eyes. But don't worry, we will meet again. I promise you, Orochimaru said as he made a single unique hand seal, and his neck began to elongate and move like a snake as it slithered towards Sasuke's direction. Sasuke tried to move, but his body wouldn't allow him. When Orochimaru's head was nearing the Uchiha's neck, with his mouth open, showing his sharp fangs, he suddenly noticed the water particles in front of the Uchiha were pulling themselves together, and his eyes widened at what came next. Water style, water wall. A massive wall of water suddenly appeared out of thin air, standing firmly between Sasuke and Orochimaru's heads. The snake Sannin's elongated head crashed directly into the completely dense wall of water, sending it back to its body. Orochimaru was gritting his teeth in anger when he was denied his prize, and the person who was responsible happened to be Konoha's strongest genin, as he and Choji defensively landed in front of Sasuke. I knew I saw a snake in the grass, Clone 7 said with a smirk, causing the snake Sannin to narrow his eyes at the blonde duplicate. Naruto Uzumaki, Orochimaru called out to his new foe. Kiba, Hinata, and Shino were now on their way to the tower after defeating a team from Rain Village who fell into their trap. It was a simple net snare, followed by numerous giant leeches that fell on their bodies, sucking out their blood until they were incapacitated. It was a flawless plan, thanks to their experience with traps and Shino's knowledge of insects in the area. Luckily, the Rain team had the scroll they needed, which was an Earth scroll. Kiba was ecstatic, as he believed that they might be the first team to arrive at the tower. Hinata was just glad that they would soon get out of the forest. Shino was just being Shino. Woohoo! I knew that we would survive this. Right, Akamaru? Kiba said excitedly to his furry companion. Yip yip! Akamaru barked in agreement. And because of that, we're going to be the first ones to reach the tower. Come on, Hinata, be excited for once, Kiba said to his teammate. I will be excited when we get out of this forest, not before, Hinata said. She's right, Kiba. We shouldn't be overconfident. Why do you ask? It's because it is a dangerous mistake that can get us killed. No matter how small a bug is, it still has to guard itself at all times. We have to make sure that we don't encounter any enemies until we reach the tower. That is the only way that we'll truly be safe, Shino said with his logic. Yeah, I know that. Geez, you two need to chill out and enjoy yourselves once in a while. Like me. I'm having the time of my life, Kiba said with a grin. Akamaru sniffed something up ahead. Sniff asterisk sniff. Yip yip! Akamaru barked. Guys, hold on. We have to stop. Kiba said, stopping his teammates in their tracks. Why? Shino asked. You said we should be careful not to come across any enemies, right? Well, Akamaru and I smell a group up ahead, Kiba stated as he pointed his finger in the direction of the enemy group. Shino then placed his ear on the ground to listen for any vibrations. Evidently they are 6 people, I think, Shino stated. Alright. Let's check it out, Kiba suggested eagerly. Kiba, we're not doing that. It's foolish, Shino said. Hinata's only answer was a silent nod, agreeing with her teammate. Why not? That sexy proctor told us we need 1 heaven and earth scroll, right? But she didn't say we can't take more than that. Besides, if we get more scrolls, there will be fewer to go around, and that means less competition for us. Ha! Kiba pointed out, surprisingly, with some logic. But Hinata tried to argue, but Kiba cut her off. Look, we'll just check it, okay? If it looks too dangerous, we won't battle them. So let's go, Kiba said excitedly as he and Akamaru jumped ahead. Kiba, wait! Hinata yelled out, slightly worried. He's the kind of guy that even the hungriest of insects would avoid, Shino pointed out with a tired sigh. Is that your logical answer, Shino? Hinata asked. No, just the truth, Shino simply stated as he and the Byakugan user went after their teammate and his dog. The bug user and the Hyuga finally caught up to the dog lover, and they are currently hiding behind some bushes. But when they arrive, they notice Akamaru looks completely terrified. What's wrong, Akamaru? Kiba asked his Niken. What happened? You just stopped all of a sudden, Shino asked. Yeah, something really spooked the little guy, Kiba said, and Akamaru immediately jumped into Hinata's arms for comfort. But what scared him? Hinata asked as he petted the small whimpering puppy. I have no idea. My clan's ninja dogs, including Akamaru, have the ability to sniff out the level of an enemy's chakra. But man, I had never seen him this scared before. Whoever those ninjas up ahead are, they aren't normal guys. Kiba pointed out the 6 individuals ahead. In a standoff, 2 teams, one from the village hidden in the sand and another from the village hidden in the rain. Both teams waited in a wooded clearing, waiting to make their move. The rain ninja was cocky, sneering and taunting the sand genin. They were dressed more for a summer shower than a trek through a forest waiting to kill them. Each team member wore a slick blue and white jumpsuit, a sizable domed hat, and several umbrellas strapped to their back. Do you believe the nerve of these sand ninja Shibare? The middleman, Midar, drawled, challenging us head-on like this. Yeah, they're a bunch of fools, his shorter companion Bayu crowed. The sand ninja said nothing and made no move other than to observe the rain ninja coldly. One of them, Shigeru, stepped forward. 2 vertical scars ran along the right side of his face, bisecting his eyes and, at the same time, rendering them useless. His left eye glittered brightly, shining with enough cruelty for both. He had the look of a predator about him. Or someone who very much wanted to look like a predator. The remaining eye glared at each sand ninja in turn. Too bad, kids, you should have picked your opponents better. Now you're all going to die. Finally, Gaara of the Sand spoke. In a soft, rasping voice filled with rage and pain and venom. I've heard enough out of you. Let's make this quick. I don't want to waste my time. Gaara was at least 2 feet shorter than the rain ninja, but something just wasn't right about the boy. Great overwhelming darkness seemed to flow off him in waves. He was dressed all in black, save for the white sash across his chest and a large gourd tied to his back. Wild red hair framed his features. His eyes, lined with the dark rings of sleep deprivation, burned with hungry malice. Kankuro winced. Hey Gaara. He cautiously began, wouldn't it make more sense to follow these punks and gather information first? I mean, if they have the same type of scroll as we do, then we're just fighting an unnecessary battle. Shigeru's face darkened. He didn't like these pucks treating him like he was nothing right to his face. They were blatantly disrespecting him and his squad. Slowly his hands reached for the 7 umbrellas at his back. Gaara didn't even turn around. I don't care. They looked at me the wrong way, and now they have to die, he said softly. It was then that Shibare snapped. If you think you can kill us, then try it, he snarled. Shigeru's hands found the umbrella handles at his back, tore them free with a vicious snap, and threw them high into the air. All eyes turned to the sky. They floated some 20 feet above the sand ninjas' heads, poised like dandelion seeds. Then they stopped, held aloft by the power of Shigeru's chakra. He manipulated his hands in the proper signs as massive chakra began to pour into the umbrellas. The umbrellas began to spin, and hundreds of needles started to fill the sky. And now, ninja art, Saban rainstorm, he cried. Every needle flew straight and true toward one target. Gaara of the Sand. They circled him from all sides. One move in any direction would fill him with hundreds of tiny points of death. Needles buzzed through the air like flies, awaiting the command of their master, and creating a rainstorm of death around Gaara that cut him off from his companions, who could only watch on. Shigeru marveled for a moment at how the boys' squad could watch on smugly while their leader was about to be torn apart. Up, down, left, right. There's no blind spot for this jutsu, and it's deadly accurate. Shigeru waves his hand casually, causing a few needles to pierce the ground at Gaara's feet. The boy never flinched, he almost looked hopeful. A vein throbbed in the rain ninja's head. This had gone on for far too long. He waved his hands, and hundreds of needles came crashing back down to the earth with enough force to crack the ground beneath Gaara and kick up a large cloud of dust. Gaara never moved. His fate was lost amongst the dust. Shigeru laughed, looking triumphant. He took an eager step forward to survey the damage and collect the scroll needed to enter the tower. The dust settled, and Shigeru froze in mid-step. Gaara of the Sand stood unharmed, not a single mark upon his skin. Every needle had embedded itself within the cocoon-like wall of sand. Tiny motes of sand silently flitted around, almost mockingly. A small space near the front remained open, revealing Gaara's eyes, glittering malevolently. Is that the best you can do? He asked darkly. Shigeru was horrified. It can't be, not one wound. That's impossible. He clapped his hands together, going for the sand ninja's exposed throat. Without any signal from Gaara, the sand moves to intercept every needle. Not one touched him. Gaara's expression darkened another notch. A Saban rainstorm, huh? I have an idea. Let's make it rain blood instead. The rain ninja froze. Never, in the history of his village, had the Saban failed to neutralize a target. For this boy to have avoided every needle, he just wasn't human. Shigeru's teammates took a step back. He shot them a disgusted look even though he was just as terrified as they were. How? He snarled. Kankuro stepped forward. It's a defense that nothing can penetrate. Gaara carries that sand in the gourd on his back, and when he's attacked, he uses the power of his chakra to harden the sand so that it's stronger than steel. It's a jutsu that only Gaara can do. Somehow it happens reflexively, independent of his will. So any attacks against him are doomed to failure. The wall of sand began to dissolve, melting back into the ground and leaving no trace of its presence behind. Except for all the needles it had collected and deposited in the dirt around Gaara and a few tiny motes of sand in the air. Oh yeah? Well, we'll see. Shigeru charged across the clearing toward the sand ninja, pulling 2 kunai fighting knives from his belt. Kankuro gave the rain ninja one last, almost pitying look. Face it. You guys can't hope to defeat Gaara. Gaara grimaced, the closest expression he had to a smile. Slowly he clasped his hands together, making each sign precisely and pumping his chakra into the dirt beneath Shigeru's feet. Sand coffin! Gaara cried. In mid-step, the ground reached out to devour him. From head to toe, he was covered in a cocoon of sand. Unlike Gaara's, which was meant to protect, this cocoon was made to kill. Only a bare patch left his face visible, twisted by agony and fear, and even that was rapidly dwindling. In less than 5 seconds, the hunter became the hunted. Tiny motes of sand flew around his face, occasionally entering his eye. One by one, the umbrellas fell from the sky. Shigeru's voice strained as the sand tightened its grip on him. What is this? Let me go! Gaara ignored him. All I have to do is cover your big mouth, and you'll be dead, In response, the sands gathered around Shigeru's nose and mouth but backed off after a moment. But that would be too easy and too boring. Gaara picked up one of the fallen umbrellas and unlocked it, holding it over his head as if it were about to rain. Shigeru tried, without luck, to blink away the sand from his eyes. Gaara raised his free hand, and the sands holding Shigeru rose high into the air. The rain ninja struggled valiantly, but he couldn't break free. Gaara looked up at him one final time. He showed no emotion save for a gnawing hunger tempered by malice. Gaara clenched his fist. "Sand burial!" he cried. With one last, tormented scream, Shigeru left this world. It was crushed into oblivion by the relentless sand. Blood rained from the sky, splattering the umbrella and the rain ninja's horrified comrades. Gaara turned to them. There wasn't any pain. I crushed him with more force than was necessary, so it was over quickly. The scream you heard was from fear. He closed the dripping umbrella and surveyed the sodden landscape. The corpse's bitter crimson tears mingle with the endless sand and feed the chaos within me, making me stronger, he whispered. Midar stepped forward, each step an effort to master his fear, to lay the scroll upon the ground. "Just he take the scroll. Go on here." Bayo spoke in a high-pitched voice. "Yes. Take it. Please spare us." Gaara tossed the umbrella away and reached out to the remaining rain ninja. Once more, the earth reached up to hungrily consume the rest of the squad. They screamed frantically as the sand engulfed them as it did their leader, their sanity shattering along with their bodies. Blood rained from the skies. Kankuro walked forward to retrieve the scroll. "Hey, we got lucky," he smiled. "It's a heaven scroll." "Just shut up," Gaara hissed. "It's not enough. It'll never be enough." Seeing enough, Kiba, Shino, and a fear-stricken Hinata slowly tried to get the hell out of there before they got killed by the homicidal Suna Genin next. But Gaara turned in their direction when he heard the sound of a broken twig, which immediately made the Genins of Team 8's eyes widened in panic and fear. Gaara slowly approached their direction to investigate the sound, which made their hearts race like it was running a marathon. They knew if they ran, they'd be immediately spotted and killed before they could get far. But if they stay where they are, they will eventually be spotted and killed nonetheless. It was a lose-lose situation either way, and fighting was not an option. Kiba and Shino couldn't do anything but brace themselves for their inevitable doom, but surprisingly, when Gaara was closing in on the bush they were hiding behind, he saw nothing. He looked around further, but there was no trace of anyone there. It must have been an animal, he thought. As he walked away from the supposed empty bush and back to his siblings, he didn't realize he had missed the C-rank genjutsu that was placed by Hinata to hide herself and her teammates. It was the classic demonic illusion, false surroundings, which was taught to her by her Jonin sensei. Kiba and Shino looked towards their terrified Byakugan user teammate, whose hands were still shaking, as they were still in her jutsu's hand seal form. Kiba gently placed his hand on hers to stop her shaking, and surprisingly it did. He looked into her fearful white eyes and gave her a thankful and apologetic nod as he quietly led her and Shino away. With Team Suna. As Team 8 was sneaking away, Gaara and his siblings were arguing, well, more like Kankuro and Temari were trying to talk down a ticking time bomb, which is Gaara, since the Ames team he had killed happened to have the scroll they needed, which allows them to just head to the tower. But not so surprisingly, Gaara refuses to go yet since he has not had his fill of blood. Kankuro tried to reason with his little brother, but Suna Jinchuriki simply called him a coward. This obviously boils the young puppeteer's blood a bit, but he was smart enough not to start something with the homicidal boy. Look, Gaara, I know this test is no problem for you, but it's dangerous for Temari and I. One set of scrolls is good enough. It's all we need to pass, Kankuro said as he approached Gaara. Losers can't tell me what to do, Gaara simply said, which pushed the already frustrated puppeteer to his breaking point. Kankuro then grabbed Gaara by the strap of his gourd. Alright, that's enough. Sometimes you have to listen to what your big brother says, Kankuro yelled out as he gripped the strap and pulled Gaara closer. Kankuro was finally standing up to his little brother, as he refused to be treated like he was a stranger. If only Gaara knew how much Kankuro and Temari still cared about him, despite every monstrous thing he had done. Well, it's too bad that I don't think of you as my big brother at all. If you get in my way, I will kill you, Gaara said with his emotionless tone. This obviously broke Kankuro's heart a little, but the courage in his eyes never wavered as he continued to stare down at his little brother, who was giving him a death glare. Temari was starting to feel worried for her brother's life, so she decided to speak up. Wait. Just hold on, Gaara. Why you don't have to treat us like we're your enemy. Look, just do it as a favor to your sister. Please. Temari begged, hoping to calm her little brother down. It was a few moments of intense silence, but Kankuro and Temari's eyes were widened when Gaara smacked Kankuro's hand away from his strap and pointed his clawed hand toward the puppeteer, implying to use his signature killing move on his brother. Temari knew she needed to stop things from escalating any further. But suddenly, they heard the voice of someone familiar. That is no way to treat your big brother. Gaara dash. The eyes of the Sand siblings were widened when they heard the sudden bubbly voice that was coming from next to Gaara. That voice happened to belong to the mint-haired Jinchuriki from Taki, who suddenly appeared next to the Suna Jinchuriki, and surprisingly, without anyone noticing her presence before she announced herself. Ah! Both Temari and Kankuro yelled out of surprise at Fu's sudden appearance. How did you get there? Temari yelled out as she grabbed the giant fan on her back. Life finds a way. Isn't it wonderful? I was actually looking for Naruto-kun but found you guys instead, Fu said in a carefree tone until she quickly jumped away to avoid the approaching tendrils of sand from catching her. Gaara then sent out waves of sand toward Fu as the tendrils continued to try and snatch her, but Fu was surprisingly very fast and agile until she finally backflipped a couple of feet away from the Sand siblings, landing in a cute pose. If you wish to play, Gaara, you only need to ask. I would be happy to play with you. After all, I love making sand castles, Fu said in her carefree tone as she placed her hands on her hips. Silly girl. I have you now, Gaara said with his emotionless voice, but his eyes were screaming with bloodlust as he sent another wave of sand after her, and she continued to dodge it. Sensing his siblings were about to take out their weapons to help fight her, Gaara immediately stopped them before they could. And no, the silly girl is mine, Gaara ordered for his siblings to stand down, as his eyes were purely focused on the agile mint-haired Jinchuriki, but his words were loud enough for her to hear. Gasp. Gaara. Am I so precious to you that you want me all to yourself? How exciting. It is like we are best friends already. Let's celebrate with a hug, Fu said excitedly as she turned and ran towards Gaara at full speed while avoiding his waves and tendrils of sand from snatching her. Temari and Kankuro were starting to get nervous. This girl is insane. Gaara's sand had barely touched Fu since she was surprisingly fast and agile. They were wondering if they should just jump in and help, regardless of what Gaara ordered, but then again, they don't have a death wish, and Gaara is considered unbeatable. So they decided just to let Gaara handle her. When Fu was closing in on Gaara by mere inches, ready to embrace him with a hug, his sand finally caught her legs, entrapping her. Oh, looks like you finally caught me, Gaara. Now what? Fu asked excitedly, and surprisingly not panicking. Now you die, Gaara stated as the sand began to wrap around Fu, completely encasing her in a cocoon of sand. Sigh. It's over, both Kankuro and Temari thought. Gaara then clawed his hand and pointed it towards the sand cocoon before him, ready to end the annoying mint-haired girl once and for all. Or so he thought. Sand Buri Gaara was interrupted as Fu's arms suddenly burst open from the cocoon, and gripped his neck in a stranglehold, shocking the Sand siblings, as for the first time ever, someone actually broke out of the unbreakable sand coffin. But most importantly, someone was actually touching Gaara. You're wrong, Gaara. Now it's my turn to play, Fu said as she gave Gaara a rare smirk. Fu then completely broke herself out of the sand cocoon, and pulled Gaara by the neck towards her, with a fist leaning back. The sand could not react in time, as Fu's fist dug deep into Gaara's sand-armored cheek, landing an incredibly strong punch, breaking the armor instantly until it finally reached his flesh, sending him flying backward like a ragdoll. However, luckily his sand managed to cushion his fall, but it was still strong enough to leave a small crater. Temari and Kankuro were completely speechless. Someone actually hurt Gaara. And that punch could have killed him if it wasn't for his sand and armor. It seems that the Taki Jinchuriki is far more dangerous than she looks. Behind that bubbly cute smile is a dangerous opponent. Gaara! Kankuro and Temari yelled out as they went to approach their little brother, but he barely paid any attention to them, as he was giving Fu the biggest psychotic death glare he could give to anyone. But Fu, on the other hand, was simply blowing the dirt off her fist from Gaara's armor and giving him a mischievous grin. Teehee, this has been exemplary, Gaara. But I'm afraid I must leave now. But thank you for this, Fu said joyously as she held out an earth scroll in her hand. Gaara's eyes widened as he checked the pocket of his robes but found nothing. That little minx managed to snatch his earth scroll when she was close to him. This angered the Suna Jinchuriki even more. He now sees her as a plague to his health. That her very existence questions him. He wants to kill her even more now, more than Naruto and Yujito. I will kill you, silly girl. Gaara surprisingly yelled out in anger as he sent out massive waves of sand after her, completely surrounding the Taki Jinchuriki with zero chance of escaping. As the waves of sand seemed to bury Fu completely, turning the forest into a small desert, he then slammed his hand on the sand pile. Giant sand burial! The sand immediately imploded, crushing anything underneath it. Gaara was smirking with satisfaction, but his smirk immediately faded when he heard the sound of a cute giggle and wings flapping above him. The sand siblings turned their heads upwards and saw Fu flying above them, with a pair of large wings on her lower back that resembled a dragonfly. Miss me. Now you cannot kill me. See you later, Gaara, Fu said with a sing-song manner and gave a cute peach sign as she flew away quickly before Gaara's sand could catch her. Gaara was seething his teeth in anger. He could fly as well with his sand, but not at her speed. She is already long gone by now. This isn't over, silly girl. I will prove my existence by killing you, Gaara yelled out angrily, which made Kankuro and Temari more nervous than ever, as he continued to scream in the wind. Great, now we gotta find another Earth Scroll. I'm just glad it's not my fault. In a way, I'm glad that crazy girl came. Someone finally knocked some sense into that little brat. But now I have to deal with a pissed-off Gaara. I pity the poor bastards that will come across later, Kankuro thought. Unbelievable. Someone actually hurt Gaara. I guess it's not so surprising since she is one of the 9 Jinchurikis. But out of those 3 we met, she is the last one I thought who could. If she is that strong, I wonder what Naruto or that Kumo girl are capable of. This mission might be more dangerous than I thought, Temari thought worriedly. Soon the clone of Naruto was replaced by the real one, knowing this fight wouldn't be easy even for him. Naruto is now standing before Orochimaru, the infamous snake Sannin, the great bane of many of his precious people's pain, the tormentor of the innocent and ruthless attacker of his close friends. And there he was, smirking with his snake-like eyes. Choji immediately went to retrieve the unconscious Sakura while Naruto stood in front of the weakened Sasuke and was now glaring down at the Sannin. Orochimaru was the first to break the silence. Kukukuku, well, if it isn't Naruto Senju, the so-called hero of tea and waves. Orochimaru greeted with a smirk. And if it isn't Orochimaru, toucher of kids, Naruto stated with his own smirk. You have quite a mouth on you. Has anyone ever taught you to respect your elders? Orochimaru asked, slightly annoyed and a little amused. Says the elderly man who licks his lips for kids. Naruto quipped. If you are going to insult me all day, it's best you carry on and let me resume my business with Sasuke-kun. I have no quarrel with you. Yet. But if you stand in my way. Well, let's just say you will understand why I am the strongest of the Sanins, Orochimaru said, licking his lips with his long tongue. Really? Naruto said with skepticism. He didn't know how strong the other 2 were, but he doubted this snake was stronger than Jiraiya. The blonde couldn't care less about the porn writer. The man hadn't visited him once. So far he understood the job of a spy was important and all that, but he doubted the man couldn't find a free hour of his busy days of checking out women in private baths to visit his godson at least once or twice every few years. The strongest, you say? The only reason you're still breathing is because Jiraiya didn't give it all when he fought you that day. If he had used his sage mode, you would be nothing but dust in the wind, Naruto replied with a neutral tone. Orochimaru groaned, a part of him knowing that Jiraiya, indeed, had held back his grimace quickly turned to a smirk. Well, Jiraiya was always soft and foolish. That is something we can both agree on, Naruto replied, noticing his surprised look at Orochimaru. You know, I'm pretty sure I should kill you right now. The 3rd Hokage would probably shed a few tears for his favorite student, Naruto spoke with a hint of mockery. If the man had simply done his job that day, Orochimaru would have been long forgotten. Kukukuku sticks and stones, Naruto-kun. And how is the old man? Still not dead yet? Orochimaru joked with a grin. Oh, don't worry. He might have a heart attack when I bring him to your head. You're going to pay for all the people you killed and scarred. Like Enko-chan. Naruto said with some anger in his voice. Kukukuku, ah yes, sweet and devoted, Enko-chan. I noticed you two are quite close. Tell me, Naruto-kun, has she ever mentioned me? Do I still haunt her dreams? Does she still think about all the beautiful things I did to her, all in the name of science? And threw her away after like she was garbage? Orochimaru said with a devious grin, trying to get the blonde riled up. If you ever talk about her like that again. Or what? I fought in the Second Great Shinobi World War. I have killed many powerful men and women and mastered jutsus that you can only see in your nightmares. I am the strongest Sannin there is. You can never hope to defeat me. Orochimaru boasted. Never say never, asshole, Naruto said, as he then made a cross-sign hand seal. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Almost 200 Narutos suddenly appeared, surrounding the snake Sannin, and they all made several hand seals and took a deep breath. Wind style, vacuum bullets barrage. All clones blew out a chain of small pressurized wind bullets towards the snake Sannin, tearing the area he was in into shreds, creating clouds of debris and dust all over. It lasted for almost 20 seconds until they finally stopped firing. Naruto and his clones knew that Orochimaru was an extremely slippery opponent, so it is highly likely that he managed to slip away or replace himself with a substitution. And his hunch was right when they saw that Orochimaru had, indeed, substituted himself with a mud clone. Each clone then used their sensory perception, but one of them had their eyes widen when he felt the snake Sannin was right behind him. Orochimaru then began to dispel the clones, one by one, as they charged toward him. Naruto can see why Orochimaru is considered one of the most powerful shinobis that Konoha has ever produced. Not only was he inhumanely fast, but he was surprisingly strong as well. And he was making short work with all the clones that got near him. But unbeknownst to the Sannin, this was all part of Naruto's plan. He knew he couldn't beat Orochimaru without revealing his trump cards. He also needed Orochimaru to create more havoc and probably make things easier in Konoha for him in the future. And for every clone dispelled, the original will immediately receive their memories. Not only will the original Naruto be alerted, but he will also gain some insight into Orochimaru's abilities and techniques. Naruto then looked behind him and saw that Choji had managed to carry the still unconscious Sakura towards where he and Sasuke were positioned, and they were all huddled up together and safe, for now. Sasuke briefly checked on Choji and Sakura with a glance to see if they were alright. Naruto then addressed Sasuke and Choji. Guys, whatever you do, stick together. I'm going to buy us some time, Naruto said with a serious tone. Right, and Naruto. Don't hold back. This guy is bad news, Choji advised. Naruto nodded and turned his head to address all his remaining clones. Boys. Formation Cloudburst, Naruto announced. The clones near Orochimaru nodded in understanding and immediately jumped away, and each clone made a single unique hand seal. Ninja Art, Hidden Mist Jutsu. An extremely thick layer of mist suddenly appeared, completely covering the area, as it was empowered by each clone. How is this possible? There is not a single body of water anywhere around here. How is he able to conjure a mist this thick? Orochimaru thought. Not wanting to lose his advantage of sight and hearing, Orochimaru then made several hand seals and took a deep breath. Wind style, Almighty Breakthrough. He then blew out an extremely powerful gust of wind from his mouth, blowing almost everything away like it was a hurricane. Team 7 was holding on for dear life while some of the clones were dispelled by the blast. But surprisingly, the hidden mist jutsu remains, which surprises Orochimaru even more. Impressive, Naruto-kun. That was one of my strongest futon jutsus yet, and it should have blown everything away in an instant. So how are you doing this? Orochimaru asked curiously. Formation Cloudburst. It's a battle tactic I created. As a futon user myself, I know a strong wind attack is very effective against Kiri's infamous hidden mist jutsu. Sadly, it is one of its fatal weaknesses. However, I've discovered in a previous mission that the mist can be empowered by the quantity of the casters, but it all depends on the synchronization. And in case you haven't noticed, clones tend to think alike. Naruto's voice was coming from all directions, leaving Orochimaru unable to pinpoint his location. Kukuka is very clever. But a cowardly jutsu is not worth my time. So what will you do now, Naruto-kun? Orochimaru asked like it was a challenge. Naruto didn't respond. Instead, Orochimaru couldn't hear a damn thing. What? Not so talkative anymore? Orochimaru jested with a smirk. The snake Sannin was beginning to be annoyed, as the smartass blonde was nowhere in sight and was now silent all of a sudden. But his yellow eyes widened when he realized what the blonde was truly up to. He was trying to use the mist to cover his and Team 7's escape. That clever little shit. I can't lose them. I haven't marked Sasuke-kun yet. I want that Sharingan. Orochimaru thought, slightly panicking. If you think you can GH. Orochimaru was cut off, as he literally felt something cut his back. Orochimaru didn't see where his attacker was or hear where he came from, but he knew the blade the blonde used to cut him with was extremely sharp. But the weird thing was, it didn't feel like usual steel. He then felt something cut his stomach. Gah! You little bastard! Orochimaru yelled out in anger. Orochimaru then felt multiple fast cuts all around his body from different directions. It was a cut-and-run tactic used for weakening stronger opponents until they finally made a killing blow at the end, once their defenses were completely down. So he knows the silent killing technique as well. This boy is more interesting than I thought. If it wasn't for the damn Kyuubi, I would have marked him as well. Orochimaru thought. Feeling enough is enough, Orochimaru bit his thumb and made several hand seals. He then slammed his open palm on the ground. Summoning Jutsu. From the large puff of smoke, 4 large snakes appeared and began to rampage the area, dispelling every clone they came across with ease until all clones were dispelled, and the thick mist was finally cleared. But to his horror, Naruto and Team 7 had indeed escaped during the foggy distraction. As he was about to give chase, he heard Naruto's voice behind him. Well, looks like your prey had escaped, Orochimaru team, Naruto said with a smirk as she stood on a tree branch opposite the snake Sannin. He was able to arrive once all the clones were dispelled via a Hiraishin mark that Naruto had left. You! Do you have any idea what you cost me? Orochimaru yelled out with pure rage in his yellow eyes. But Naruto merely smirked with satisfaction. To answer your question, I think I have an idea. You were trying to give Sasuke the same hiki you gave Anko-chan, weren't you? Naruto said with a calm voice. Orochimaru never liked when his plans were foiled, but he had to commend the young genin before him. The Sannin really wanted to mark him as well, but it would be pointless, as a Bijuu's chakra is so volatile that it can burn the curse mark away like a vaccine. You are really clever, aren't you? Orochimaru said while seething his teeth. Well, it grows on me. I can't be much of a leader if I wasn't clever. You know all about that, right, Orochimaru team? Naruto said. Such a pity. You would have been a fine vessel. But my priority is Sasuke-kun and his precious Sharingan. I couldn't get Itachi's, but Sasuke-kun is not as strong as him. He will be mine, his eyes will be mine, and not you or Sarutobi-sensei will deny me my prize. Orochimaru declared and laughed like a madman at the end. So you couldn't get your hands on Itachi, no surprise there. He is amongst the strongest shinobi I know, and I know many of them, Naruto said before he unleashed a strong burst of chakra from his body, cracking the ground beneath him. He then formed several hand seals. Water-style, giant vortex jutsu. Orochimaru smirked, as he wanted to laugh when he heard the name of the A-rank jutsu that the blonde had just used. A Suiton jutsu of that caliber requires a large body of water for it to be effective or work in general. But his smirk faded, and his eyes widened when a sea of water started to appear around Naruto out of thin air, and it was forming into a large horizontal vortex that was aimed towards the Sannin. Once it is large enough, the vortex immediately cascades down onto Orochimaru and his summoning snakes, dispelling them in an extremely wide-range attack, leaving no chance of escaping, as Orochimaru was swept away by the powerful current. Not even hiding underground was safe, as the force of the vortex was great enough to hollow out the earth beneath, washing away everything in the area. In the aftermath, whatever remains of the forest was devastated, as though some sort of a natural disaster had just occurred. And Naruto was sure everyone in the forest must have felt the seismic quake of his most powerful Suiton jutsu. Naruto then activated his sensory perception to check if Orochimaru was still nearby. Unfortunately, he sensed that the snake Sannin was still alive, which made him frown, but when he sensed that he was fleeing, he smiled a bit. He just needs to be ready for next time. Naruto then teleported away in a yellow and red flash. With Team 7 and Team 10. When Naruto and the rest of Team 7 managed to rendezvous with Team 10 at the exact same spot where Naruto left his Hiraishin kunai earlier when he rescued Choji, Ino immediately went to check on her friend, who was still unconscious. Naruto told Shikamaru and Choji to look after Ino while she provided some medical treatment to Sasuke and Sakura. The blonde Senju told them to wait for him until he returned before he teleported away to the area where Orochimaru was to deal with the snake Sannin. After a few minutes, when Naruto left, Sakura was finally awake, which made everyone sigh in relief. Ino was currently examining the bruise on her head. Okay, Sakura. Luckily, you don't show any signs of a concussion, which is good. However, your head is going to be bruised for a couple of days. But overall, you're going to be fine. Ino informed with a reassuring smile as she summoned some bandages from her wrist seal. Oh, that's good. Thank you, Ino, Sakura said with a soft smile as Ino wrapped the bandages around her head. Yeah, thanks, Ino. We owe you one, Choji said gratefully. Suddenly, they felt a seismic quake that was caused by Naruto's jutsu, which made Ino very worried. But she sighed in relief when Naruto suddenly appeared in a yellow and red flash and immediately went to approach them. So? Naruto asked Ino regarding Sakura's health. Don't worry, Sakura is going to be okay, Ino informed. Good to know, Naruto said, as he sighed in relief. Are you okay though, Whiskers? When you asked us to wait here for you, the last thing you said before you teleported away was, and I quote, I'm going to fight a Sannin. Then there was an earthquake. Care to explain? Ino asked with a deadpan look, which made Naruto's sweat drop a bit as he cowered in fear at her angry gaze. Yeah, hee, don't worry, Ino-chan. I don't have a scratch on me. We just talked a lot, and I didn't like what he was saying. So I crushed him with a tsunami. But apparently it's not enough to kill him, Naruto said disappointedly. You say that like it's normal. God, you're troublesome, Shikamaru said. Come on, it wouldn't be Naruto if he wasn't, Choji joked, which made everyone chuckle. Hey! Naruto yelled out, as he felt slightly offended. The group laughed at his reaction, which made him pout a little. Sasuke wanted to say something to the blonde but was having trouble finding his words. He saw how Naruto was able to go toe-to-toe with Orochimaru while he struggled and had given everything to win. And if Naruto's clone didn't show up when he did, who knows what that creep would have done when he was about to bite his neck. A part of him wondered what Sannin meant by giving him the power he needed. The thought of power made Sasuke think of his cold eyes as their parents lay dead on the floor, the blood still fresh from their corpses. Will he be able to give me the power I need? Sasuke wondered, his eyes glancing at Naruto. Well, I'm glad that we're safe and together and all, but we should really head to the tower now. Do you guys have both scrolls? Shikamaru asked Team 7. Unfortunately, no. Orochimaru was the only person we encountered besides you, Sakura said with a frown. Which scroll do you need? Ino asked her friend. An earth scroll, Sakura answered. This immediately made Naruto grin like a fox. Tisk, lucky for you guys again, we happen to have an extra, Naruto informed, as he nodded to Shikamaru to give them the earth scroll they got from the enemy teams. Shikamaru then handed the earth scroll to Choji. Wow, how many teams have you encountered? Choji asked Team 10. 3. Well, the third team is just one person, but let's not go into details, Naruto answered, not wanting to explain his situation with Karen and Root yet. This is great. Both our teams got both scrolls. Now we can just head to the tower together, Choji said excitedly, but it was a little too loud. Try to keep it down, Choji, we're still not out of the woods yet. Literally. Shikamaru scolded his chubby friend. Oh right, sorry, Shika, Choji said as he rubbed the back of his head embarrassingly. It's still going to be a long walk though. And we can't really run since Sasuke's reserves are still low, and Sakura's head injury is affecting her balance. They both need rest and proper medical treatment as soon as possible. Ino informed them. That's okay, Ino-chan. I got that part covered. One of the clones I sent out was smart enough to head to the tower, and placed my Horatian seal there in case we needed a quick getaway. So let's skip the walking and hold hands, shall we? Naruto said smugly as he offered his hands to everyone. You don't have to make it sound weird, Naruto, Sasuke said with a deadpan look. They then formed a circle and held each other's hands. Once Naruto had gathered enough chakra to move 6 people, including himself, he instantly teleported them all to the tower. Itachi. Don't move, you're still not ready, a voice said in the darkness. His head still felt a little dizzy, but not something he couldn't handle. The Uchiha prodigy ignored her words instead. His hand moved to the bandage covering half of his face. Slowly, he removed it and threw it on the ground. Opening his eyes, wincing a little, it still hurt a little to open them. He moved his legs over the bed, his feet touching the cold floor. His eyes moved to the one responsible for all this. How long has it been? Itachi asked flatly, his voice as emotionless as a piece of rock. The woman rolled her eyes, a bit annoyed. Not even a thank you, you brats these days have no manners, she replied before checking on her wrist. 3 days? 3 days. That means Kisame should be back tomorrow, he thought, a little relieved, not wasting time. He wore his shinobi sandals, strapping his sword behind his back, his outfit, and his Konoha emblem. Thank you for everything, Itachi said before throwing a small bag of gold in her hands and disappearing from the place without saying anything else. Reappearing in the middle of the woods, hearing nothing but the sound of animals moving away when he suddenly appeared. His thoughts turned to the upcoming war and the location of Utakata. Is it time to pay him a visit? Itachi thought with a ghost of a smile on his face. 4 days had passed, and it was finally time for all the candidates who made it to the tower with both scrolls to gather before the Hokage and their respected senseis in the large indoor arena. But little did they know, there are still way too many candidates to move on to the final stage. After Hiruzen had arrived at the tower with Inoichi by his side, he didn't waste any time by summoning Team 10 to his temporary office. Inoichi immediately embraced his only daughter with a warm hug as soon as he saw her, which she gladly returned. Still, she was slightly embarrassed when Naruto, Shikamaru, and Asuma were watching with their goofy grins, making fun of her. The hug ended when Hiruzen made a cough to gain their attention, which made Inoichi blush from embarrassment, but he managed to pull himself together for the sake of professionalism. Naruto then begins retelling their experience in the Forest of Death, starting from their battle with Root to his clone's encounter with Orochimaru. To say that Hiruzen's and Inoichi's jaws dropped to the floor was an understatement, as they couldn't believe that a team of rookie genins had such an eventful time in the most dangerous part in the exam, and yet made it back to the tower in 1 day. Inoichi was relieved that Ino only had a few scratches and bruises from their battles, but as the shameless protective father he is, he couldn't help but ask multiple embarrassing questions to his daughter that made the young lady blush vermilion red from embarrassment, as Naruto and Shikamaru were failing to hold back their laughter, earning a fierce glare and pout from Ino. After Naruto explained the very detailed report about Tanuki's mission to kidnap Karen Uzumaki, which was ordered by Danzo Shimura, Hiruzen literally was about to explode from rage, especially after Inoichi was able to confirm their story after reading all of Team 10's minds through the Yamanaka's Psycho Mind Transmission Jutsu. Ino's mind was slightly difficult to read, given her Yamanaka heritage, despite her already giving him her consent to do so. Naruto, on the other hand, was a different story. It took a while for Naruto to convince Kurama to allow Inoichi to safely enter their mind since, aside from Ino, the giant fox doesn't like Yamanaka intruding into his home, which happens to be Naruto's mindscape. Despite all these years, Inoichi still doesn't know how he feels about Naruto. Not as the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi but as the long-term boyfriend of his only daughter. He knew Ino was deeply in love with Naruto with all her heart, and as a good father, he wanted her to be happy. But no matter how older Ino gets, she will always be his little princess. And it was hard to see her grow up so fast. His wife, Nariko Yamanaka, on the other hand, absolutely adores Naruto, especially when Ino brings him home for the first time to meet them. He reminded her so much of his parents, especially her late best friend, Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto may have his father's good looks and charm, but he has his mother's kind heart and tenacity. After confirming Naruto's story by analyzing Ino's mind, Inoichi made an official written report of Team 10's encounter with Root and how Tanuki Shigaraki, Danzo's young protege, admitted out loud of his mission from the old warhawk himself, to kidnap a foreign candidate with a bloodline, therefore breaking a sacred law of the Chunin exam. Naruto also made sure that the report should include Kairin's demise by a wild animal in the forest to secure her safety. After the report was given, Hiruzen ordered his ANBU to keep a watchful eye on Danzo and make sure he doesn't flee the village, as when the next council meeting comes, he will finally be arrested and prosecuted for his crimes against the shinobi world. But for now, the Chunin exam must be his sole priority, as Orochimaru is a complete wildcard. Naruto may have foiled his attempt to mark Sasuke with a curse mark, but even he knows that this will not be the end of it. After the meeting was done, Naruto immediately raced towards the medical wing to see a bedridden Anko, who was covered in bandages all over her body due to the many cuts and bruises that she received from her old sensei. Kakashi was there as well, reading a book when he walked in. The moment she saw the blonde boy entering her room with tears of worry in his blue eyes, Anko could only give him a weak smile and a cool greeting to help put his mind at ease so that he won't worry too much. Naruto only responded by instantly wrapping her in a big hug, carefully not to worsen her injuries. Anko was slightly cringing in pain from the tight hug from the blonde, but she didn't mind. She is a masochist, after all. Having Kakashi and Naruto by her side in her time of need was already making her feel better. Anko and Kakashi then told Naruto about her encounter with Orochimaru and how it led to her current condition, which only fueled his hate and anger towards the snake Sannin even more. Anko couldn't leave her bed yet due to her condition, so she told Naruto and Kakashi to head to the arena for the gathering before they were late. Anko knew it would take a while since she had received the report of the number of candidates who passed. She does not doubt that there will be a preliminary round to thin out the number of candidates before they can advance to the third and final stage of the exam. After Kakashi left, Anko gave Naruto a deep kiss before he left. Tower Arena. There are currently 11 teams lining up in rows of 3 on the arena floor, making a total of 33 candidates who managed to pass the second stage. Team 7, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, Choji Akimichi. Team 8, Kiba Inuzuka, Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame. Team 9, Niji Hyuga, Tenten, Rock Lee. Team 10, Naruto Uzumaki, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara. Team Kabuto, Kabuto Yakushi, Yoroi Akado, Misumi Tsurugi. Team Odo, Dosa Kinyuda, Kintsuchi, Sakura Bumi. Team Suna, Gaara, Temari, Kankuro. Team Taki, Fu Keigan Yoro. Team Kyumo 1, Yujito ni, Omoi Karui. Team Kyumo 2, Samui, Atsui Mabui. Team IWA, Kuratsuchi, Aiden, Tanoki. Naruto looked around him, slightly impressed and nervous at the same time that there were so many candidates who passed, many of whom he knew or had already met. All of the Konoha rookies are there, along with Guy's team, which made the blonde Uzumaki a little happy that there were so many Konoha ninjas who passed. Even Niji wouldn't let him know that. But the two teams that made him narrow his eyes with suspicion were Kabuto's team and the team from Oto. If Naruto recalled correctly, Orochimaru was wearing an Oto headband when they fought, which made him wonder if Dosu and his team were his underlings or something. But when Naruto looks towards the stage where Hiruzen and all the Jonin senseis are at, he doesn't see a single Jonin wearing an Oto headband. Most would assume that their team doesn't require a Jonin sensei like Kabuto's, but the possibility of that is unlikely. There are too many coincidences, and Naruto was taught to look underneath. Naruto already suspects that Kabuto is a spy for someone. At first, he thought he was working for Danzo, but now all signs are pointing to Orochimaru. On the outside, Kabuto looked like a harmless bookworm that could literally blend into the background, but thanks to Naruto's sensory ability, he could sense that Kabuto was trying his best to suppress his chakra. Naruto assumes it was for his benefit, but unfortunately for Kabuto, he doesn't know that Naruto can also sense negative emotions as well. His entire aura was screaming treachery and deceit. The only people who suspect Kabuto is a spy at the moment are Naruto, Hiruzen, Ino, Shikamaru, Asuma, Anko, and Kakashi. But to everyone else, he's just a friendly and helpful guy who just happens to be good at collecting information. A figurative wolf in sheep's clothing. Naruto can only wait until Kabuto slips, but until then, he will preserve his ignorant act to learn more. Since Anko is unavailable, Ibiki had to fill in for the introduction. First off, congratulations on finishing the second exam, Ibiki announced, but he was still shocked that 33 out of 78 candidates managed to pass the most difficult part of the exam. While Ibiki was busy marking down the number of candidates, Guy took this opportunity to boast about his team to his eternal rival. I see your team didn't do too bad, Kakashi. They must be pretty lucky. Of course, with my team still around, your team is doomed to failure. After all, what matters on the next test is ability, and we got you far out of class, Guy said with a confident smirk. Well, I guess the part of growing up is learning to deal with heartbreak, huh, Kakashi? Guy asked smugly with a cocky grin. Huh? Did you say something? Kakashi asked with a bored tone. Ah. Guy was practically fuming a little too loudly, like he was about to have a mental breakdown. Alright, Kakashi, you win this round. Boy, that drives me nuts when he acts so cool. There is no way I'm gonna let you get the best of me. Guy thought furiously as he clenched his fist with passion. What's wrong with Guy? Kurenai asked Asuma regarding Guy's sudden outburst. You know, the typical eternal rival stuff with Kakashi. Best we don't get involved in that mess, Asuma said as he looked at the still fuming Guy, which made Kurenai nod in agreement. At the candidates line out. I can't believe that there are still so many remaining. This is going to be a drag, Shikamaru said with a tired sigh as he looked around to find so much competition for him and his team. Ino agreed with her lazy friend, but she decided to look at the bright side for a change. Come on, Shika. It's not so bad. Besides, your girlfriend is here, Ino smugly teased as she nodded her head toward Temari's direction. Shikamaru raised his eyebrow in confusion as he turned his head to see an angry Temari glaring daggers at him. She and her brothers were a few rows away from Team 10, with her being at the back and Gaara at the middle. Oh, fuck me, Shikamaru said fearfully, feeling slightly nervous from the Suna Kunoichi's murderous glare. Whoa, Shika, you kiss your mother with that mouth? Naruto joked as he tried to hold back his laughter, as Shikamaru rarely cursed. Don't act so surprised I hang out with you too. I'm bound to curse eventually. And she's not my girlfriend, Ino. Shikamaru defended himself. Are you sure, Shika? Clearly, you have her undivided attention. Plus, she's a pretty blonde, and you're a blonde magnet. Do the math, genius. Ino teased further, making Nara roll his eyes in annoyance. The only attention I have from her is that she wants to tear me apart, Shikamaru said plainly, but apparently, Naruto saw that as a joking opportunity. Tear you apart? Oh, behave, Shika. Naruto jested with a foxy grin. What? No, you perverted blonde. She's been mad at me because I called her troublesome during the written test. I don't know why it's a big deal, though, Shikamaru said plainly, only to receive a smack on the shoulder from Ino. She doesn't know you say that all the time, dingus. What did you expect? I mean, look at her. Even I can tell she's the prideful intellectual type who doesn't take insults lightly, Ino pointed out as they all looked at Temari intently, making the Suna girl blush slightly. Well, I guess it takes one to know one, Shikamaru mocked the platinum blonde girl, who merely scoffed at the insult. I'm just gonna focus on the part where you called me an intellectual. So thank you, Shika, Ino said with a smirk. Oh, don't be so touchy, Ino. You are the prideful intellectual type who doesn't take insults lightly. But that's okay. Besides, I found that. Naruto leaned forward to whisper into her ear. Incredibly sexy, Naruto teased, which made her blush vermilion red. But then she realized what he had just said. Naruto-kun, you know that you just called Temari sexy, right? Ino asked her boyfriend. But Naruto wasn't one to back down from a challenge. I guess I did. Maybe I just have a thing for blondes in mesh armor, Naruto casually said, which made Ino fume in jealousy. But luckily, she was able to cool herself down before she exploded. They do look good on her, though. The mesh really complements her long legs. Do you think I should get some mesh too? Ino asked the blonde Uzumaki. Up to you, Ino-chan. You'll look damn good in them, that's for sure. Shika and I are already wearing mesh as a shirt, so maybe we can make mesh our team's theme. Naruto joked, but the longer he thought about it, he realized it wasn't really a bad idea. I'm just glad they changed the subject. I mean, sure, Temari is easy on the eyes and her legs are. Damn it, Naruto! Shikamaru thought in frustration when he realized his friend's previous prediction might be true. Temari narrowed her eyes when she suspected that Team 10 were talking about her. What are they talking about? Are they talking about me? They were looking at me just now, that's for sure. That damn lazy Nara. He's probably telling them that I'm troublesome or something. I'll make him pay for that. Temari thought angrily. While Temari was fuming at the Nara boy, Gaara was glaring at someone as well. More particularly, a certain mint-haired girl from Taki who happens to stand right next to him in the lineup. If looks could kill, Fu would certainly be dead by now. Ignorant of his anger, Fu excitedly turns her head to stare back at him, thinking it is a staring contest, as Gaara barely blinks his eyes as he glares into her orange orbs, which shows nothing but happiness. But surprisingly, his gaze was slightly softened when he also noticed a hint of loneliness in them. The same look he once had when he was younger. I must say, Gaara-kun, you are pretty good at this. If I didn't know any better, I would say you are really angry with me, Fu said with a bright smile as she stared into Gaara's eyes. I am, Gaara said with venom in his voice. You are? But why? Is it because I punched you? Fu asked ignorantly, completely and blissfully unaware of Gaara's anger towards her. You are a threat to my existence. I will not have you erase me, Gaara said, with the anger never leaving his voice. Erase you? Preposterous. I would never do that to a friend, Fu said with a bright smile. I am not your friend, silly girl, Gaara corrected as his eyes narrowed. Teehee, then you are a silly boy yourself, Gaara-kun. I know a special friend when I see one. And you are it. So you just have to deal with it, Fu said with a cute smile as she pointed at Gaara. Gaara was completely taken aback by this. Why is she not afraid of him like everyone else? He made it pretty clear that the only thing he wanted from her was her blood filling his sand gourd. But instead, she still treated him like they were old friends, something Gaara had never experienced before. He needed to know why. Why are you so nice to me? Why are you always smiling at me? I hate everything that includes you. I love nothing except myself, and I kill anyone who angers me. And right now you anger me the most, Gaara said, his tone now slightly calmer. Is it because I'm a silly girl? Fu asked curiously. Yes. Now answer me, Gaara demanded. But Fu simply giggled at his question, and to Gaara's shock and surprise she gently reached out and held his hand in hers, and his sand was not reacting for his defense as he thought it would. Instead, it just lets it happen. Teehee, you don't have to like me, Gaara. Because we are friends, and that's all that matters. I don't have to be mad or scared of you to just acknowledge your existence. Because friends are the most wonderful thing in the world. And ever since I came to Konoha, I have so many now. That includes you, Gaara, Fu said sincerely with a bright smile that made Gaara feel something weird in his stomach. Gaara was still shocked that Fu was able to touch him so easily. For as long as he could remember, he had never held a person's hand before. He felt warm and comfortable. It was completely new to him. But then the demonic voice in his head brought him back to his dark reality, as he forcefully pulled his hand away from her. Friends are for the weak. You should only fight for yourself and only yourself, Gaara said coldly. You're wrong, Gaara-kun. Friends make you feel complete. I'll show you one day, Fu said with determination as she turned her head to face the Hokage. Despite his annoyance with her, Gaara couldn't help but look at the mint-haired girl longingly. But instead of hate and anger, it was now a look of curiosity. Such a silly girl, Gaara said under his breath. Kankuro couldn't believe what he was seeing. Fu managed to calm his crazy fuming brother down with just her words and held his hand with ease. And weirdly enough, Gaara didn't seem to mind before he pulled his hand away. It was like a lonely kid who experienced kindness for the first time in his life, and he didn't know what to do. A part of him was happy for Gaara, but the other felt great guilt, as he was one of the reasons why Gaara felt that way. While this was happening, Sakura couldn't stop staring at Gaara as her eyes were filled with fear. She was no stranger to violence, as she and her team once went on a C-rank mission, which was to escort and protect a client from bandits. She had been in the presence of powerful bad people before, but Gaara was an entirely different beast. Despite being a genin for almost half a year, Sakura still feels like she is way over her head. Like she is a civilian among ninjas. While this was going on, Niji was glaring daggers at his cousin and her obvious crush on the Uzumaki genin, completely disgusted by her antics. To him, it's a disgrace for a Hyuga to associate with a low genin like him, much less be friends with one. He will make sure to put the blonde in his place. Naruto briefly glanced at the Kumo team. His eyes met with Samui's eyes, who winked at him with a seducing smile on her face. If he was more innocent and less experienced, Naruto knew he would have it hard standing up after a wink from her. He could see Samui was quite a beauty with a very well-developed body. His eyes then found the IWA team, unlike the rest who were facing the Hokage. All of them were glaring at him, especially the one with pink eyes. Naruto hoped he wouldn't end up fighting them. Yet. Hiruzen was still surprised that there were still so many candidates left in the exam, especially since so many of them were rookies. He hoped the number of candidates would be reduced to single digits, if possible, during the second stage, but unfortunately, that was not the case. He now understood why Asuma, Kakashi, Kurenai, and Guy were eager to recommend their teams to participate. When Ibiki was done, he finally addressed the remaining candidates. Alright, shut up and pay attention, you maggots. Lord Hokage is going to explain the third exam to you. You better listen carefully. Ibiki then turns to Hiruzen. Lord Hokage, they're all yours, Ibiki said as he moved away. Afterward, Hiruzen then began to explain the true purpose of the Chunin exam, which is obviously to raise the ability level of a shinobi and increase friendship between allied nations, but there is also a hidden purpose. The exams are a symbolic representation of the battle between allied nations. In order to avoid destroying each other's military strength meaninglessly, those nations would pick champions to battle on behalf of their countries in a neutral location. That was how the Chunin exams originally began. The exams also give a ninja the opportunity to carry the pride of their village on their backs and fight against other ninja for their very lives. The exam can also help advertise the strength of the village, as many important clients will be attending to see which shinobi village is the strongest. Only the best village will receive more and better business opportunities from feudal lords and important clients. The country's strength is the village's strength. The village's strength is the shinobi's strength. And the true strength of a shinobi is only achieved when it is pushed to its limits, such as a life and death battle. As Hiruzen was about to explain what they would be doing on the third and final exam, a sickly-looking special jonin suddenly appeared and kneeled down before him. Lord Hokage, before you do, please allow me, Hate Gecko, the appointed proctor of the third exam, to speak first. The now identified Hate requested while everyone looked at him in confusion as to why he interrupted the Hokage. So be it, Hiruzen said as he allowed Hate to stand up and address the remaining candidates. It's nice to meet you all. There is something I would like all of you to do before the third exam. Star. Hate continued to cough violently while most of the candidates looked at him with concern and pity. Good God, somebody give this guy a glass of water before he coughs his lungs out, Naruto thought as he looked at Hate with concern. We need to have a preliminary round before we can move on to the third exam, Hate said, which made the room fall silent as everyone was shocked at what he had just said. Preliminary? Sakura asked with a shocked expression on her face. Preliminary. Just what do you mean by that? Shikamaru loudly asked, surprising both Naruto and Ino as they rarely hear their Nara best friend yell often, but in this case, they both understood why. I think what Shikamaru was trying to say is, what's this preliminary all about? Why can't we just move on to the third exam? Ino asked politely to the sickly proctor. Well, you see, the first and second exams might have been too easy. The fact is, we never expected so many of you to still be here. According to the rules of the Chunin exam, a preliminary round can be held at any stage in order to reduce the number of candidates remaining. Hate explained. But that's not fair, Karu yelled out. It's just that, at this stage, we have to speed things up a bit. As Lord Hokage said, a lot of important guests will be watching. We can't afford to waste their time. they come to see only the best. So if any of you don't feel like you're not in top physical condition, now is your chance to. Cough cough asterisk cough asterisk. Hate continues to cough violently. Talk about not being in top physical condition. Ino thought ironically, due to Hate's chronic coughing. That Proctor doesn't look so good, himself, Hinata thought with concern. Sorry about that. As I was saying, if any of you don't feel up to this, now is the time for you to bow out. The preliminaries will start immediately, Hate said. Come on. You mean right now? Kiba yelled out. No, he meant yesterday. Yujuto jest, earning a round of chuckles from her Kumo peers, while Kiba glared at her. Quiet, please. The winners will be determined in one-on-one combat. Sudden death. So like I said, if there is anyone who doesn't feel up to it, now is the time to raise your hand. Hate informed me. Does he really think anyone is gonna? Naruto thought. Still, then he saw Kabuto was about to raise his hand out of reflex, only to immediately bring it back down as if he remembered something. So that's your game, Kabuto. You quit so that we won't learn your combat abilities. But why did you stop raising your hand midway? Unless you're here to spy on someone. Naruto then turns his gaze towards Sasuke and back to Kabuto. Of course, he's here to spy on Sasuke. And since Danzo has no interest in him, it's safe to say that Kabuto is, without a doubt, a spy for Orochimaru, and he's here to report on Sasuke's abilities. It's a stretch, but it's the only thing that makes sense. Naruto thought as his eyes narrowed at the glasses-wearing boy. Hiruzen and Kakashi also noticed Kabuto's attempt to raise his hand, which they then shared the same conclusion as the blonde Uzumaki. After a minute or two, with no one raising their hand to quit, Hate decided to move on to the preliminary round. Alright then, we will now begin the preliminary round. This round will consist of one-on-one individual combat at full battle intensity. This is not an exercise. There are 33 of you remaining, so that means we will have 16 matches. The surviving candidate from these 16 matches will advance to the third exam. As for the rules, there are none. You will fight until one dies or admits defeat or is rendered physically incapable of continuing the contest. Naturally, those who are losing are urged to surrender properly to avoid a fatal outcome. As a proctor, I have been given a certain amount of leeway of judging the matches cough asterisk, and I would occasionally intervene if the match seems hopeless to save as many lives as possible. Now, it's time to reveal what fate has chosen for you. Hate finished as he turned to Ibiki and nodded. Ibiki nodded as he turned his head to the back of the arena. Open the panel, Ibiki spoke through his earpiece, as right behind the giant hand seal statue revealed a giant monitor. The names of each pair of opponents are chosen completely at random. Before each match, each name will appear on display behind me. As there is nothing more to say asterisk, let's begin. In a moment, the names of the first two opponents will appear. Hate informed everyone as everyone was starting to get really nervous about the outcome. I hope I don't go first. It would be a shame to miss out on an opportunity to collect more info on the other candidates. And who knows, I might learn something new to add to my cards. Kabuto thought with a smirk. But his smirk faded when he saw the two names on the display. God damn it, of all people. Kabuto thought in annoyance. He was ordered to observe Sasuke's progress, not fight him in a match. But then again, this might be an opportunity to learn more about the Uchiha up close and personal, but he knew he needed to hold himself back and lose on purpose. Didn't waste any time, did they? Kabuto may be bland and generic, but I'd better not underestimate him. Sasuke thought with a confident smirk. Everyone was now staring at Sasuke and Kabuto, wondering who would win. Alright, for those whose name has been drawn, come forward. Hate said, signaling both Sasuke and Kabuto to walk forward in front of everyone, as they now face each other. You have been chosen for the first match. Kabuto Yakushi and Sasuke Uchiha. Are there any objections? Hate asked. None here, Sasuke said. Not really, Kabuto said. The two genin stare each other down, while everyone else has some thoughts on the matter. Good luck, Sasuke-kun. I know you can do it. Sakura exclaimed, raising her fist in the air. Something's wrong here. If what Naruto-kun said is true and Kabuto is a spy, why didn't he bow out when the opportunity presented itself? Unless this is all part of a plan. I need to ask Whiskers about this later, Ino thought. I don't like that guy. He gives me the creeps, Shikamaru thought with narrowed eyes. TSK, you might have escaped us, Sasuke, but our mission is still in motion. We will kill you when you least expect it, and Orochimaru-san will soon acknowledge us for our victory, Dosa thought with a sinister smile behind his bandage-covered mouth. Yash! Good luck, Sasuke-san, Lee thought with passion. Now let's sit back and see what this Uchiha dog can do, Neji thought with a smug look. Alright then, let's begin the first match. Okay, everyone other than the two opposing candidates will now clear the area and move to the upper level, Hate ordered as everyone made their way to the balconies to wait for their turn. Don't underestimate him, Sasuke. It would be a shame if the Uchiha era would lose against nobody, Naruto said with a smirk, loud enough for everyone to hear. Kabuto narrowed his eyes dangerously. Sasuke scoffed he would never lose to a loser. A certain individual in Kabuto's team narrowed his eyes at Naruto. His unusually pale skin and white hair made him look like not much, a straw hat covering his head, his eyes studying the Uzumaki with interest. As Naruto walked away, he could see Kabuto narrowing his eyes at him, which only made the Uzumaki smirk at the spy. He still has no idea that Naruto is aware of him, but Kabuto could feel that Naruto's beef with him was very personal. He just doesn't know why, since he had never met the blonde before the exam. When Naruto arrived at the balcony, he stood right next to Ino, who was leaning against the railing, waiting for their friend's match to begin. Let me guess, you said that to spite him? Ino whispered to the blonde boy next to her. It's a small comfort. Kabuto will likely lose on purpose for the sake of his cover. But let's hope it's a painful defeat, Naruto whispered back with a hint of anger in his voice. Naruto only wished that he was the one down there instead of Sasuke. But for now, he'll settle for a second-hand beatdown. How about the clone you sent to spy on him? Did he dispel it yet? Ino asked regarding Naruto's chakra-enhanced shadow clone that he made in the forest. Not yet. He's on standby outside the tower, waiting for Kabuto to come out. If my math is right, he'll have at least 2 more days left of chakra to continue his mission, Naruto said as he was able to sense his clone's presence. Well, let's hope he'll find some clues before he pops, Ino said tiredly as she leaned her head down on Naruto's shoulder. Meanwhile, on the arena floor, Hate was now addressing the two opposing candidates. Then, if you're ready, let the match begin. The moment Hate began the match, both Sasuke and Kabuto reached into their back pouch and threw several shurikens at each other, only for them to clash and stop midway. Both genins then took out their respected and charged toward each other in a clash of steel, engaging in fast-paced hand-to-hand combat. Sasuke is faster, and his reaction time is better, but Naruto could tell that Kabuto was holding back. The match looked almost one-sided, as Sasuke was dominating most of the time, but Kabuto managed to still put up a good fight, which is a common term for those who are unsuspected of the silver-haired boy. Thanks to Naruto's words, Sasuke knew that Kabuto was not taking the match seriously, which infuriated him a little due to his Uchiha pride, so he decided to push Kabuto a little further to force him to reveal any of his secrets. Sasuke then jumped away in the opposite direction to get some distance, as he made a couple of hand seals and took a deep breath. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. The Uchiha blew out a massive fireball toward Kabuto, much to everyone's awe for a rookie genin to perform elemental ninjutsu. Kabuto was barely able to escape the large ball of inferno as it collided on the wall behind him, causing a small explosion. Sasuke didn't waste any time as he rushed towards Kabuto, jumped up with his kunai in hand, and made a downward slash on the elderly boy, but only to hit a substitution. Sasuke looked around him, wondering where the glasses-wearing genin disappeared to, only to be reminded with a certain memory of his first training exercise against Kakashi. So by instinct, Sasuke jumps high above, just in time before seeing Kabuto's hand suddenly appearing out of the earth, ready to grab his ankles. Sasuke then blew out another large fireball on the ground where Kabuto was buried, only for the older genin to quickly jump out of the way in time before he was burned to a crisp. But luckily, this was all part of Sasuke's plan. Sasuke then ran towards Kabuto and threw his kunai in the direction of his head, only for Kabuto to dodge with ease. Still, when Sasuke was getting closer, and Kabuto readied his kunai to strike back, Sasuke suddenly disappeared in front of him. Kabuto's eyes widened when he felt a strong kick to his jaw, sending him flying above. Rock Lee and Guy were in shock at the familiar technique that Sasuke was about to perform, as the Uchiha only saw Lee perform it once during their little brawl. Sasuke then quickly jumps above, appearing right behind Kabuto in midair. Okay, I'll admit. I kind of borrowed that move. But from here on in, it's all original, Sasuke said with a confident smirk behind Kabuto as he tapped his finger on his back, ready to use his new burrowed technique. The Dancing Leaf Shadow. Not bad, Sasuke. You do have potential, after all, Kabuto thought, hiding his smugness with a fake look of panic on his face. Here we go, Sasuke said as he moved his body to kick Kabuto's side, but Kabuto's forearm immediately blocked it. He wasn't going to let it be too easy. Nice try, Sasuke, but you have to do way better than that, Kabuto dared convincingly, as he knew that this was the finishing blow of the match. I'm just getting started, Sasuke declared as he twisted his body around and landed a hard punch on Kabuto's chest, knocking some air out of his lungs and sending Kabuto crashing toward the ground. But before he made contact on the concrete floor, Sasuke struck Kabuto's chest once more, to gain some leverage, as he twists his body around, and land a strong axe kick on Kabuto's chest right before he reached the floor. Lion's Barrage! Sasuke might have added a little too much chakra to his kick, as the ground cracked on impact, and Kabuto was gasping from pain, as blood and saliva came out of his mouth before he was knocked out. While it was a painful experience, Kabuto had the worst. This was practically child's play for the older genin. If he didn't hold back and had the intention to kill, Sasuke wouldn't have lasted 10 seconds against him. He could barely feel his injuries anymore, as they were slowly healing, thanks to his mastery of medical ninjutsu, but it wasn't visible enough for everyone to notice. Sasuke rolled away, as he was now in a kneeling position, waiting for Kabuto to get back up and continue the match. But luckily it wasn't the case. Hate then approached the unconscious Kabuto and, seeing how the older genin was out cold, the winner had already been decided. I'm declaring this match over. As the winner of the first preliminary round, Sasuke Uchiha advances to the finals, Hate declared, earning a loud cheer from the Rookie 9. Sasuke nodded his head in gratitude to the proctor, and then made his way to the balcony to join his teammates, as they continued to cheer for his win. Kakashi then approached his tired student, while his lone eye was still focusing on a certain orange book in his hand. Not bad, Kakashi said sarcastically, with a sincere eye smile. Humph, Sasuke simply scoffed with a proud smirk. Funny, before the Lion's Barrage, your technique is very reminiscent of Guy's taijutsu. You must have used your Sharingan to copy it when you fought with Rock Lee that time. Kakashi summarizes his very accurate theory. I actually wanted to use my Sharingan to analyze his fighting technique so I could counter it. I didn't realize I copied it instead. But oh well, I guess there's a silver lining to getting my ass kicked by that guy, Sasuke said as he rubbed his jaw soothingly, remembering the hard kick he received from the green spandex-wearing genin. You know, Sasuke, you should thank Lee by challenging him to a race or something. I'm sure it will make his day, Naruto joked, making the Uchiha pale as he imagined an all-day run with the energetic bushy-browed genin. Such a youthful idea, Naruto-san. I accept the challenge as payment for copying my technique. Lee, who was nearby, declared loudly with a thumbs up and a voice filled with passion. And oh, no, 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 no. No. Just no. But if you insist, I'll give you 50 Ryo, and we'll call it even, Sasuke said plainly. Money? How youthful. We must savor these moments while we are still in our youth. Right, Guy-sensei? Lee turned to his sensei for confirmation. That's the spirit, Lee. Always find a way to fan your flames of youth till it burns no longer. You make me so proud. Guy praised his mini-me, with happy anime tears in his eyes. Oh, Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. Will you both stop that? Tenten yelled out, stopping them before their illusionary beach appeared. She felt extremely embarrassed by her sensei and teammates' antics, especially in front of Niji, who was staring at them with awkwardness. Team 10 and Team 7 were actually grateful that Tenten stopped the green-clad duo before their unbreakable beach illusion appeared, as they never want to experience that horror again. Kakashi felt a sweat drop on his head for his rival's behavior toward his favorite student, but he then turns his attention back to Sasuke. "Well, anyway, I'm proud of you, Sasuke," Kakashi informed. "Thanks, Kakashi-sensei," Sasuke said. As the two teams were about to turn their attention back to the arena, where a team of medical ninjas was putting Kabuto on a stretcher, they didn't notice someone was approaching them from behind. Kumo team. "So the Uchiha isn't half bad," Mabui commented from where she stood. She and her team had watched the fight with interest. The Uchiha was rumored to be one of the strongest genins of Konoha, behind only Naruto, so of course, everyone had paid close attention to the fight. Samui, in particular, didn't care much. Her attention was drawn to the handsome blonde on the other side of the large hall. She wondered if she could have a conversation later with him. Raikage's interest in him intrigued the sexy blonde kunoichi of Kumo. She licked her lips at the thought of having him later. Even if he didn't reveal anything to her, she wouldn't mind having him in her bed. She wouldn't be bothered if his girlfriend tagged along, not the first time she had been with a woman. Karui had actually cheered when the Uchiha had won the fight, but calling that a fight would be an insult. Samui had seen how the Konoha shinobi had held himself back but wasn't sure what to make of it, and it seemed Yujito and Oma had noticed it as well. "I don't know what game he's playing, but he's definitely sneaky," Oma commented, his eyes scanning everyone in the large area. His eyes had seen several genins that were bad news. The one with white hair in Kabuto's team, the chick from IWA, the red-haired psychopath from Suna, the Seven Tails girl from Taki, but most importantly, Naruto. Omoa didn't know how powerful the blonde was, but he could tell there was a lot Naruto was holding back. His eyes sometimes showed maturity beyond his years. Omoa had seen that back at the restaurant when the Niji guy had threatened them. "What do you mean, Omoa?" Karen questioned with a sharp look, turning to look at her teammate, who let out a long yawn. "Nothing really, I just fear that if you fall in love with the Uchiha boy, but the Raikage orders you to kill him, leaving you no choice but to choose duty over love, but just as you are ABOAHHHH, he moaned in pain, Karui holding him by the ear, almost lifting him. "Shut up, Omoa. No one wants to hear your prophecies about the future," she shouted right at the ear she was holding. Yujito meanwhile noticed the murderous look the IWA chick was giving Naruto. She knew the history between IWA and Konoha for centuries now. They had been at each other's throats, but she could tell this was more personal, and why Naruto in particular. Yujito knew her friend was strong, but he had yet to show his strength. If anything, the IWA chick should glare at the Sasuke guy instead of Naruto unless her friend was reminding her of someone else. "Wow, Yujito didn't know you had a head that could think." Matatabi spoke in her head teasingly. Her chakra always had a certain effect on her. Yujito rolled her eyes playfully. "Speaks to the cat who's horny all the time," she thought with a deadpan look, her eyes lingering on Naruto, especially his muscular body. She wondered how it would feel to have her hands around his abs. "I blame you for this," Yujito thought with a flush on her cheeks. Usually, her friend wasn't able to affect her, but that wasn't the same when it came to Naruto. Suna team. "The Uchiha brat is not that bad. What do you think, Temari?" Kankuro questioned his sister, who seemed distracted, her eyes focused on a certain troublesome guy in the Konoha team. Kankuro shook his head, tired of this shit. He didn't bother asking his little brother, who was probably daydreaming about blood and killing people. His eyes solely focused on the Taki girl and the blonde brat from Konoha. "Why does it sometimes feel like I'm the only sane person here?" he thought, scratching the back of his head. Round 2. Temari vs. Kintsuchi. The two kunoichis made their way to the arena floor. Both had their own form of self-confidence and arrogance for their own strengths and abilities. The match was very one-sided, as Temari barely moved from where she was standing, as Kin threw several senbons at her, but only to be blocked by Temari's oversized fan and an invisible wind barrier. Kin attempted to use her illusionary ability, which was produced by the sound of the bells that were attached to each of her senbons, which worked at first, as Temari was seeing multiple Kin standing before her to disorient her. However, unfortunately for Kin, Temari still remained calm and collective as she took out her giant fan and unleashed a wide-range futon attack, sweeping Kin in a powerful vortex of wind as she was hurled into the air, feeling multiple wind blades cutting through her skin. As the jutsu ended, Kin fell down from where she was floating, but directly onto Tamari's fan, knocking her out in the process. It was a short match, as Tamari barely broke a sweat. Hate immediately declared her the winner after moving her to the next stage, along with Sasuke. The next round was now between two Konoha ninjas. Round 3. Shino Aburame vs. Mitsumi Tsurugi. The match was also short, as Misumi immediately attempted to go in for the kill by using his soft physique modification technique. As his limbs became more flexible and elastic, Misumi began to wrap his limbs around Shino, ensnaring the Aburame in an anaconda grip, threatening to break Shino's neck if he didn't surrender. But to his and everyone's surprise and shock, Shino suddenly burst into a swarm of thousands of parasitic insects, indicating that he had to substitute himself with an insect clone, as they immediately crawled all over Misumi's entire body, biting his skin and absorbing his chakra. Misumi screamed out in fear and disgust as he struggled to free himself from the creepy crawlers until he immediately surrendered, and the match was over. Despite everyone else's wonder and disgust over Shino's clan ability, the young Aburame was greeted with cheers and congratulations from the Rookie 9. Shino still can't get used to how his friends are so welcoming of who he is, despite knowing his clan's insect abilities. He honestly won't blame them if they felt a little uncomfortable around him since he was used to it, but he was grateful that his close friends were very open-minded and understanding. Afterward, Hate then announced the next match. Thanks a ton for watching, Shinobi Squad. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, if you're craving more awesome Naruto content, go check out the other videos on the channel. I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs love. Peace out, Shinobi.